palaces, the most spectacular and lavish homes on earth. Luxuriously designed for the royals who wanted the biggest and the best. Behind the golden gates of these royal megastructures are incredible stories waiting to be discovered. Infamous monarchs from history, and the artists, designers, and engineers who turned their grand visions into a reality. These are the most opulent, flamboyant, and innovative royal residences around the world. This time, Păleș Castle in Sinaia, Romania, is a magical palace full of contradictions. Although it looks medieval, the Victorian-era castle was built to include all the latest technology. Păleș is more than just a building. It symbolizes the birth of a new European nation, making it one of the world's greatest palaces. Păleș Castle is a fantastical masterpiece that took 40 years to create. Romania's first monarch, King Carol I, filled it with secret treasures and secret passages. Against the odds, Păleș has survived war and revolution. The story of the castle is the story of Romania itself. His Royal Highness, Prince Radu, is married to Margareta of Romania, the head of the royal family. Prince Radu has written a book about the history of Păleș Castle, which was built for King Carol I at the end of the 19th century.
One of the reasons it's so intriguing, the place, is because it's the result of huge contrasts. It looks very classic and it's very young. I mean, the first stone was laid in 1875, so there is no way to compare that with the castles in France, in Germany, or in Britain, or even in Russia. But the whole thing looks very classic simply because he did not want a fantasy. He wanted just something to fill up the gap that Romania was obliged to face as developing a little bit later than the Western world.
As well as being aesthetically pleasing, the palace was, technologically, well ahead of its time.
Another thing to say about Păleș is that it benefited from the most extraordinary technological inventions of the time. Having electricity in early 1880s, having all sorts of inventions in the construction itself, materials, machines, and also the fact that it reflected mostly his state aspirations than private tastes.
At the turn of the 20th century, when other palaces in Europe were relying on traditional maintenance methods, Păleș was in a league of its own. This machine, built in 1900, is a massive vacuum cleaner system for the whole castle.
The building didn't only include electricity, which was remarkable for the time, but it also included an inbuilt vacuum system with a pump installed in the basement, which when turned on would produce vacuums in tubes distributed all over the building, into which you would plug the nozzle of a vacuum cleaner locally, and thus you could clean the floors and carpets of the building. And remarkably, as these systems were notorious for breaking down, this one worked extremely well.
In fact, the large-scale vacuum cleaner is still in working order today. Dana Voicescu has taken time out from her role as head of public relations at Păleș to demonstrate.
Deosebit de silențios și eficient, sistemul este foarte modern în zilele noastre, pentru că tot zgomotul și toată activitatea care generează acest sistem se află la subsol, în așa numita cameră a aspiratorului. Acolo se află motorul electric, cele două pompe de vid care creează vacuum în aceste prize de aer și vasele pentru colectarea prafului din aerul aspirat.
The vacuum pumps are connected to scores of intake sockets dotted around the castle.
Acest tub este branșat la priza de aer din perete, iar funcționarea se activează de la acest buton, asigurându-se astfel curățarea spațiilor pe suprafețe largi și distanțe mari. Aceste prize de aer se află la fiecare colț al acestui spațiu, al coridoarelor, iar tuburile folosite sunt de lungime mare pentru a asigura întreaga suprafață.
I love the idea that you don't have to carry a big piece of machinery around with you and you can just walk around with your little attachment and a tube and you could hoover anywhere you liked.
It was groundbreaking technology in a country that hadn't even existed 50 years before it was installed. In the mid-19th century, the map of mainland Europe looked very different. Three mighty imperial states dominated the landscape: the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, and the Ottoman Empire. Sandwiched between these mega-powers were the provinces of Moldavia and Wallachia. From them, a new country emerged.
Modern Romania was born in 1859 with the uniting of two principalities, Moldavia and Wallachia, and they'd been part of the Ottoman Empire. But in 1877, Romania gained independence as an independent state from the Ottoman Empire.
This brand new country was in need of a ruler.
The new Romanians wanted a king as ruler, but he had to be someone of royal blood, and that meant he had to be someone from outside the country. There were various candidates considered, but in the end, Napoleon III of France suggested Carol, a German prince.
Carol was a military man who soon came to dislike the more informal traditions of his new home.
He was shocked by the cultural differences between his childhood areas and Romania. It is said that the first gift he gave to the politicians close to him was a watch, because they were never on time. It was shocking also for the Romanian aristocrats to face suddenly a cold king who was not open to their gossips and influences and interest. And it is said, for example, that he didn't like to fully shake the hand with anybody. He was offering 1, 2, 3, maximum 4 fingers, depends on the level of interest or the closeness you had with the prince.
Carol was cold, but well-connected. The world's most famous monarch thought highly of the young ruler.
There are letters from Queen Victoria keeping him in a hugely great esteem and admiration. Some of the letters of Queen Victoria are completely touching. You can hardly recognize her because she's really enthusiastic about this young head of state.
The young Carol had no intention of being a mere puppet king. He wanted to forge the country in his own image.
Carol was not the first choice. Indeed, he was quite far down the list of candidates, but he turned out to be an excellent choice as king. He was devoted to the job. He was determined to be a good king, and his wife actually said that he wore the crown in his sleep.
When Prince Carol came, he came with a plan. He came with a plan to transform this little principality in a modern European state.
One of Carol's priorities was to build himself a palace, a grand residence where he could spend the summer. In the late 1860s, Carol made frequent visits to a monastery near the village of Sinaia and fell in love with the area.
Carol wrote to his father after a stay in Sinaia, "Staying in this place is good for us, and with each day that passes, my desire to build a summer residence grows even stronger."
So he immediately started to build a castle, not that much for his own comfort, because he was a very severe person with himself and with the others, but to host what was so important in those times to host, which was the state occasions, and to show to the monarchs, heads of state of the empires around, that Romania matters.
It's important to understand that it was a statement, the new king, the new ruler of Romania, made in front of Europe, in front of the Ottoman Empire, and not less important, in front of the Romanian people.
A royal residence was a daunting commission for any architect. In 1872, the first king of Romania, Carol, chose one of the finest in Europe, the respected German architect Wilhelm von Doderer. Work began on what would soon be known as Păleș Castle in late 1873, but Doderer and his men soon encountered a major problem.
Once they designed the building, they started to set out the foundations, which turned out to be much more problematic than hoped. There was an unusually high rainfall, and as they began to excavate the foundations, the site deteriorated into mudslides.
Today we see a very nice open area which strikes the visitor from the very beginning, but the time when the area was discovered, of course, it was a swamp, it was a forest.
In order to get to the less saturated or wet soils at the top, the workers dug down much deeper into the rocky subsoil to try and find a much stronger base to place these foundations. The problem with this, however, was that in that digging, they managed to unearth a number of really powerful natural springs. And these springs, in turn, started gushing out and making the layers of soil wash away. And what they had to do was to intercept these springs, direct the water elsewhere into channels that they made, allow the land to dry out a bit, and then they could go in and put the foundations.
Architect Doderer used a new method of construction when building the castle's 5-meter-deep foundations.
Traditional foundations had merely been trenches built into the earth and filled with stone or brick. Concrete foundations had advantages in that you could shape them to fit the landscape, and you could reinforce them to take much higher stresses.
In August 1875, King Carol finally laid the foundation stone of his new palace. He declared a hope that this place become the cradle of our country's dynasty. But the foundation work alone had eaten up half of the king's budget. So in 1876, the king sacked his architect, Wilhelm von Doderer, and replaced him with his assistant, Johannes Schultz.
He was from Lemberg, modern-day Lviv in the Ukraine, and he was also very ambitious, and he created the initial plans for the castle's construction from 1875 to 1883. He provided a beautiful design, which is also quite cost-effective.
Carol and Schultz employed scores of Romanian carpenters and masons, but also craftsmen from abroad. This was to be an international collaboration.
At any one time, you could hear 14 different languages, 14 different types of national dress. It was this sort of incredible melting pot of different nationalities.
The palace that these workers were creating would not have been out of place in medieval Europe.
The choice of a medieval-style building is very deliberate, to say something about what they thought a palace should be. It should hark back to an earlier era. It should point to a continuing culture, a culture of knights and chivalry.
Although stylistically the building looked to the past, modern techniques and materials made Păleș easier to build than a medieval castle.
Not only could they use the traditional materials of stone and brick and timber, and these are obvious from the castle facade, but they could also use steel and concrete, which had just come in as major building materials in the previous decades. steel and concrete, you could make much bigger spans. You didn't have to worry so much about the shape of the things you were building. You knew you could achieve them.
After almost a decade of construction, the castle was finally finished.
The moment when the palace castle was open, which was in the autumn of 1883, was again a statement created by the king. It was a huge ceremony here at the castle. Politicians were brought from Bucharest, diplomats, special guests were invited. There were organized festivities here in Sinaia. I will describe Palace Castle as a wonder in the middle of a beautiful area in the mountains, as a dream of the first king of Romania to create a modern residence and to impose himself as the first king of a new independent country.
The palace was an extraordinary mix of styles, both outside and in.
The interior style of the spaces is as extravagant and fantasy-driven as the exterior. Everything designed to attract the attention and impress the visitor.
The place is hectic, has a lot of styles, and especially in furniture, in the collection of fine arts and porcelains and all that. An interior designer would be unhappy.
The distinctive look of Peleș Castle is no accident. King Carol had decided how he wanted his palace to look many years in advance.
Înainte de venirea în România, regele Carol întreprinde foarte multe călătorii de studiu, atât în Europa, în marile orașe culturale europene, cât și în spații exotice, precum Asia sau nordul Africii. La fel procedează și în cazul arhitecților și decoratorilor pe care îi angajează. Aceștia sunt trimiși în călătorii de studiu și de cercetare, motiv pentru care mare parte din interioarele de la Castelul Peleș sunt inspirate din interioare aflate în reședințe europene consacrate.
One of the classic examples of outside inspiration is the Arab-influenced Moorish room, built in the early 1890s.
Destinată ceremoniilor oficiale, sala aceasta a fost inspirată din decorația palatelor Alhambra, Spania.
There is also a Turkish room, a reminder of the influence on Romania from its large neighbor to the south, the Ottoman Empire.
There was no residence, and if we look, for example, in the castles in France, without a little Turkish room. In the case of the Palace Castle, we have both this Moorish and Turkish. And there are area also of relaxation, of calm. Oriental culture was also part of the Romanian culture. So creating a German style, let's say, a palace, I think this was a little touch to connect it with the Romanian society and traditional culture, I would say.
The new castle soon became one of King Carol's favorite homes, and that of his queen, Elizabeth.
Trebuie să spunem că Peleșul a funcționat ca reședință regală de vară a cuplului Carol-Elisabeta. Regele obișnuia să vină la Sinaia însoțit de întreaga curte. Trebuie să spunem că demnitarii, miniștrii, soțiile acestora care aveau propriile lor locuințe la Sinaia se deplasau aici, Sinaia devenind a doua capitală a României, un loc de vilegiatură foarte important, tocmai datorită amplasării aici a reședinței de vară.
So it was really the headquarter of the monarchy for usually, let's say, 6 months per year.
During the summer months, the king and queen could enjoy one of architect Johannes Schultz's finest creations, the Royal Library. Completed in 1883, it was a way for Carol to show off his breadth of interests.
Sala adăpostește 700 de titluri din colecția regală, care număra peste 30.000 de volume, cărți de beletristică, de istorie, de artă, de artă militară, cărți de medicină și, bineînțeles, cărți religioase.
But in the library, all is not what it seems. A secret passageway that is no longer accessible kept the king separate from his subjects.
Al doilea raft este ușa secretă. Aici nu sunt cărți, ci doar coperte de cărți. Ușa se deschidea pe vremea regelui Carol I prin apăsarea acestui buton în interior. În spatele ușii, regele Carol adăpostea seiful său, dar totodată exista o scară în spirală ce comunica la etajul întâi al castelului Peleș în apartamentul regal.
Peleș Castle has a number of secret passageways, and these were built into the castle basically so that the king didn't have to bump into people he didn't want to meet. I think the fact that they thought about it and they knew that they wanted those secret passageways incorporated into the design right from the beginning would have made it structurally much, much easier to build in.
It soon became clear that Peleș Castle was too small for the king and his court. The task of expanding the castle in 1893 was given to the Czech-born architect Karel Lehmann.
He was a very, very talented man who actually devoted the whole of his life to the royal family.
Lehmann would do his best to turn Karel's architectural dreams into reality. Almost every day, the two would meet in Lehmann's office on site to discuss their plans for Peleș.
Lehmann nu doar că mărește suprafața la sol a castelului Peleș prin adăugarea unor camere, dar redecorează interioare, înalță turnul principal al castelului cu un etaj și unește corpurile celor două clădiri din care se compunea inițial castelul Peleș, aripa adjutanților și partea de castel propriu-zisă.
King Carol's wife, Queen Elizabeth, was a poet and a writer. For her, Peleș needed to have culture at its heart. The result is one of the finest examples of Karel Lehmann's work.
On the first floor in Peleș is a rather marvellous concert hall, which is influenced by the Renaissance style of the English country house, Hatfield House. It's got the same panelling as Hatfield House, but also what's great is that the French artist Le Comte de Nuit, he did a portrait of Queen Elizabeth, so she looks down onto the concert audience.
The concert hall is still used to this day to host jazz and classical performances. When Peleș Castle was built in the late 19th century, King Carol I insisted that it was equipped with the latest technology so it could function efficiently. Peleș may look like something from the Middle Ages, but in its day, it was a thoroughly modern palace.
I was looking today to the castle, and I realized that it expressed very much the personality of Carol, at the same time very much connected to history, to old fashion, but also very open to modernity. And I think these parts are visible definitely inside the castle.
One room, above all, represents King Carol's ambition. It is a main reception room known as the Hall of Honor.
Fără îndoială, regele Carol a pus în castelul Peleș și în decorația interioară o parte din sufletul său. Holul de onoare, de pildă, prin întreaga decorație, vorbește despre originile sale germane, prin galeria de strămoși și prin statuile care reprezintă strămoși.
The main hall is in many respects the most symbolic part of the house. It is the place where he and everyone else until us receive the most important guests.
Capetele încoronate ale Europei erau invitate aici la castel să participe la recepții, să participe la partide de vânătoare și la plimbări pe munte. Întotdeauna sobru, drept, îmbrăcat în uniformă militară, el își aștepta oaspeții în mijlocul sălii.
The Hall of Honor contained a high-tech surprise for Carol's distinguished guests. When they were ready, he would show them the heavens.
One of the really lovely features about the Hall of Honours is that they don't have conventional windows around the room. So instead, what they've done is to create this glass ceiling over a part of the room. And this glass ceiling is quite stunning. So when you look up, you see a layer of stained glass. But in fact, above the layer of stained glass is another glass ceiling as well. Now, these are actually retractable. So initially, you would manually winch it open. So you could open up the stained glass layer, let more light in, and then you could even open up the second layer of glass. And what that did was open up the room to the elements so you could get nice fresh air. And eventually they changed that opening system to being run by an electrical motor.
There was no practical purpose to the retractable glass ceiling. It was merely an item for show. Mysteriously, a ceiling could retract to show you the real sky, no doubt the awe of the guests assembled below.
The reason I think that they actually had the two layers of glass is that the outer layer of glass was the load-bearing glass, the structural glass, the thing that would actually take the weight of the pounding rain or the snow or any other weather elements that affected it. Because the stained glass itself, being more of a piece of art, wouldn't have been able to withstand the weather in the same way.
The retractable roof is just one example of many modern technologies deliberately put into the building. This was a very early building with electricity, and the electricity not only enabled the roof, but was also used for the lighting.
King Carol's enterprising engineers used a natural resource to provide the castle's electricity.
Apa pârâului Peleș izvorăște din apropierea castelului Peleș, din munți. Este o apă pură, clară și, datorită diferenței de nivel, de altitudine, ea capătă putere venind la vale cu o forță puternică. Însă a fost necesară regularizarea și crearea manuală a acestor cascade pentru a asigura presiunea necesară de funcționare a turbinelor.
The power plant was designed to complement the architecture of the other buildings in the area. It also had another practical function. Its first floor had accommodation for less important guests at the castle. The power plant was built in 1884 with the assistance of engineers from Austria. Over 130 years later, it's still going strong.
Aici puteți vedea turbinele originale și sistemul original de funcționare. Centrala mai funcționează, sigur că au rămas numai două grupuri funcționale și ea este racordată la sistemul național de asigurare a curentului electric. Ea reprezintă, pe de o parte, o dovadă a istoriei tehnicității în România și, totodată, o dovadă a valorificării a tot ceea ce regele Carol I a adus în România.
In order to ensure the turbines worked efficiently and to keep water flowing at a consistent speed, a balancing tank was built. A valve stops water from flowing too quickly into the turbines. The backwash created flows up into the balancing tank, which equalizes the pressure before releasing the water gently back into the system. The electricity the power plant produced achieved spectacular results.
The effect of the lighting both inside and outside the castle was so extraordinary that visitors said that the castle looks like a Christmas tree.
And there was an innovative way of staying warm during the cold winter months. Heat was provided by a central heating system that sent hot air to vents in the floors and walls of the palace.
Not only did it include electricity, it also included central heating. which doesn't sound particularly remarkable today, but was very unusual at the late 19th century, most houses not installing central heating until the middle of the 20th century. Central heating consisted of a boiler which was coal-fired in the basement, which was used to heat water and air. The air was fed through ducts through the walls and the floors and the ceilings, and then into the rooms. But the boiler was also used to heat water, which was then fed through pipes to more conventional radiators.
Peleș Castle's revolutionary heating system provided warmth for over 40 rooms. Some of the fireplaces did generate heat, just not in the conventional way.
So they actually created these fake fireplaces, which then had a bit of a cover, and then behind the cover sat the radiator, so that it still looked like the heat was coming out of a fireplace, whereas actually it was some super modern technology that was doing the job.
In amongst the modern technology, there was still space to celebrate the traditional. The grandest of the palace's guest suites was built for the visit of a very special dignitary, one of the most powerful men in Europe.
Ne aflăm aici în apartamentul imperial, cel mai mare apartament de oaspeți al castelului Peleș, amenajat pe latura de sud la începutul secolului 20, între anii 1905 și 1906, în intenția de a-l găzdui pe împăratul Franz Joseph al Austro-Ungariei.
King Carol I wanted to impress and honor his neighbor, and so the room was built in the style of Franz Joseph's very own Schönbrunn Palace in Vienna.
Lustra, cu forma unui coș de fructe, are deasupra montată o coroană care, bineînțeles, face trimitere la coroana imperială austriacă. Apartamentul imperial se compune din salonul mare, salonul mic decorat în stil neorococo austriac, din dormitorul împăratului, budoarul acestuia, baia și camera primului valet.
King Carol I had created a structural masterpiece in the mountains. But on the 10th of October 1914, he died in his bedroom at Peleș. His 48-year-long reign was over. Carol was succeeded by his nephew, 49-year-old Ferdinand I. Ferdinand was married to Princess Marie of Edinburgh, a granddaughter of Britain's Queen Victoria.
Queen Marie of Romania was brought up in England. She was an incredibly popular woman. She was much loved by the people, and she was really very strong-willed.
But Queen Marie was not a fan of her new home at Peleș.
She's mentioning in her memoir that she found the castle a little too cold and too dark and not so much connected to her personality, which was much more lighter and energetic, and she needed more space just for herself. She wanted her children to have a place where they are, first of all, children, and after that, prince and princesses.
The new king and queen did not want Peleș to be their home. They preferred the large mansion just a short distance away that had been built for them by King Carol. It was known as Peleșor, which means Little Peleș.
They saw it growing and becoming their own house. And that's the place where they had all their children, and all their children grew up in that place.
King Carol had insisted that the outside of Peleșor should be architecturally similar in style to its larger neighbor. The inside, however, was Marie's to play with. This is the jewel at the heart of Peleșor, known as the Gold Room.
Sala aceasta este inspirată din curentul Art Nouveau. Pereții sunt acoperiți cu frunza de ciulin, care este simbolul heraldic al Scoției natale, dar în același timp simbolul orașului Nancy, acolo unde au fost puse bazele curentului Art Nouveau la sfârșitul secolului al XIX-lea. Piesele de mobilier care decorează această sală sunt sculptate în lemn de tei aurit. Regina avea o personalitate deschisă, luminoasă și așa se explică prezența aurului care acoperă atât stucatura pereților cât și piesele de mobilier.
The Gold Room meant so much to Queen Marie that when she died in July 1938, her heart was placed in a casket and will forever remain in her favorite place. Ferdinand I became King of Romania in October 1914, 2 months after the outbreak of the First World War. Romania remained neutral until 1916, when the country joined the British and French in the fight against the so-called Central Powers. But during the conflict, Romania was under regular attack from its enemies, and for a time, Păleș Castle became a headquarters for the German army.
The royal family took refuge in Iași, in north part of the country. Palace was a castle in a war as well. Some areas were closed. We had the German soldiers around. Fortunately, there were not mass destructions during the war. It was not bombed or something. So it was also protected but used as a military residence.
As part of the treaties at the end of the war, the region of Transylvania was given to Romania. It was a significant achievement for King Ferdinand.
Imagine how important was the impact of this result of the war. Transylvania, which used to be part of Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and it's a large area and rich area, is now integrated. So he's the king of the great Romania. He's the king of the country in present-day state.
It was here, in one of the finest royal apartments at Păleș, that King Carol II, the eldest child of Ferdinand and Marie, was born. He came to the throne in 1930, at the start of a decade of turmoil in Europe.
King Carol II, he was initially popular because he spoke Romanian as the first language, he'd been born in the country, but he had a very scandalous reign, a lot of affairs, and he became very unpopular due to what was seen as his debauchery.
He was very, very intelligent and very erudite, which was quite unusual for a monarch, for a head of state in those days. But he lived in the time of Stalin and Hitler. He couldn't have been Nelson Mandela. There was no time for that. And having Hitler on your left side and Stalin on the right side imposes a certain behavior. We are very comfortable today in the European Union to talk about values and shared values, but at the time, his counterparts were Mussolini, Hitler, and Stalin. Quite a strange trio.
King Carol II's autocratic reign ended in 1940, when Nazi Germany seized Romanian territory.
Carol II abdicated at the beginning of the Second World War, after Romania lost a part of Transylvania and the northern part of Romania as well. Some historians consider that it was a tough decision, and he felt guilty because he was not able to keep the state. Others consider that he didn't want to take the responsibility.
An extremist government under General Marshal Ion Antonescu joined forces with Hitler. Then in 1944, with the Soviet army approaching, the Romanians switched sides and helped drive out the German forces.
Michael I of Romania was the son of Carol II, so when Carol II had abdicated, Michael gave a lot of power to lead the war to General Antonescu, and throughout the war, the power of the Soviet Union really increased, and in 1945, the government instituted the communist government, which was very popular with the people.
In 1948, the Communist Party temporarily shut Păleș Castle to the public.
They didn't knock it down because they didn't need to. They just closed it and that was all. They didn't have any appetite for this kind of symbols. They were very complex. The complex of inferiority was huge.
I would say that Peleș became like a silent witness of the history of Romania under the communist regime, because it's important to mention that the royal family disappeared from the textbooks. It was nothing mentioned about the kings and queens of Romania in the textbooks in high schools or the university.
As the regime became tougher, Peleș was shut off and became rather mothballed, which essentially was rather good for it. People just forgot about it.
In the 1970s, the new communist president, Nicolae Ceausescu, recognized the value of Peleș as a place to impress foreign dignitaries. He knew too that the castle was in need of restoration.
Cu toate acestea, Ceausescu, în momentul imediat anterior restaurării, a invitat la castelul Peleș pe președintele american Ford, care a venit însoțit de secretarul de stat Henry Kissinger. Există fotografii cu cele 3 personaje în holul de onoare. Cu ocazia vizitei de la Sinaia, Ford și Ceausescu au încheiat un tratat economic al națiunii cele mai favorizate, se numea.
1 month after the fall of the Berlin Wall in November 1989, Nicolae Ceausescu's communist government also crumbled.
After the Romanian Revolution of 1989, Peleș Castle came back into the hands of government, and it was opened and used for events and concerts and became a place of entertainment once more.
When we read the journals of the time or newspapers of the time, we understand how people from all over Romania just came to visit. They are still coming, of course, to visit Peleș, but the first year after the fall of communists saw an important number of Romanians who wanted to learn more about their history and their royal history as well.
The castle finally came back to the royal family. The royal family no longer ruled Romania, but they were given back their title, and under part of those negotiations, they did get back some of their palaces, including Peleș.
In 1997, King Michael I, the son of Carol II, who had reigned before the communist era, was allowed to return to Romania. His Royal Highness, Prince Radu's father-in-law, had proved to be remarkably resilient.
King Michael is probably, could be in the Guinness Book of Records. He's probably the only king I know in history who managed to survive 90 years his own coronation. 90 years. Crowned at the age of 6 and died at the age of 96. Somebody who had to have lunch with Hitler and militated for NATO until the countries behind the Iron Curtain became NATO members, and then he went to eternity. It's quite a number of models to follow.
Today, the castle attracts over 400,000 visitors a year from all over the world. Peleș was built as a new castle for a new country. What began as a project by a German-born ruler has been embraced as a truly Romanian treasure.
It is interesting from my perspective as a historian to see that after a century and a half from the moment the castle was built, became really part of the Romanian civilization and the symbol of the Romanian history.
The value of Peleș is the identity of the place, the fact that it incarnates a very important part of our sovereignty, of our history, of our politics, of our nation. That's perhaps why Romanians love Peleș so much, because they see in it the reflection of their own statehood. And statehood is what we missed for 50 years.
palaces, the most spectacular and lavish homes on earth. Luxuriously designed for the royals who wanted the biggest and the best. Behind the golden gates of these royal megastructures are incredible stories waiting to be discovered. Infamous monarchs from history, and the artists, designers, and engineers who turned their grand visions into a reality. These are the most opulent, flamboyant, and innovative royal residences around the world. This time, the home of one of the world's most powerful royal dynasties, the Habsburgs. At their peak, the imperial family's branches spread across Central Europe, and for 350 years, Schönbrunn Palace in Vienna, Austria, was their main summer residence. Its 1,441 rooms have played host to some of Europe's most influential figures and events, making Schönbrunn one of the world's greatest palaces. Marie Antoinette, Mozart, and Napoleon Bonaparte, just a few of the famous names who have walked the corridors of this breathtaking building. Starting life as a hunting lodge, after a major renovation, Schönbrunn Palace became the home of the Habsburg monarchy between 1569 and 1918. Bobby Titmarsh moved from the UK to Vienna over 3 decades ago and has never looked back.
Schönbrunn is, for me, is my life. I started to work in Schönbrunn in 1974, basically as a guide. So I've seen the paintings from the front, from the back, from the side. I know where the cobwebs are. I know Schönbrunn inside out. And it's become my home to a certain extent. It's just become part of my life. And for me, definitely something special.
Schönbrunn holds many engineering secrets. In 1744, architect Nicolaus Becassi turned the former hunting lodge into a palace fit for royalty by designing a clever way of keeping the servants separate from the imperial family.
In this room, you can see one of the largest stoves in Schönbrunn. All of the stoves were stoked from the other side. To stoke the stoves, the servants would have had to go through that door, or through doors like this, into the corridor to get to the back of the stove. And those corridors were used by the servants so that they could do their work, but they were also used by members of the imperial family so that they could bypass the rooms. So if the emperor was standing in one of these rooms, you wouldn't be able to walk through the room. Even if you were the crown prince, you would have to bypass the room by using the doors on the left-hand side. I like to compare the system that we've got to that in England. In the stately homes in England, you have a system of upstairs and downstairs. So the family lived in the rooms on the first floor or second floor, whereas the servants were in the basement below. In Schönbrunn, we've got the same system, but we've got inside and outside. All of the rooms that were used by the imperial family have got their windows on the outside of the building, whereas the rooms and the corridors on the inside of the building have got their windows on the inner courtyards. So all of the work was done on the other side of these walls, and the family was completely undisturbed.
Bobby knows all about Schönbrunn's long history.
The palace itself dates way back into the 16th century. It used to be a hunting lodge, and it wasn't called Schönbrunn originally, it was called the Catterburg. And there is a legend connected with that building. The Emperor Matthias, he reigned during the 16th century, is said to have gone hunting in the Vienna woods, and he found a small natural spring and tasted the water of the spring and said in German, Das ist aber ein schönes Wasser, ein schöner Brunnen, a beautiful spring. And that spring gave this palace that was later built its name.
The imperial family who ruled over Austria at the time were the Habsburgs. Their lineage goes back to the 11th century.
The Habsburgs are one of the oldest royal families in Europe. They're incredibly powerful, incredibly wealthy. At one point, really, they were seen as the greatest royal family in Europe. So what the Habsburgs wanted, the Habsburgs got.
They start off in Switzerland as Counts of Habsburg in 1020, and by 1276, they're ruling Austria, and they're very powerful. They always used to say, the House of Austria never declares war, it always marries heiresses.
This was part of a process that we call dynasticism, whereby the power and the marriage network was very important. And they were, as a dynasty, obviously vastly influential.
The original hunting lodge was destroyed by Turkish invaders during their unsuccessful siege of Vienna in 1683. 10 years later, an unknown Austrian architect named Johann Bernhard Fischer von Erlach was asked to rebuild Schönbrunn, but little is known of his final design.
We don't know very much about this palace. It was unfortunately not finished. I mean, it was finished in the constructive part. It was built, it had a flat roof because this was the Italian style, but not proper for our climate. It was just a hunting lodge, but in the dimensions, which is now the dimensions of the Schönbrunn Palace.
Schönbrunn would remain incomplete until Emperor Charles VI gifted it as a wedding present to his daughter, the future Empress Maria Theresa.
When Charles VI died, she came very often here. She had already the family with her children, and then she decided in 1744 to remodel and to reconstruct the palace towards a really summer residence with all the needs, with all the ceremonial needs and the purpose to stay here with her family. And so this was the time when Schönbrunn Palace became what it is nowadays, with all the buildings beside, to host all the functions and the offices of the court. It had to host something like 1,000 to 1,500 people here. So she needed a big place to cover all the needs.
Maria Theresa's feeling towards Schönbrunn developed when she was a child. This was still a hunting lodge, and the imperial family would have come to this building to go hunting in the Vienna woods. And she would have spent her childhood years in Schönbrunn. But she was fond of the building. If it wasn't for Maria Theresia, Schönbrunn would never have become what it is today.
To make her vision a reality, Empress Maria Theresa turned to Italian-Austrian architect Nicolaus Percassi.
He's so incredibly important in Schönbrunn's history because he largely gave us the Schönbrunn Palace that we know today. It was such a huge project, and the process of renovation meant the palace itself had to be extended, indeed enlarged, and he was largely responsible for this.
The only record that we have is that Maria Theresia mentioned in a letter to somebody, I don't remember, that Percassi is an architect who understands her ideas and he knows to realize it. We can figure out that he was learning by doing. When he dismantled the inside in the middle, the ground floor, it must have been a big risk that not everything is falling down, because he took all the walls out to make a passage from the courtyard to the garden. So it was quite risky what he did.
The original building only had 2 floors. As you can see, this building has got 3 floors, and Maria Theresia had everything changed.
The height of the rooms on the main floor was approximately 8 meters. By reducing this to 5 meters, Percassi was able to insert an entire floor to Schönbrunn without modifying the external structure of the building.
And the central part of the palace has not got those rooms, and that's where the ballroom is. And the ballroom is the original height.
Architect Percassi's plans for Schönbrunn included 1,441 rooms in the 175-meter-wide symmetrical palace. He was influenced by a new style that was sweeping Europe in the middle of the 18th century.
The palace interiors are mainly in the Rococo style. It's the style which was developed in the Maria Theresian epoch. It's the style of her period. And you can see it all over in the rooms.
This is very typical for the period for Rococo. Light, lively, and asymmetrical. It's nearly the opposite to Baroque. Baroque is always very heavy, symmetrical and dark. All of the designs that you can see are asymmetrical, whereas if this was a Baroque room, you would be able to slice everything into 2 halves and it would fit together. That can't be done here.
It does actually look quite tasteful to us now in our age of kitsch. It looks very beautiful. But then it was really excess. It was really a big statement with its sort of extra ornamentation, extra decoration. Was just perfect for a palace because everything about it said, I am the greatest, I am the emperor, and bow down in front of me. So it was really a high expression of huge amounts of money. It was meant to awe the eye.
Maria Theresa was also a formidable woman on the political scene. During her 40-year reign as empress, she made many reforms across the Austrian Empire, providing education for the lower classes and modernizing the judicial system.
Maria Theresa was really Europe's mother-in-law, but she had 16 children and 56 grandchildren, not all of which survived. And so she really was at the pinnacle of a huge network of family that was underpinned by political marriages.
Maria Theresa was an incredibly powerful matriarch. In the time of great matriarchs, she was the most powerful. She was intelligent, she was determined, she was an incredible political power player. She was an absolutely indomitable woman. You would never, ever want to say no to her. She was, I think, the greatest empress.
She was an extremely strong woman that would not give way. She was of the opinion that God gave her the rights that she had, and only God can take those rights away from her. These are the lands that she was entitled to, and she defended those lands with everything that she had. She tried to make new alliances with other countries in Europe.
Maria Theresa wants to extend her power through Europe, through her children, and she was incredibly effective at marrying her children into the greatest royal families of Europe. It was all the Habsburg spin, the Habsburg propaganda. The one we remember most of her children is Marie Antoinette, who married into the French royal family, and we always see her as this great French princess. But when she was hated during the French Revolution, they called her the Austrian princess. They're obsessed with her being a foreigner. And Marie Antoinette, that was an amazing coup for her. She had married in to the French royal family. She was the future Queen of France.
Marie Antoinette has gone down in history as the epitome of French aristocracy during the country's bloody revolution of 1789. But she began her life at Schönbrunn as a little girl named Maria Antonia.
Over here you can see Maria Theresa's second youngest child. Her name was Maria Antonia, better known as Marie Antoinette. She married the King of France, Louis XVI, and was beheaded on the guillotine in 1793 during the French Revolution.
Marie Antoinette remained stoic up until the very end. The strength of her mother Empress Maria Theresa, seemed to be imparted in all 11 of her daughters.
All of the daughters of Maria Theresa, except Marie Christine, they almost haven't seen their husbands before the marriage. They just had paintings, portraits of them to have an idea what the future husband is looking like. There is a sentence documented of Marie Caroline, who was married with the King of Naples, and when she met him, she wrote in a letter, "I was surprised he was less ugly as I supposed, but more stupid than he should be."
One of Empress Maria Theresa and her husband Francis Stephen of Lorraine's additions to the grounds of the palace is now one of Vienna's most popular attractions, with over 2 million visitors per year. Gerhard Heindl has worked at Schönbrunn Zoo for over 20 years.
So we are now in the heart of Schönbrunn Zoo, in the central pavilion. It's part of the Baroque architecture we have in this zoo, dating back to 1752, including some of the old animal houses in the administration building. But this is the very heart of Schönbrunn Zoo. This is the place where the emperors have been to watch their animals and where they celebrated some family affairs.
The zoo was the brainchild of Francis Stephen, who wanted it to be a symbol of the Habsburg power and wealth.
It was state-of-the-art in the first half, and until the second half of the 18th century, it was a must-have. It was a representative thing. The Habsburgians were one of the ruling dynasties of Europe, and they had to have something. We don't know really what kind of animals were there, but in literature it's transported that it were mostly water birds or other birds. We think that Franz Stephen and his wife also must have had monkeys and parrots and something like this. And we know about sheep and goats, exotic ones, also deer and also a reindeer.
And it wasn't just animals that Maria Theresa and Francis Stephen were interested in. The gardens at Schönbrunn were full of exotic plants and trees from around the world. When it came to building a winter home for the rare flora, the Empress once again turned to architect Nicolaus Bacassi. The result was the impressive orangery, which is now managed by Peter Hosek.
The orangery was finished around 1756 because the Empress Maria Theresa wanted to have a storage for these wonderful plants that they collected all over the world within the years, and they wanted to have a storage area, and they also wanted to have a heatable storage area because the plants would otherwise die when they stay outside of the winter. So they built this wonderful building, which is one of the longest, actually I think this is the longest orangery with a 189-meter length. It's a fantastic architectural building.
The huge orangery uses an ancient central heating design known as hippocaust. It's a system that dates back to 350 BC. It works by burning wood in a furnace under the floor and then allowing the hot air to rise through hollow bricks in the walls. This ensures the temperature inside the orangery is perfect for plants during the harsh Vienna winters.
First of all, of course, this wonderful heating system that I'm sitting on right now, which is the hippocaust heating system, which you know from the Romans. And this system is installed here back then and still operating and still working and still in use these days. As you can see, it's quite cold in here. So when it freezes outside, they put all the woods that they collect in the park still up to this day, and they put it in this heating system to heat up the whole room. In the wintertime, it can have up to 14, 15 degrees Celsius here. It's fresh, it's crisp, it's a lot of oxygen, little humidity, and it's just nice.
The Orangery now hosts daily classical concerts, where the Schönbrunn Palace Orchestra performed the music of one of Austria's most famous sons, composer Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. The child protege first performed here in 1762 and will always be linked with the palace.
Mozart's father, Leopold Mozart, was very conscious of his son. He was very knowledgeable of music at the young age of 5 or 6 years. And Leopold then took his son to different cities in Europe and introduced his son to members of the royal families. And one of those families was the imperial family in Vienna, Maria Theresia and her husband Francis Stephen of Lorraine. And a concert took place in the so-called Mirror Room in Schönbrunn in 1762.
He was playing the harpsichord for the empress, and his father Leopold presented him as the Wunderkind.
Young Mozart was a hit with the imperial family.
They took the place by storm. Maria Theresa clapped and clapped. And she picked him up and put him on her knee, whereupon he reached up, put his arms around her neck and gave her a big kiss.
This is the story. We don't really know if it's true, but it's a cute little story, and I think we should keep this kind of story, because I'm sure that a 5-year-old kid would do something like that.
Stories of Mozart's first performance at the palace have become folklore.
Mozart is said to have tripped over as he went into the room, and he fell to the floor. And the imperial family was sitting on the other side of the room, watching, waiting for the musicians to start. And little Marie Antoinette, she was only about 2 years older than Mozart, she ran over and then picked him up, which is something that's a no-go. That's something that members of the imperial family would never do, should never do. But that young, say 8-year-old Marie Antoinette helped Mozart to his feet. And this little boy then turned around and said, "You're so sweet. When I get older, I'd like to marry you." And I think that would have been better for both of them.
It's an amazing moment of history when you think that Mozart would have met Marie Antoinette there. What must they have thought of each other? And obviously, she would just be a face in the crowd to him. But two of them to go on to have these great, incredible lives. Arguably, we might say, two of the most famous people of 18th century Europe were there together in the same room, listening to Mozart play and be such a musical genius.
240 years after Mozart first played at the palace, another famous face performed in the Orangery. In 2001, former US President Bill Clinton was attending a gala event at Schönbrunn.
So it was a dinner, and after the dinner, there was a jazz band playing. One guy from the American company came to me and said, "Can Mr. President play?" And I personally picked the saxophone and put it in a corner. It was ready. And then I went to him and said, "Mr. President, would you like to play with the band?" And he looked at me and he couldn't believe it and said, "Well, do you have a saxophone?" I said, "Sure."
But was the 42nd President of the United States in the same musical league as Mozart?
He was fantastic. He did a really, really good job. He played for like 45 minutes. So for us, it was a big thing because we made pictures and it was in the newspaper everywhere.
Hosting political dignitaries at Schönbrunn was also essential for the Habsburgs in the 18th century. During Maria Theresa's reign, Austria's allegiance with France held great importance. The two countries allied during the 7 Years' War, which was being fought across Europe between 1756 and 1763. Victory for Austria over Prussia at the Battle of Kolin in 1757 led to the building of one of Schönbrunn's most beautiful structures, the Gloriette. The impressive monument was designed by local architect Johann Ferdinand Hetzendorf von Hohenberg in 1772. Stood atop a 60-meter-high hill, the imposing Gloriette took 3 years to build and is considered the first classical-style building in Austria.
We're at the top of the hill, so this used to be a part of the Vienna Woods, But when the Gloriette was built, the top of the hill was flattened, and they started to build the Gloriette, and it was finished in 1775. But it was built to commemorate Austria's victory at the Battle of Kolin, so a type of an Arc de Triomphe.
Part of the Gloriette was destroyed by the Allied forces during the Second World War and restored soon after in 1947.
There were two air raids, one in October 1944, and the second air raid was in February 1945. And in February 1945, they were trying to hit the military installation that was built in 1938 by the German Third Reich. Some of the bombs fell short of their target, or most of the bombs fell short of their target, and 270 bombs landed in the grounds of Schönbrunn. One bomb hit the main building, then one bomb hit the left-hand side of the Gloriette and completely destroyed 1/3 of the Gloriette. So if you're talking about the left-hand side of this building, that's new. If you're talking about the right-hand side, then these are the old decorations.
Just 5 years after the Gloriette was originally finished in 1775, so was Maria Theresa's reign at Schönbrunn.
She died in 1780. She was only 63 years of age. But after contracting smallpox in 1762, she deteriorated. She became very big. She couldn't move. She needed to be carried back and forth in a sedan chair. They even lifted her from one floor to the other. She couldn't climb stairs. But she would have seen this building for the last 5 years of her life, definitely. She was proud. She'd made an achievement. She'd created a majestic complex that showed what power she had and how mighty she was. Schönbrunn symbolizes the might of the Habsburg Empire.
By 1793, relations between France and Austria had soured. Napoleon Bonaparte seized power in 1799 after the fallout from the French Revolution and was intent on conquering Europe.
The Napoleonic Wars were a problem for Austria and a problem for Schönbrunn as time went on. The Austrians won a major battle near Vienna, the Battle of Aspern, but they lost a major battle shortly afterwards, the so-called Battle of Wagram, and that led to Vienna being occupied by the French. And the Austrian emperor was obliged to let Napoleon use half of the palace as his residence, so to speak. So Maria Theresa's rooms, the 18th century rooms at the back of the palace, virtually the best rooms that we've got, were used by Napoleon.
The Emperor, Francis I of Austria, had a cunning strategy to broker a peace deal with the diminutive general.
He married off his daughter to Napoleon. Napoleon's second wife was Maria Louisa, which brought him a little bit of help from his son-in-law, virtually. His son-in-law wouldn't harm him as much as what he would have done had he not given his daughter in marriage to the French emperor.
In the Habsburg family, there was already this tradition to make compromises, to make marriages that brings you together maybe with even if you're enemies. I mean, this is a tradition that Maria Theresa followed and her predecessors followed, so marrying was just always a political strategy of the Habsburg monarch.
This was Napoleon's study. This is where Napoleon worked in 1805 and again in 1809. The people that came to see the French emperor came into that room where they would have been able to speak to the emperor. But if the emperor wanted them to go to his study, they would have been here in this room. This is, for instance, where the Treaty of Schönbrunn was signed in 1809.
After the signing of the treaty, where France imposed harsh diplomatic sanctions on Vienna, Napoleon was conducting drills in the grounds of the palace. Watching on was a disgruntled civilian with murder on his mind.
Friedrich Stubbs was a German, and he did not like the idea of being occupied by France. And he thought the best way to get rid of the threat to Germany would be to kill the emperor. So he was standing in the courtyard of Schönbrunn with a roll of paper, and in the roll of paper he hid a dagger, and then marched towards the emperor and saying, Your Majesty, I'd like to show you my petition. And then the officers stopped him shortly before he got close to the emperor and found the dagger. He was brought to the study where Napoleon was in Schönbrunn, and Napoleon is said to have asked Friedrich Stubbs, if I forgive you for what you've done, what would you do? And Friedrich Stubbs said, if I have the chance, then I'd kill you. And that was definitely the end. He was taken, and then the firing squad did everything else.
It was an act of defiance that could have changed the course of history across Europe.
Schönbrunn is the site of a great what-if in history, and the what-if is, what if Napoleon died? The great Napoleon would have been executed, and everything we know about French history, about Napoleon's war with the entirety of Europe, would have been changed.
By 1848, Napoleon had been defeated and Austria had a new emperor, Franz Joseph I. He chose Schönbrunn as his favorite residence and shared the palace with his wife, Empress Elizabeth of Austria, known affectionately as Sisi. Often compared to Princess Diana, Sisi became a popular figure across Austria and Hungary. Olivia Lichtscheidel is the curator of a museum at Vienna's Hofburg Palace, dedicated to the former empress.
Sisi was very special. I think she was so different in her time. She was emancipated, she was strong, she was shy. She was lovely, but she criticized a lot. So maybe it's this difference in her character between an easy person and a difficult person that makes her so interesting.
Sisi was just a teenager when she arrived at Schönbrunn.
Sisi was a little princess of Bavaria, but she was the cousin of the Emperor of Austria, Franz Joseph. And when he fell in love with her, so she got the chance to have this love match. And she came here when she was only 15. As a bride, she had to come before to Schönbrunn Palace. So she arrived here and everything was strange. She didn't know where to go, what to do. This was very, very difficult for her.
When she did marry Franz Joseph, she wrote only 2 weeks after the wedding in a poem that's very poignant, "Freedom, thou hast turned from me." And she felt as if she'd become completely bound by the position. But as her mother, Ludovica, said, one does not send the Emperor of Austria packing. So she really didn't have much choice. And I think the fact that she made this incredible marriage to what really was the most eligible royal bachelor of the 19th century surprised her more than it did anyone else.
One of the lasting legacies from Franz Joseph and Sisi's time at Schönbrunn is the magnificent Palm House, the home to the Imperial Botanical Collection. Daniel Rohrauer has been the head gardener at Schönbrunn for 15 years.
The plans to build the palm house were started around 1860, when the old greenhouses were rotten down so heavily that they needed to be rebuilt. And then it took quite long to make the Caesar Franz Joseph invested the money. We know about 15 sketches, different ways how to design the palm house, and all 15 were presented to the Caesar, and the Caesar said, no, I don't like this, I want it a bit different.
Franz Joseph finally decided that if he was going to build a palm house, it would be the biggest and the best. In 1855, the Bessemer process had revolutionized steel production. It was now cheaper and available in larger quantities. Architect Franz Sagenschmidt chose to use steel instead of iron when designing the state-of-the-art structure.
He's a Viennese local. He also worked then on and cooperated a lot with railways. He made many railway bridges, and he knew how to work with this new material, with steel, because not many people were skilled in this. He did his job very properly, and the very special architectural way he found, and this is also why our palm house, first it was built 50 years later than the Kew Garden palm house, looks a bit lighter, is that all the carrying massive iron construction is put outside. So it is like a frame around, and the glass construction is hung into it. The work on the palm house took 2 years, and 30 million gulden were invested. This was quite a lot of money for this time, but still less than the architect thought that it would cost.
The 113-meter-long and 28-meter-high palm house took 2 years to build and opened in 1882. 100 years later, modern-day engineering attempts to improve Sagenschmidt's design were unsuccessful.
In the original building, there were airing openings in the wall. And in the 1980s, they were closed because they said like cold air from outside comes in. But now we know that it was an airing for the glasses, that there is not so much condensed water that is dropping down. And a few years ago, there was a special airing system installed. This has a special filter, and in the original building, it was just an opening slit in the wall where the air thrives through and up the glass and did it. And in the 80s, really thought that they know everything and did quite some mistakes.
The emperor behind the palm house, Franz Joseph, and his wife Sisi had 4 children together, 3 daughters and 1 son, the heir to the throne, Rudolf, born in 1858.
The Crown Prince, Rudolf, was a person with a lot of fantasy. He was a liberal-thinking person. And for the court in Vienna, he was, as we call, a persona non grata. So nobody wanted him to influence politics. Then his wedding was not very happy with Stephanie from Belgium. He had a daughter with her, but it was not the big love. So he used drugs, he had lots of mistresses, and all that led to a terrible tragedy, what we call the tragedy of Mayerling, where he committed suicide and killed the young mistress, Marie Wetscherer. So that was something terrible for the Catholic court here, you have to imagine that.
The murder committed by Rudolf and his subsequent suicide on the same fateful night, the 30th of January, 1889, was devastating for Sisi and Franz Joseph.
Sisi was very strong in that time, and she was the first one who got the information. And she was the one that gave the terrible news to Franz Joseph. And she was the one that supported Franz Joseph in the first days, weeks. And the moment he started to work again and to have his normal life, she started to travel. That was her way to come over this terrible tragedy. She started to travel a lot after Rudolf's death because she said, when I'm away, then I'm on one side alone, and on the other side, I can go where I want to go, and I can meet only the people I want to meet, and I can think about lots of things.
Her travels took the 60-year-old Sisi and her lady-in-waiting to Switzerland in 1898. She would never return to Schönbrunn again.
Sisi was in Geneva, and she had no bodyguards in that moment because she often refused to have them, thinking that she was not important. She's not doing politics, she's a woman, defenseless, nothing will happen. But in Geneva, there was Luigi Lucchini, a young Italian, who had a terrible life before. He suffered because he was poor and he wanted to make a sign against rich people. He observed both women because she and her court lady were dressed in black, and he didn't know who is now Sisi, the left one, the right one. So he looked at them, he watched them, And when he knew who Sissi was, then he ran to her with a file, and he really made it with a strong push in her heart. And then they brought her back to the Hotel Beau Rivage, where she died.
So it's a very tragic end. I think it almost broke the poor old emperor. A son committing suicide and a wife stabbed to death.
The Austro-Hungarian Empire mourned for their beloved Sissi. Thousands turned out to see her funeral cortege on the 17th of September, 1898.
People compare her to Diana because of the problems she had on court, because of all the critics here. Diana died very young in the accident. Sissi was assassinated, and in the end, this is what made her really be a myth today. Nobody knew her when she was older. But in the end, the last moment to make really a myth out of Sissi was her assassination.
It was the death of Sissi's son, Crown Prince Rudolf, that set off a chain of events that would eventually put an end to the Austrian imperial family. Emperor Franz Joseph had lost his direct successor. His brother, Karl Ludwig, died, and his nephew, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, was killed in Sarajevo, which signaled the beginning of the First World War. When Franz Joseph died on the 21st of November 1916, his great-nephew, Karl I, and wife Zita became the last emperor and empress to live at Schönbrunn Palace. Karl relinquished participation in the administration of the state on Armistice Day, the 11th of November 1918.
You can't talk about an end of a dynasty with Karl. You can talk about the end of the monarchy here, because Karl and Zita had to leave Vienna then because they were asked to participate in the parliament as politicians, but they said, no, that's impossible. So they officially never abdicated. And therefore, they had to leave Austria. And Karl died in Madeira.
100 years after the death of the final Habsburg emperor, the palace lives on as a museum, which has been open to the public since the 1960s. Even in the modern world, the scale and the might of Schönbrunn and its 500-acre grounds continue to amaze people from around the globe.
Schönbrunn is definitely one of the most beautiful palaces in Europe, in my opinion. You've got millions of visitors that go through the rooms, and it's getting more and more and more as the years go by.
Schönbrunn is one of the best preserved Habsburg palaces, and preserved in the way that you can still feel the time of Maria Theresa. It's very authentic.
That's what people say when they come to Schönbrunn Palace, that they have the feeling that the emperors left it only some days ago. So we try to make it very familiar.
We often forget how powerful and important the Habsburgs were. And when you go to Schönbrunn, you see how they were so powerful, so feared, and no one ever thought that their great reign, their great power would ever end. And so Schönbrunn, to me, is both an amazing representation of the Habsburgs and their great power, and also a reminder that power never lasts.
Palaces, the most spectacular and lavish homes on Earth. luxuriously designed for the royals who wanted the biggest and the best. Behind the golden gates of these royal megastructures are incredible stories waiting to be discovered. Infamous monarchs from history, and the artists, designers, and engineers who turned their grand visions into a reality. These are the most opulent, flamboyant, and innovative royal residences around the world. In this episode, the Royal Palace of Caserta is a neoclassical masterpiece. This gigantic structure has 1,200 rooms on 5 floors, and by volume, with more than 2 million cubic meters, is the largest palace in the world. The hub of the Bourbon-ruled Kingdom of Naples, it combines stunning architecture with mind-boggling engineering to create a truly unique building, making Caserta one of the world's greatest palaces. Lying 30 kilometers from Naples in southern Italy, the Royal Palace of Caserta was built in 1752 for King Charles VII. But by the early 1860s, the Kingdom of Naples was no more. Despite the short amount of time this spectacular palace existed as a royal residence, it is famous for the engineering feats and revolutionary politics that were the lifeblood of the kingdom. One of Charles VII's first acts as King of Naples was to commission a brand new palace, 30 kilometers north of the capital.
Charles VII chose Caserta. It's actually, when you go now there, it seems rather a little bit in the middle of nowhere comparatively, because there were always revolts in Naples. He wanted it away from Naples because otherwise I think he feared that there'd be constantly people bashing on the windows saying, "Down with you." He wanted it away from there, but he also wanted away from the possibility of sea attacks.
Per un regno che diveniva, almeno formalmente, indipendente. L'anno 1734 segnò il passaggio tra un modo antico e un modo moderno di cominciare a vivere il Mezzogiorno d'Italia.
The most magnificent city in Europe was Paris, maybe. But Naples was on the same plan. Carlo was a very young and determined king to make this capital important. And so he wanted to build this reggia to expand his propaganda against his relatives, Bourbons and Habsburgs.
To realize his dream, Charles approached one of Italy's most prestigious architects, Luigi Vanvitelli.
Vanvitelli's real name was Van Bittel. His father was a Dutchman who'd settled in this southern capital, and he was a genius. And his job, he was told by the king, "You've got to make it bigger than Versailles." So it was bigger than Versailles.
It was definitely statement architecture. This palace said, I am the king, I am not being deposed, and I am here to stay, and I am rich, and I am powerful, and bow down to me, all country. So Vanvitelli, he had grand ambitions, and the sky was the limit, really, because Charles VII wanted everything that could possibly be done to create him as the great ruler who would never be pushed off his throne.
Not only did Luigi Vanvitelli design the Grand Palace, in 1753, he also engineered a water system that is the lifeblood of the entire kingdom, the Caroline Aqueduct. The challenge of bringing water to the palace from the Taburno mountain region 38 kilometers away was massive. The water system's source in the province of Benevento is 254 meters above sea level. By the time it reaches the waterfall in the palace gardens, the elevation is 203 meters above sea level. Transporting 700 liters of water per second, Van Vitelli's aqueduct is a mathematical marvel.
When you're designing an aqueduct, the art is to get the water to flow along it at an even rate. You have to lay the aqueduct to a very exact gradient. In this case, the gradient is just 1 millimeter in a meter. And there are many things that are very difficult to do, but measuring 1 millimeter in a meter with the type of instruments you had in the 18th century was not easy. And to consistently lay the aqueduct over this huge distance at that kind of gradient would have been extremely difficult.
If you think about it, the best way to allow water to transport over long distances is just to allow gravity to do its thing. The problem is that if the water is flowing too fast, then it can actually erode the structure because you get, fast-flowing water and it's kind of cutting away at the stone or the tunnels that you've built or the mud or whatever materials you're using. But on the flip side, if it's not flowing fast enough, then bacteria and other nasty stuff can start growing in it and actually contaminate the water. So there's some kind of happy medium ground that the engineers would have had to figure out over a vast distance, and that to me is some really impressive engineering.
The majority of the Caroline Aqueduct is underground, hidden amongst the mountainous terrain.
Ci misero ben 3 anni per fare una galleria di appena 1 chilometro. E si racconta questo incontro, incontro tra queste 2 squadre di operai che praticamente riescono a rompere l'ultimo diaframma di roccia con Vanvitelli da un lato presente e altri suoi collaboratori, architetto Collecini, dall'altro. In questa impresa era una gioia per tutti, ma chiaramente questa opera ha avuto anche un costo abbastanza elevato nella sua realizzazione e per l'epoca, erano intorno ai 622.000 ducati, attuali 10,5 milioni di euro.
It took nearly a decade to complete the epic project, opening on the 7th of May, 1762. The part of the aqueduct that is visible, the Ponte della Valla, was at the time the longest bridge in Europe.
Furono iniziati i lavori nel 753. Pensate che i ponti della valle, quindi l'opera architettonica più importante, pensate alla lunghezza di 523 metri, alto 60 metri, 3 ordini di archi, quindi di una valenza strutturale abbastanza importante per l'epoca.
Van Vitelli did these extraordinary calculations, but to build it is a whole other challenge. Because when you're building things out of big pieces of stone, when you're tunneling through mountain, when you're creating these channels, things move. Your stone might be 0.5 millimeter bigger than you expected. So there must have been a huge amount of accuracy that went into the actual construction of it in order to achieve that really, really gradual slope.
In the history of fountains and cascades, there are many examples where people spent a great deal of money and then it didn't work. What was so successful at Caserta was that it so obviously works, that the cascades are so dramatic, that the water is produced in such quantity, that all of the gymnastics, all of the huge length of the aqueduct is worthwhile because it creates these amazing effects at the end. It creates one of the most dramatic cascades ever constructed.
It's absolutely amazing to see it. It really is a true feat of engineering simply to carry the water. To think it didn't even take 10 years to build, I think it's one of the greatest aqueducts in the world.
The story of the Palace of Caserta begins 2 decades before the Caroline Aqueduct was constructed. During the War of Polish Succession in 1734, the Kingdom of Naples was acquired by the Spanish house of the Bourbon dynasty.
These are really a hugely powerful family who had fingers in every pie, we might say. They were great, they were powerful, and at every opportunity, they tried to increase their power and make them greater.
The Bourbons had so far ruled France, and so then they ruled Spain. Philip V of Spain had a very ambitious wife, Elizabeth Farnese, So, by dint of a lot of intrigue, she managed to dictate foreign policy, and the Spanish army conquered southern Italy, which is Naples and Sicily, known as the Two Sicilies. So there was this enormous family alliance: France, Spain, the Two Sicilies.
The new Bourbon kingdom was gifted to the royal couple's 18-year-old son, the Duke of Parma, who subsequently became King Charles VII of Naples in 1735. But the new king was far from impressed with his new home.
Le condizioni in cui Carlo di Borbone trovò il regno erano miserevoli. Addirittura il palazzo reale nel quale lui andò a risiedere non aveva mobili. Ne richiese prestito alla nobiltà napoletana e cominciò quest'opera di risalita dello stesso Re Carlo.
And of course, the first thing that you need if you're in charge is a nice big, new, shiny palace.
One of the most celebrated rooms at Caserta is the library. The 14,000 books that are housed here date back almost 300 years to a time when the Neapolitan palace was the heart of a royal dynasty.
It's not a very big collection, but there are some treasures, and many of these books was published for kings, for princes, and widespread only among the aristocracy of Europe of that period.
Among the artifacts are drawings of architect Luigi Vanvitelli's ambitious project, which would eventually become the Royal Palace of Caserta. The blueprints from 1752 reveal a truly grand vision.
These are the original Vanvitelli's designs. Vanvitelli designed the Reggia inside and outside because he was a scenographer and wanted to make a complete project, a very inclusive project, in and out. So he projected all the spaces, room by room, one by one, and all these sections. Probably he had some assistance because the work was impossible to be done by only one person.
He ordered all the materials, or the stones, the marbles of Royal Palace, and paid all the workers, also craftsmen.
Today we tend to think that we can build things faster. What's interesting about modern construction is it's very rarely as fast as construction in the past. The main determinant of construction speed was the number of people on the job. Caserta used people from all over the local area. In fact, it was a major source of employment. And the more money you put into a job, the faster you could do it.
It was built in the 18th century, and at the time, actually, the techniques weren't that broad or wide. So big buildings of that scale tended to be built from stone, from masonry, from brick. So you can see with the Palace of Caserta that it's a big, imposing, large, heavy sort of structure, which is typical of what you would get if you build out of masonry.
Like many buildings of this period, what you see is not necessarily the material underneath. What may look like stone is very often just brick behind. What may look like marble is very often painted or polished plaster. This is the world of effect, of great spaces created with as little cost as you can, because you can afford more of it. And Caserta is all about more.
The rectangular palace measures 247 by 184 meters and encloses 4 inner courts. Its 5 floors cover 47,000 square meters each, and by volume, Caserta is the largest palace in the world with more than 2 million cubic meters of space.
The techniques that we would have seen in the 18th century would actually not have been that different to some of the techniques we were seeing in the Egyptian civilization and the Roman civilization, because the premise was the same, that you're taking units of a material, whether that's brick or stone, and then you're binding them together in some way. So the binding could have been through types of glue, which are mortars, so they're mixes of lime powder, different kinds of resins that basically form the glue that allowed you to stick these big blocks of masonry together. So foundations becomes a challenge because you've got all this weight, you've got all this stone, and making sure that the structures are not sinking down into the ground. The engineers would have had to make sure that the ground had been carefully studied and that the weight could actually be nicely spread out so that it stayed nice and stable. And a lot of manual labor would have been used. So I think if you think about the sheer number of people that would have been slogging away trying to build these palaces, it probably kind of boggles the mind, really, compared to the number of people you would see on a construction site today.
Inside the four walls of the imposing structure, Van Vitelli's layout shows inspiration came from more than just one influence.
The palace is something of a mix of designs. There is Renaissance, there's neoclassical, there's Baroque. What the Bourbons are trying to say is they are as powerful and as great as the Roman Empire and as the great classical rulers.
One of Van Vitelli's most stunning creations is the Grand Staircase. The marble steps rise 32 meters high across 2 levels and are overlooked by a fake dome. Orchestras could hide inside the structure and perform music for the king without being seen.
Allora iniziamo a salire e già possiamo capire la particolarità della composizione. In questo scalone, rispetto a quelli, diciamo, del barocco europeo, agli scaloni pure, diciamo, importantissimi e bellissimi che ci sono in Europa, qui il fruitore sa sempre dove deve guardare, sa sempre il messaggio è un messaggio chiaro e rassicurante. Nel senso, in questo caso si inquadra questa sorta di controfacciata con la maestà del re e si imbocca.
At the top of the first set of 8-meter wide steps are 3 sculptures that Van Vitelli added to intimidate the king's visitors. The Merit, the Truth, and in the middle, the Royal Majesty. Then, as you turn to continue the ascent, the staircase splits and continues upwards as 2 separate 5-meter wide flights with a gradient of just 15 degrees.
Dalla prima rampa si dipartono 2 rampe laterali. Queste 2 rampe erano idealmente destinate una al re e una alla regina.
From an engineering point of view, the side steps that kind of sweep around the central staircase were made from a single piece of Limicella stone from Trapani. And when I try to think about, well, how did they transport that stone? How did they get it to site? How did they then lift it in place and then carve it and make sure that it all fit together properly? That's some pretty impressive design right there.
The royal staircase was then, and is now, one of the greatest parts of Caserta. The marble, it's this huge, sweeping panorama, and it's so long and so huge. It really is incredible. And I think when you stand there, you really can imagine the grandeur, the beauty of this huge court.
Another of Van Vitelli's lavish creations at Caserta is the stunning Court Theatre. Vincenzo Mazzarella believes the groundbreaking auditorium is a masterpiece of design.
Il teatro di corte è stato voluto da Carlo III, progettato da Luigi Vanvitelli, ma la prima progettazione Vanvitelli aveva ideato e pensato il teatro fuori dalla muratura del palazzo. Successivamente, invece, Carlo III desidera il teatro all'interno del corpo del palazzo. Anche perché il teatro esterno, diciamo, alla muratura del palazzo aveva anche una funzione civile. Il re disse: no, ho bisogno di un teatro di corte, per la mia famiglia. Quindi Vanvitelli rivede la progettazione e pensa e costruisce il teatro all'interno del braccio occidentale della reggia.
And there was a passageway from the royal palace so that the king could attend the performances.
The first problem that any architect faced with a theatre to design has to tackle is lines of sight. How do you design a theatre so that everybody in every seat can see the stage? And thus you have to do a drawing where you lay out lines from every point in the stage back to the seats. This produces the great arch, the arcing, semicircular shape of a theatre.
Integrating the theatre into the palace itself proved tricky for the architect.
Quando progetta il teatro di corte, Vanvitelli ha una difficoltà strutturale, perché in questo braccio si trovano due vuoti, il teatro di corte e sopra la cappella palatina. Quindi strutturalmente e a livello ingegneristico, come sostenere questi vuoti, queste spinte importanti delle calotte con il raddoppio della muratura. Noi abbiamo quei pilastri che da sotto le fondazioni arrivano fin sopra la cappella palatina quando diventano uno stretto corridoio, ma servono a sostenere le spinte della calotta, della volta. Adesso vi faccio un regalo, un luogo suggestivo e nascosto che non vede mai nessuno. Seguitemi. Questo è il sotto palcoscenico, comprì? Eccolo. E invece adesso vediamo una cosa strutturalmente e architettonicamente meravigliosa. Venite. Guardate, un pilastro radiale, Noi siamo sotto la platea. Tutto questo unico pilastro sosteneva e sostiene tutta la platea completamente. È una invenzione completamente vanvitelliana. Vedete? Pilastro radiale. Questo posto, il teatro di corte della Reggia di Caserta, sarà un punto di riferimento per le costruzioni teatrali di tutto il Settecento e l'Ottocento.
It took 13 years to build the theatre, which was finally ready to stage productions in 1769. Anyone lucky enough to get a seat here would have been completely blown away.
Questo teatro è unico nel suo genere perché ha alcune caratteristiche che non hanno nessun teatro del mondo. Perché è unico? Primo perché Vanvitelli, per sostenere questi enormi pesi che arrivano dall'alto, che cosa fa? Affoga le fondazioni del teatro dentro le fondazioni del palazzo.
The first floor balcony actually sits at ground level. The stalls are 5 meters below, deep in the foundations of the palace, which gives the theatre extra structural strength. Vanvitelli also had another trick up his sleeve.
One unique feature of this theatre, which I think is quite fun really, is that they had an openable backdrop. And this was designed by having a detachable portal. And what they would do is basically open up this backdrop towards the end of the performance, and then you would have the royal parks as your scenery for the play or for the music that you were watching. And that must have been a really, really special thing to witness.
The court theatre is one of my favourite parts of Caserta. It's really very well preserved. It's so beautiful. It's just very ornate, very elegant, and it is the ultimate extravagance. You've got your own theatre. You don't even have to go out. Everyone comes to you. And the idea of just being able to pop into your palace, into a theatre, is marvellous.
Some of the performances were so realistic that the audience weren't even sure if the drama unfolding on stage was part of the production.
Per uno spettacolo che è intitolato La Didone abbandonata, gli scenografi costruiscono le mura di Cartagine da qui fino ad andare nel parco. A un certo punto lo spettacolo prevede l'incendio delle mura di Cartagine e gli scenografi le incendiano veramente, si incendiano veramente, gli spettatori scappano per la paura, gli attori sono costretti a riprenderli e a riportarli dentro lo spettacolo.
The Royal Court Theatre proved to be architect Luigi Vanvitelli's last hurrah.
Il teatro di corte della Reggia di Caserta è l'unica costruzione ultimata completamente dall'architetto Vanvitelli. Vanvitelli, oltre a progettare tutto il complesso vanvitelliano, quindi ad avere tutta l'idea, veramente realizza solo ed esclusivamente il teatro di corte, riesce a vedere ultimato solo il teatro di corte.
Luigi Vanvitelli died in 1773, but his designs continued to be realized in and around the palace. The sprawling 300-acre park that surrounds Caserta is another engineering marvel. Architect Letteria Spuria appreciates the scale of Vanvitelli's design.
Luigi Vanvitelli had the original idea for the Royal Park. He had been appointed by the King Charles to plan a new magnificent royal palace and a huge park to compete with the other European royal residents and to have an alternative place to the capital that was in Naples.
Part of Vanvitelli's elaborate design included an impressive optical illusion.
The purpose of the telescope effect that you can see from the central gallery of the palace is to include in one single frame all the elements that are along the central axis of the park. It's an optical effect that is based on a perspective, so the distance from the palace to the waterfall seems shorter than it really is.
And what is particularly dramatic about the garden is the way it's laid out in a perspectival fashion. That is, it's a very long garden and it's symmetrical straight in front of you. And thus you have no way of judging how long it is. And what's more, it's on a slope. So one's eye assumes that it is flat, but it is of course sloping up with great cascades coming down it. So you have this unnerving feeling of not knowing how far away anything is.
The eye is dragged from the back of the palace. You look up the garden, and there's this couple of kilometers away, this wonderful fountain, and the stream coming down towards you. And it really was staggering.
I personally think that what's really impressive about that is, again, the setting out of it. How did you actually make it perfectly flat? How did you get it to be perfectly straight to ensure that that visual effect and that perspective ended up so incredibly impressive?
Despite commissioning both the Caroline Aqueduct and the Palace of Caserta itself, Charles VII never actually spent a night there. In August 1759, after serving as King of Naples for 25 years, he headed back to Spain.
Charles VII commissioned the palace, was in love with the palace, dreamt of the palace, but he never actually lived there because he abdicated the throne of Naples and Sicily to go and be Charles III of Spain. And so instead, the throne of Naples and Sicily came to his son, Ferdinand, and he took over the palace.
In 1767, at the age of 16, Ferdinand took full control of the kingdom. The following year, he married Maria Carolina of Austria, combining two of Europe's royal powerhouses, the Bourbons and the Habsburgs.
Well, they always said that he was only interested in hunting and practical jokes. He was, in fact, much brighter than people realise. But he married a really tough lady who was Marie Antoinette's sister, Maria Carolina, who ran the show for a long time.
Maria Carolina is one of my favourite figures. She is this incredible woman. She was married off to Ferdinand when she was really very young, and she arrived a shy young princess in the palace in a very different place. I mean, Naples in Sicily is nothing like the formal palace of Austria, but she was an intelligent, determined woman.
Lei era figlia di Maria Teresa d'Austria, l'imperatrice, era donna di carattere, sua sorella era regina di Francia e quindi questa abitudine al governo, con questa educazione a comandare e a orientare gli eventi, lei era particolarmente propria, soprattutto come un re come Ferdinando IV, che era di carattere abbastanza, diciamo, malleabile, diremmo oggi.
Adjacent to the palace, the Belvedere of San Lucio had been part of the kingdom during Charles VII's time at Caserta. Ferdinand IV and Maria Carolina reigned through a progressive era known as the Age of Enlightenment, or Illuminism. And, under the new royal couple, San Lucio was turned into a self-sufficient commune, which included its own silk factory. Alessia Parabello runs tours of the complex, which still functions to this day.
Ferdinand started the restoration of Belvedere between 1773 and 1774. The hall was transformed into a church, while the cowhouse was used as a silk factory. In 1789, the royal colony of San Lucio was founded, and little by little it came to form a community of weavers.
Created a community of work, residence, health, instruction in San Lucio. That is the first in Europe.
Ferdinand extended the grounds of Caserta to incorporate San Lucio.
Since he arrived here, Ferdinand IV hired an architect, Francesco Collecini, pupil of Luigi Vanvitelli, and asked him to enclose the entire property with a wall and enlarge the palace. In a short time, this place became the favorite site of the king. This is the only example in which a factory was located inside the royal palace.
The workers at San Lucio provided for the palace, and in return, the king and queen provided them with a place to live.
All workers were assured a house, equal rights, equal clothes for all. The earnings were proportional to merit. Everybody had the right to go to school from the age of 6. It was compulsory. And after that, the guys could learn the art of silk. Ferdinand IV secured funeral and medical expenses to all.
The San Lucio factory is a fascinating and really very early example of a form of socialism, really, because this was the factory where all the materials were made for the palace, silk, furniture, all kinds of things that they needed. So it really was the beginning of the idea that you could give workers homes, you could give workers a place to live, and job security as well, which you start seeing in the 19th century.
These throwing machines were activated by an hydraulic wheel that is under this floor, linked with this wooden column that rotated so the silk can twist itself and reinforce.
The hydraulic wheel at San Lucio is still powered by the water from the Caroline Aqueduct, some 250 years after it was built.
Silk are still made for clients worldwide, like Buckingham Palace, Vatican, White House, and all the most important institutions of the world. I love the project. I love the fact that the workers were so important for a king. I love the fact that there are these beautiful houses and this project full of principle of socialism and French Illuminism.
King Ferdinand IV's wife, Maria Carolina, came from a powerful family, the Habsburgs. Her mother, Empress Maria Theresa, ruled Austria for 40 years, and her sister, Marie Antoinette, was the Queen of France.
Maria Carolina was a chip off the old block. She was a great matriarch, had huge amounts of children. She was a great politician. She believed that you, as an empress or a queen, you're not just a consort, you are there to help rule. The whole idea that women were simply meant to listen and obey their husband, she had no time for that. Maria Carolina, she knew she was more intelligent, more political, more savvy, more sharp than her husband.
One of Maria Carolina's greatest additions to Caserta is the English-style garden. Created in 1785 by Carlo Vanvitelli and English gardener John Andrew Grafer, Maria Carolina's inspiration behind it was born out of competition with her sister.
Il giardino inglese si ispirava in parte al Petit Trianon che la regina di Francia, Maria Antonietta, aveva fatto realizzare come suo luogo di delizia a Versailles. Maria Antonietta era la sorella di Maria Carolina e quindi la regina di Napoli decide di investire parte del suo patrimonio personale per realizzare un giardino informale o di paesaggio romantico, come si diceva, per competere col Petit Trianon e per avere essa stessa quindi un luogo di delizie. Un luogo di piacere.
The garden was a means of escape for Maria Carolina, whose marriage to Ferdinand was not a happy one. Despite this, she had 18 children with her husband, 7 of which survived to adulthood. When she gave birth to her first son, Carlo, in 1775, Maria Carolina became even more powerful.
When she'd had a son, that meant that she was allowed to be on the council, and pretty much she began to rule the court. Ferdinand was a man who was not the greatest of intellects. He loved dancing and he loved hunting. So his life was all about hunting. So quite a lot of his business was done while he was hunting, but she did an awful lot of the business without him. She was a key figure in the court. Patronage went through her.
E chiaramente il suo ruolo politico le consentì di allontanare il marito e la corona dalla Spagna e di avvicinarsi invece all'Inghilterra e all'Austria. Austria che era la sua patria, e Inghilterra che era uno stato alleato a cui Maria Carolina si sentiva profondamente legata, grazie anche all'amicizia con Lord Hamilton.
She was vital to all the political systems, all the ambassadors. They made very good friends with her. One example is Emma Hamilton, the mistress of Lord Nelson, who became best friends with Maria Carolina when she was married to Sir William Hamilton, the ambassador, because William Hamilton encouraged that, because he knew that the route to power in Naples, the route to influence in Naples, was not through the king, but through the queen.
But all power is fleeting. In France, revolution was in the air, and the ire of the angry mobs was focused directly at Maria Carolina's sister, Marie Antoinette.
The hardest thing of Maria Carolina's life was to read, was to see, was to hear about what was going on in France with her sister and be powerless to help. There was so little she could do to help. What could she do? Send in an army to rescue her sister? And it was very painful for her. And Emma Hamilton, the mistress of Nelson, the wife of Sir William Hamilton, the ambassador, she gained access to Maria Carolina first up because she delivered a secret letter to her from Marie Antoinette. So Emma went to see Marie Antoinette when she was imprisoned, took a secret letter to Maria Carolina, and after this, Maria Carolina and Emma were best friends. They were never to be parted.
After the fallout from the French Revolution, in which Marie Antoinette was beheaded in 1793, Napoleon Bonaparte swept his French army across Europe, starting a series of wars and creating chaos. At the turn of the 19th century, he arrived in Naples.
Napoleon invades, but the reason why Napoleon gets such a good welcome in Naples is because people have seen about the French Revolution and they are starting to rise up. They are rising up against being governed by the Bourbons. They are angry, they are Republican, and so Napoleon, curiously, because he was, one of the most dictatorial people you could imagine, creates this upswell of Republican sentiment who ally with him because they think, oh, well, if we follow Napoleon, if we help Napoleon, we'll get free and we won't be ruled anymore, we'll be able to be independent. So Napoleon is seen by an awful lot of ordinary people in Naples as their liberator from Bourbon tyranny.
Protected by the British Royal Navy, Ferdinand and Maria Carolina fled the kingdom.
And the Royal Navy evacuated the royal family to Sicily, where they sat out the war because the French couldn't cross the Straits of Messina without being blown out of the water.
Maria Carolina fu costretta a fuggire in Sicilia, la prima nel 1799 durante la Repubblica Partenopea, la Repubblica Napoletana, quindi la rivoluzione, e la seconda con l'avvento del Regno francese, quindi tra il 1805 e il 1815. Dopo questo secondo esilio lei non tornò più a Napoli, andò in Austria e lì morì poi nel 1814.
Maria Carolina had left a world that she no longer understood.
It was so painful for her to see her beloved sister thrust off her throne, put into prison, eventually executed, and then she herself lost her throne. It was a terrifying time. To her, it seemed like utter madness. Europe was on the brink of pure anarchy by throwing off kings, queens, executing them. It was the most difficult time of her life to see her sister suffering and not being able to help her. And then, of course, Napoleon came for her too.
But Maria Carolina's legacy lives on at Caserta, in the vast and beautiful grounds.
Il giardino inglese della Reggia di Caserta fu sicuramente il primo giardino di paesaggio in Italia. Si ha notizia di altri giardini romantici o giardini, diciamo, spontanei, quindi ispirati all'idea di una natura senza regole, che apparisse naturale, ma questi giardini risalgono alla seconda metà dell'Ottocento, quindi di sicuro il giardino della Reggia di Caserta è il più antico giardino di paesaggio che abbiamo in Italia.
Although only 2 kings ever ruled at the royal palace of Caserta, it stands as one of the most incredible buildings in Europe and remains an engineering colossus with its own theatre and factory in the grounds.
The first thing I loved when I went here in 1983, it was the perspective from the square to the cascade. It was astonishing.
La Reggia di Caserta è un luogo speciale perché raccoglie le memorie di una famiglia importante che ha dato molto per l'Italia meridionale, molto di più di quanto hanno dato i viceregni precedenti.
It's huge, it's architecturally brilliant, the aqueduct is fantastic, the gardens are amazing, but why I love it is because it is a symbol of the great peak before the fall of monarchy, of royalty, of these dictatorial, tyrannical, great imperial families. It's the last moment, it's the last flush of their grandeur, because after this, they had lost everything and they were never going to get back their power.
Palaces, the most spectacular and lavish homes on earth. Luxuriously designed for the royals who wanted the biggest and the best. Behind the golden gates of these royal megastructures are incredible stories waiting to be discovered. infamous monarchs from history, and the artists, designers, and engineers who turned their grand visions into a reality. These are the most opulent, flamboyant, and innovative royal residences around the world. This time, Kensington Palace in London is an intimate residence that houses today's modern royals. But it began as a new home for King William III and Queen Mary II in 1689. The brainchild of architect Sir Christopher Wren, its construction was state-of-the-art, and its design was the height of sophistication, making Kensington one of the world's greatest palaces. Two of the most famous royals in British history, Queen Victoria and Princess Diana, have both lived at Kensington Palace. Hidden away in London's Hyde Park, it began its life as an early 17th century Jacobean mansion before becoming a palace fit for the monarchy. Lee Prosser has been a curator here for over 15 years.
Kensington's grown very organically from its origin. It was never a grand palace. It was always a retreat, a very intimate place for the king and queen. And it started life as a little courtier's house, so a square block, if you like, quite modest. And then it was extended and extended and extended and extended over the years. And what that's left us with is a difficult labyrinth to navigate. And even people who work here have to think about where they're going if they want to get from one place to another, because there's no logic to it and it can be quite confusing. But it's a reflection of the way that the building's just grown piecemeal over the years, really.
As well as a rich history, Kensington Palace is full of refined engineering. The original roofs, designed by Sir Christopher Wren in 1689, are a great example.
There are elements of this palace which represent technological advance, but you can't see them because they're all in the roof. And Wren built the most modern form of roof in the 17th century. He used a new structural form, which we call a king post truss, which was a new way of allowing you to have roofs which had a lower pitch and a wider span. You didn't want to see great tall roofs over your buildings in the 17th century. You wanted low, shallow pitches. And the only way to do that was to combine timber with iron and to create what's called a truss, which is a structural form of roof. And Wren used them in nearly all his buildings. But here at Kensington, we see the development of that technology.
Although the king post style of roofing dates back to the ancient Romans, Wren was a master of the design and used a new interpretation, which is still used today.
He was as much a mathematician and an engineer as he was an architect. And that's where I think his greatness lies. He wasn't just a man who designed the buildings, he was also concerned about the way they were put together. And so the technology that allowed him to build in a new way.
As a structural engineer, I'm a bit of a fan of triangles. We like triangles, they're nice, strong shapes. Now, when Christopher Wren was designing the roof for the Kensington Palace, he had quite a long span that he wanted to cover. So if you think about, well, what's a good way to cover a big, long distance? You want to use triangles. So what he did was he had a pitched roof, so he had this kind of the two pieces of the triangle that went up. But what then happens if you think about kind of two pieces of wood like that, when you get the weight of gravity acting on the top of it, it tends to push out. So what he did was to add an extra piece. The third side of the triangle was put in, and that then becomes a tie. So instead of getting pushed, that force is going into this tie across the bottom of the triangle. But then to take it one step further, because it's quite a long distance, that tie, just under gravity, would start to sag a bit. So the idea was to add the king's post, and that's why it's called the king's post truss, which is another vertical piece that went from the apex of this triangle to the center of that tie at the base of the triangle. So you end up with a really stable structure. And that shape was a real innovation for its time.
300 years later, the roofs are all still in perfect condition.
In 1688, before Kensington Palace existed, England was ruled by Stuart monarch James II. But Parliament made the decision to depose the Catholic king and replace him with his Protestant daughter Mary and her husband, the sovereign Prince of Holland, William of Orange. The political move has since been dubbed the Glorious Revolution.
William and Mary were quite popular monarchs. I think there was a real sense of relief at the demise of Mary's father, James II, who was the absolute opposite, very dogmatic, very determined to stamp his views on the English people, whereas William and Mary were much more tactful, diplomatic, and very well liked.
The new monarchs needed a new home.
William and Mary had to quickly assert their new regime, and the best way to do that was through bricks and mortar. They also wanted more modern, comfortable palaces, so they got building very quickly indeed.
He didn't like Whitehall, and he liked Hampton Court, but it was just a bit too far, because you never know that there might have been a crisis in London. So he thought he'd better have a halfway house in the little village of Kensington, it's Nottingham House. He took it over, and with very good taste, he said, "I want the best architect," which is Sir Christopher Wren. And he had carte blanche, and they literally turned it into this lovely red brick and cream building.
By 1689, architect Sir Christopher Wren had made a name for himself by helping to rebuild London after the Great Fire of 1666. He was considered to be the best in the business.
Wren was the most celebrated architect of the day. He had been very prominent in helping to transform London into very much a modern city with the characteristic elegant buildings that we still know today. And he was chief surveyor of the King's works and official royal architect. So really, he was the natural choice for William and Mary.
Wren was charged with turning this small, suburban villa in Kensington into a palace.
He didn't demolish it. What he did was extend what they already had. So he kept the existing structure and added extra sections at the corner, extra pavilions for more accommodation. He made a proper drive up so it would have a proper palatial drive to make it into this great, grand palace.
When you're thinking about trying to amend a structure, you often need to cut into it. And you want to create maybe bigger spaces or extend something or add different materials to the outside of it in order to change what it looks like and the way it works. So it's really important to make sure that it's stable at every stage. So you might cut a portion out first. You need to make sure that's stable. You then add the next section, and then it needs to be stable. And the way you can do that is by putting what we call temporary works in. So what the engineers could have been doing at the time was to create these timber frames, and then once they had finished their work and they knew that all the mortar had dried up and that everything was nice and strong, then those pieces of timber could have been taken away to leave the structure in its final form. So that's a technique we still use today.
Wren utilized a modern trend of construction when creating the new palace.
17th century is a great period for English brickwork. After the Great Fire of London, there'd been a call for rebuilding the whole of central London. An enormous number of bricklayers were required and trained up for the job. And they produced not just ordinary brickwork, but extremely beautiful brickwork, which we call cut and gauged brickwork, where each brick is cut to shape and fitted together with joints that are only 0.5 millimeter. Kensington Palace is full of beautiful brickwork of the best quality.
It was very symmetrical, with different wings leading off from that central original house. And it was also very elegant and actually quite understated compared to some of his other works. But it was undoubtedly now a house fit for a king and queen.
The new royal residence of Kensington Palace was refined yet beautiful. Sir Christopher Wren had created the perfect home for William and Mary.
You can see Wren in two ways. In one way, architecturally, he was a proponent of the Baroque style, and that was a continental style that didn't really catch on that much in this country.
It borrowed a lot from the ideals of ancient Greece and Rome, columns and great arches. It was very symmetrical, and it was incredibly grand. It was really making a statement. If you had Sir Christopher Wren to design a building for you, there would be absolutely no doubt who was behind it.
He popularised things like the sash window, for example, which was fairly modern, fairly new in the late 17th century, and he used them almost everywhere on his palaces. And after Wren, sash windows become universal.
Sash windows are believed to have originated in Western Europe in the 17th century. By installing Kensington Palace with this new innovation, Wren ensured that the building was up to date with modern trends.
The sash window belongs to this period. It's a completely new innovation that is coming in just at the end of the 17th century and will then be used everywhere, so that it will become so common, and many earlier windows will be taken out and replaced with sash windows, that we just take them entirely for granted.
They're good for ventilation. If you open a sash window a little bit at the bottom and a little bit at the top, you get a good flow of air coming into the room. This is an era where there are great advances in technology in buildings too.
The sash window slides, so the top and the lower half slide independently. And sliding windows had been around for some time. But the great innovation was to have counterweights hidden away in pockets on either side of the window, so that when you slid the window up and down, it stayed where you put it.
After the death of Queen Mary in 1694 and King William in 1702, Mary's younger sister, Anne, succeeded to the throne. The new queen made Kensington Palace her home.
I think we don't know enough about Queen Anne. She's not well remembered now because her reign was fairly short, but it was marked by some very important events in our national history.
One of Anne's greatest political achievements was the Acts of Union, where the governments of Scotland and England were joined. The United Kingdom, as we know it today, was born.
Anne had a real soft spot for Kensington, and she spent an awful lot of time there once she was queen, probably more time than at any other of her residences. And she was quite a sociable lady. She liked to host suppers and balls and assemblies. And it was also at Kensington that her notorious relationship, in whatever form that took, with Sarah Churchill, Duchess of Marlborough, was played out. And it actually reached a very stormy end at Kensington.
Queen Anne and Sarah Churchill's story received more attention after the release of the Oscar-winning film, The Favourite.
I think to look at that relationship in modern terms and to suggest that they were lovers is wrong, because they perhaps would have seen their relationship in a different way. The contemporary accounts don't really tell us anything in that detail. They just infer it, and we can make of that what we will.
We do know that the film is absolutely right in portraying Sarah Churchill and her cousin Abigail Masham as fierce rivals for Anne's attention and for her affections. And indeed, this was really the source of a great fight between Anne and Sarah, which took place at Kensington Palace, which was never resolved.
I think what happened was that Sarah Churchill became more and more contemptuous of Queen Anne and eventually spoke to her or snapped at her in a way that just crossed the line. And the Queen took offence and Sarah was banished from court.
But away from the stresses and strains of her personal life, Queen Anne enjoyed her time at Kensington.
It was Anne's beloved house, it was Anne's great home, and really Kensington flowered under Anne, and the gardens in particular became the great gardens that they are now.
She also had the orangery built, which became one of the most distinctive features in the gardens at Kensington, and still is today.
The orangery is one of our architectural treasures. So this is a contribution by Queen Anne. And she had this built in 1705, ostensibly as a greenhouse, so a place for putting tender plants like oranges. but we know that she also used the building for ceremonies and for parties as well.
Anne was not known for spending large amounts of money at the palace, but for the orangery, she made an exception.
All of the archives seem to suggest that Anne spent very little on the garden and tried to reduce the expenditure. But this would have been quite an extensive and elaborate construction. And to collect all these wonderful citrus plants, trees and bushes would have been quite an undertaking and must have looked absolutely spectacular.
Orangeries had become popular across Europe in the 17th century, but the elaborate greenhouse at Kensington Palace was one of the first to be built in Britain. It is still unknown who exactly dreamt up the impressive structure.
Nicholas Hawksmoor, we think, designed the orangery. But there's an ongoing debate because we know that Hawksmoor was originally a kind of apprentice to Christopher Wren, who's got a lot of promise architecturally. And Christopher Wren recognises that and gives him the project at Kensington. So he becomes the clerk of works, and effectively he's the project manager on the site. And it's said that he built the orangery for Queen Anne. But we think, in fact, he presented a plan to Queen Anne. And we know that Queen Anne had Sir John Vanbrugh, who was another rising architectural star of the day, whisper in her ear, and she decided to go with his design instead. So today, we're still uncertain whether our orangery is designed by Nicholas Hawksmoor or Sir John Vanbrugh.
Vanbrugh very often drew things out in outline, and then Hawksmoor was responsible for doing the detailed drawings. But Hawksmoor himself worked on his own as well, and was an assistant to Wren and more than capable as an architect. So there is a tendency to associate works by Hawksmoor with Vanbrugh and vice versa.
To keep the tropical plants and trees warm in the British winters, it's believed the early 18th century engineers used a system created by the ancient Romans.
We're not quite sure how the orangery at Kensington was heated, but in restorations they discovered flues running under the building to what must have been a distant furnace of some kind. So it seems to have had some kind of hot air ventilation system like a Roman hypocaust. The things that were used for heating Roman baths, where you had vaults underneath the floor in which hot air was pushed.
The glazier work in the orangery was state-of-the-art for 1705. Although it's unknown who designed the windows, they were clearly inspired by Sir Christopher Wren.
This is a very good example of one of those early sash windows that was so typical of Christopher Wren's work. So you have two sort of sliding sashes, one with 16 panes of glass and the lower one with 20 panes of glass. So these are of really epic proportions. And one of the most important historical things about them was that in 1705, when this building was constructed, window glass was expensive. So if you could afford to have very large panes of glass like this, it showed that you were wealthy. And of course, who is more wealthy than Queen Anne herself? So she has the biggest windows with the biggest panes of glass. But you also need these enormous sashes because you've got trees inside, so you need to admit the maximum amount of light. But these are so big and heavy, you need 2 or 3 people just to lift them. This is the only great legacy of Queen Anne at Kensington Palace, but what a legacy. It's a really important building. It's a beautiful building.
Despite desperately trying to secure a successor, the Stuart dynasty ended with Queen Anne.
Anne was popular, she was quite charismatic, and it looked like the succession was going to be secured because she had a young son, George. But poor old Anne had an incredibly tragic history in that respect. She was pregnant no fewer than 17 times, and her son, George, was the only one of her children to survive. But tragically, not for long. He didn't survive long enough to be king himself, and he died while still a young boy, which absolutely broke Anne's heart.
When Anne herself died in 1714, her Hanoverian second cousin, George I, became King of Britain.
He brings with him his entourage, including his son and heir, George, Prince of Wales, and George's wife, Caroline. But the English people were very xenophobic at that time. We don't really take kindly to this royal family full of Germans, and it takes us a while to adapt.
In 1722, King George decided to update Kensington Palace by adding some new staterooms. He hired a relatively unknown artist-cum-architect named William Kent.
William Kent was one of those people you'd like to be around. He was a larger-than-life character. He loved good food and good conversation.
He's a strange character, really, because we know he was a kind of gruff Yorkshireman who had a thick accent. And somebody said of him that he was overfond of port wine and pork chops, I think it was. But what he did at Kensington, which nobody had done before, was he designed the rooms what we would call en suite. So he designed the decor, the curtains, and he designed and had made furniture to go with them. And he really pioneered the idea of decorating a whole room together as a suite, if you like. So what he represents is a departure from the way that people had decorated their houses in the past.
When deciding upon a painter for the new rooms at Kensington, George I was impressed with Kent's competitive quote.
William Kent, at the time, was not very well known. The official artist was Sir James Thornhill. And Sir James Thornhill says to George, "Look, I can do these rooms for £800. In those times, that was a lot of money. George, being a bit of a miser, thought, crikey, that is not the amount that I want to spend on these rooms. In walks in William Kent and he says, "I will do the ceiling for £300. If you want the really expensive ultramarine blue from lapis lazuli, I could do it for £350. This completely sells George. He says, "Fantastic, this is exactly how much I want to spend," and it gives William Kent the commission for all of the King's State apartments.
Kent's rivals claimed that William had cheated the king and used the cheap material. However, our recent research has shown that William Kent did in fact use the expensive pigment. George I got his money's worth.
This is the first ceiling that he does, starting in 1722. Now, the reason George was so impressed with the ceiling is because it's actually a bit of an optical illusion. We call it the cupola room because cupola is the Italian word for dome, but in fact, a lot of the roofs are completely flat. So it is a trick of the eye that William Kent did to make these rooms look a lot more grand than they actually were.
Making the completely flat roof of the cupola room look dome-like took incredible skill. But Kent's work at Kensington went far beyond just decoration.
These changes are not just entirely cosmetic, they involve moving walls around and creating different shaped spaces and building new structures and wings and sporting servant quarters and things. So there's quite a lot of work going on, but typically for Kensington, this adds to the general higgledy-piggledy nature of the overall construction of the building. But the result is incredibly dramatic.
William Kent went on to design and paint all the new apartments under George I.
What epitomises William Kent's work, perhaps more than anything else at Kensington, is the King's Stair. And this is where you get the sense he had free rein just to express himself. And he decorated this magnificent staircase with a mural showing the court of George I. So as a piece of social history, it's second to none.
We still don't know who they all are, but we know they're probably servants. One of them might be a milliner to the Princess of Wales. Another one might be the housekeeper of the palace. So there's one gentleman who's got a set of keys in his hand, and we're pretty sure that he's a man called Henry Lohman, who was the housekeeper and in charge of the day-to-day running of the building. But others, it's a bit like a detective story. We're still trying to find out who they are.
But there is one face on the mural that is known for sure. A curious character, Peter the Wild Boy.
George I had rather an unusual entourage, not just his extraordinary mistresses and his Turkish servants, but he also brought over a young man known as Peter the Wild Boy, who came over to England late in George's reign. Now, this boy had been discovered in Hanover, living in the woods, a sort of semi-wild existence, really. He couldn't speak. He went around on all fours. He excited, as you might imagine, a great deal of curiosity amongst the English people when he arrived. And of course, the first thing that they tried to do, the royals included, was to civilize him, make him behave as a normal human being as they saw it.
He was given clothing and he was taught to behave as people expected him to, and we know that he learned a few words.
More recent research suggests that Peter may have had some kind of medical condition that certainly accounted for the way he held himself, for the fact that he couldn't really stand upright.
After the fascination with Peter the Wide Boy began to fade, when he began to grow up, he was given to one of the Queen's bedchamber women who took him away to a farm. And he lived till about the age of 70, an example really of how a person became used as an 18th century curiosity.
The fascination with curiosity and excess continued under the next Hanoverian king.
George I, the large relief of the British people, actually dies in 1727, and it's his son, George II, and his wife, Queen Caroline, that inherit the King's State Apartments at Kensington Palace. And it's really under them that Kensington Palace truly flourishes. This becomes the centre of both private and public life. People want to get into one of the parties here at Kensington. However, it wasn't as easy as people thought. In order to gain access to the court, you have to wear, if you were a lady, what's called a mantua dress, as you can see here. Really, really big, wide dresses that were a status symbol. This is how they would show their wealth. Now, what's important to know about court under the Georgians was that no invitation was needed. Your invitation was instead the outfit that you wore. So these dresses often cost around £10,000 in Georgian money, which today is almost about £2 million. So they were very, very expensive. However, that was the price you had to pay to get into the parties here.
Despite not being the ruling monarch, it was George II's wife, Queen Caroline, who took control of the palace.
She was bright, intelligent, vivacious, she was artistic, she was witty, and that really contrasts with George II, who comes across as being fairly boring and dull. She was interested in art, she was interested in interior design, she was interested in gardening, and all of those were very important things to have a royal patronise at the time.
In the early to mid part of the 1700s, England experienced what's been described as a scientific revolution. It's the age of discovery, with Newton, with all of these other great scientists who are finding out a lot more about the world. And you see a decline in the old superstitious beliefs and practices as we understand more of the universe and how it works. And Caroline was a real patron of this. She loved to entertain scientists at Kensington. She liked to surround herself with the brightest minds of the age.
Caroline used her progressive beliefs to help shape the parks and gardens at Kensington, which blossomed under her stewardship.
Queen Caroline made some extensive changes to the gardens here at Kensington Palace, but also out into the park. Most notably, the changes of the Serpentine, and in the Serpentine as we know it in Hyde Park and Kensington Gardens, we have her, Queen Caroline, to thank for that.
The Serpentine was created for Caroline by her gardener, Charles Bridgman, in 1730. It covers 40 acres and was one of the first artificial lakes designed to actually look natural.
The only way of constructing a lake in this period is to excavate it literally with spades into carts, which horses would then take away, so that you could then use the soil to make artificial hills, and you would use dams and weirs to divert water to then flood the hollow that you've produced.
Caroline also extensively developed the gardens to the north, creating small plantations with paths weaving in and around the trees, and also employed Charles Bridgman to come in and redesign parts of the park, particularly this side of the palace, and terrace these gardens from north to south.
In the 18th century, the ideas of what gardens should be changes quite radically in England. It moves away from the rigid, symmetrical designs that had previously dominated to an idea that landscape should look like a natural landscape of rolling hills and lakes, dotted with little follies.
This is exemplified by the Kensington Palace Gardens. They are perfection in terms of the distances and sort of mathematical equations of them and where exactly something is. They are completely, perfectly regular, and that is really due to Queen Caroline and to her gardener and the efforts they made to create this beautiful, regular, perfect garden.
Sadly, Caroline only got to enjoy her time as Queen at Kensington for 10 years.
George and Caroline had a very large family. Caroline was pretty much continuously pregnant for much of their marriage, but it was the last pregnancy and birth that led to complications that in turn would lead to Caroline's death. She suffered an umbilical hernia, and ironically, given all her investment in science, science failed her at the end when the surgeons carried out quite a disastrous operation on her, which just made things 10 times worse. And Caroline died as a result in 1737.
George II was devastated by the loss of his queen. Although he didn't spend much time at Kensington, his death here has gone down in palace folklore.
He actually meets his end himself in this room in 1760. This room, in the time of George II, was actually his toilet. And just like any other day, first thing you do when you wake up, you go straight into your bathroom. There, a valet hears a sound much louder than the usual royal wind, a huge crash, and sees that George is passed out on the floor. He's taken to his private apartments, but before the doctor or his daughter Princess Amelia could arrive, he was already dead. Post-mortem examination, George II suffered an aortic dissection, which essentially means that his aorta burst, and he unfortunately died here in 1760. Often people like to say that Elvis was the first king to die on the throne, but you can politely remind them that George II did it a few hundred years previous.
After the death of George II in 1760, Kensington fell out of fashion as a royal residence. And for the next 50 or 60 years, it became actually quite dilapidated in parts because it was no longer the centre of royal life. And it was only with the arrival of Victoria that its fortunes were revived once more.
Life for the future Queen Victoria began at Kensington Palace in 1819, nearly 60 years after the death of her great-great-grandfather, George II.
Queen Victoria's father came to Kensington, was given an apartment here of about 50 rooms in the late 18th century, the last years of the 18th century, and he lived here on and off throughout that life. And of course, it was only at the end of his life that he actually knuckled down and got married and tried to produce an heir. And Queen Victoria, the future Queen Victoria, was the result of that marriage.
Victoria was born at Kensington Palace on the 24th of May, 1819. Her father, Prince Edward, died when she was just 8 months old. She grew up at Kensington under strict supervision.
She was forced to endure what was known as the Kensington system. This was superintended by Sir John Conroy, her mother's favourite, who was really trying to groom her into a future queen. So there were all sorts of rules and regulations. She wasn't allowed to walk down the stairs without holding somebody's hand. And so the list went on. And Victoria just wanted to be free of all of that. One of her first directives upon becoming queen was that she just wanted to be alone.
Although she was treated delicately, Victoria was only 5th in line to the throne when she was born.
At the time of her birth, it wasn't certain that Victoria would one day be queen, but she was certainly a lead contender because George III's many sons had preferred to take mistresses to wives, and astonishingly, they'd had 52 illegitimate children between them, but no legitimate ones. And so this sparked what's been called the baby race between the sons of George III. The Duke of Kent, Victoria's father, was one of those. But there was always the chance that one of his brothers would go on to have a legitimate child too, and a male heir who would have taken precedence over Victoria. So it was a complete stroke of luck that she ended up on the throne.
And so it came to pass, as her uncles failed to produce an heir before their deaths, the 18-year-old Victoria became the rightful successor.
Early in the morning of the 20th of June, 1837, Victoria was woken with the momentous news that the king, her uncle, William IV, had died, and she was now Queen of England.
Victoria went to sleep a princess and woke up a queen here at Kensington Palace. On the first day of her reign, she called a meeting of the Privy Council to the Red Saloon. And these old men, the dignitaries of Britain, welcomed their new young queen, a fresh hope for the country.
After 18 miserable years living under the Kensington system, Victoria saw the palace as a prison.
Once she became queen, Victoria stayed here for, I think, about 2 weeks. So she was required to move to Buckingham Palace, or, she took control, took possession of her new inheritance, which were the grand royal palaces. And I think it was expected that she would move there and go and live in those palaces.
During Victoria's reign, even though she herself had spurned Kensington, she opened up the palace for minor members of the royal family, actually including her own daughters. And from that time onwards, it became known as the Aunt Heap. This is where the minor royals were able to take up residence. And in a sense, it's a function of Kensington that continued ever after.
The future Queen Elizabeth II came to Kensington many times as a child.
The Queen used to visit her elderly Victorian aunties, great-aunts, when she was a little girl. And we have people who could remember these two little girls, Princesses Elizabeth and Margaret, coming to Kensington to visit their sort of very elderly and matronly aunts. I always find that a really great link between those two great ages.
Even Princess Elizabeth's future husband spent a lot of time at the palace.
It was home to some quite famous royals of the time, notably Prince Philip, who lived there for a number of years, or was certainly a frequent visitor when his grandmother was in residence.
One of my favourite stories is that when Prince Philip came back from the war and he was courting Princess Elizabeth, that's where he stayed. He stayed with his grandma in Kensington Palace, and I really like that he stayed with his grandma and then got in his car and drove round to Buckingham Palace, where he met up with the Princess Elizabeth, with Princess Margaret as escort.
In the late 20th century, Kensington became the home of Queen Elizabeth's daughter-in-law.
Princess Diana occupied the apartment that was once home to one of George I's mistresses. It was a very lavish apartment, and Diana was instrumental in its decoration and in bringing it to a more modern style when she took up residence after her marriage to Prince Charles in 1981.
An exhibition at Kensington is dedicated to the former Princess of Wales.
We had about 2 to 3 hour queues at the height of the exhibition just to get into the rooms here. And it really showed us just how far Diana touched people's lives, how many people will remember the dresses, where they were in the moment that they saw them, where they were when Diana herself died. So it's really, really quite beautiful for us to show these dresses, because we also see people's stories as well as Diana's come to life through the dresses in the exhibition.
During her time at Kensington, Diana was the most famous and most photographed woman in the world.
Diana's style was perhaps more informal than was usual for a royal palace. She wanted it to be a practical family home, as well as a royal residence. So even though she was married to the heir to the throne, she wanted a comfortable environment to raise their 2 young sons. So you get the feeling it was very much a home, not just a palace, while Diana was there.
She loved it. It was her favourite palace. It was very convenient for Kensington High Street, and she used to go shopping herself quite a lot, and she used to take the boys out incognito to the fast food restaurants and to the cinema. So you could just pop out. I mean, you can't just pop out of Buckingham Palace or really any other palace, but you can just pop out of Kensington. No one might see you.
One of Diana's favourite places at Kensington was the Sunken Garden. Graham Dillamore has many stories from his time working here.
I can remember seeing Princess Margaret in this garden before, or walking around. And more recently, I remember the days when the Princess of Wales, Princess Diana, would speak to me in this garden on many occasions, and we shared many a moment in this garden, and she often admired the work that we did and the flowers that we were choosing. And very recently, we were very proud to have Harry and Meghan announce their engagement in this garden. So that was a proud moment for this garden as well.
After the death of Princess Diana in August 1997, her body returned to Kensington Palace and was met by a nation in mourning.
On Diana's death in 1997, Kensington Palace became the focus of public grief. There were flowers piled up there. There were flowers everywhere. The public went there to weep for her, much more so than it did become a Buckingham Palace. And her funeral, her unforgettable funeral, began at Kensington Palace. Her coffin spent last night at Kensington Palace before making its journey out into the streets of London. I think that's incredibly fitting. She loved Kensington. It was where she was truly happy. It was where she wished to remain. And I think it's truly fitting that that was the last night which she rested before her funeral and then going for her final burial.
It's still a place where people come to find out more about Diana, to reflect on her life. And we certainly tell the story and the impact that Diana had on various aspects of royal life.
Since 1899, half of Kensington Palace has housed members of the royal family, while the other half has been open to the public as a museum.
Today, we've got two sides of the palace. One is very public, and one is very private. So when we look at the building from this perspective, we see the public face of the palace. It's been open to the public for 100 years. But behind and beyond, where we can't see, there's a whole series of courtyards and other buildings where members of the royal family live today very privately. And that's a tradition that's been going for 250 years, a private side and a public side. And in a way, it's a mirror of how the royal family lives today.
In recent years, two of Britain's most famous royals have lived at Kensington.
I think that William and Harry will always love Kensington Palace. It was where they had their childhood. It was where their mother made every effort to give them a normal childhood. There were gardens there. There was so much freedom. It was this marvellous place. And I do think that William and Harry will always have this great fondness for Kensington Palace. It was where they grew up, and I don't think that they will ever, either of them, ever fully leave it.
With almost 500,000 visitors per year, Kensington Palace continues to amaze people from all around the world.
Kensington Palace is more than just a beautiful building set in a royal park. It's been the home of the monarchy for more than 300 years. It's where they've created magnificent spaces to dazzle and entertain. But it's also been a family home, an intimate home. It's where young royals like Queen Victoria have grown up before they went out into the world to rule.
Many famous monarchs and characters from history have either lived here or are associated with it. It's been worked on by all the great architects over the ages, by Christopher Wren, by Nicholas Hawksmoor, by John Vanbrugh. They've all worked here. So I think the way I would characterize Kensington is it's intimate, but it has great richness.
Palaces, the most spectacular and lavish homes on Earth. Luxuriously designed for the royals who wanted the biggest and the best. Behind the golden gates of these royal megastructures are incredible stories waiting to be discovered. infamous monarchs from history, and the artists, designers, and engineers who turned their grand visions into a reality. These are the most opulent, flamboyant, and innovative royal residences around the world. In this episode, Edinburgh Castle, a symbol of Scottish might that's been bitterly fought over for more than 1,000 years. Some of the most famous names in British history, from Mary Queen of Scots to Oliver Cromwell, have walked its battlements. The castle contains feats of engineering that have made it one of the most impressive fortresses in the world. Edinburgh, UK, home to this spectacular castle that has been besieged over 20 times. It dominates not just the city, but Scotland itself. It has been a royal palace, a prison, and a military fortress. The ancient stones of Edinburgh Castle tell a remarkable story of intrigue, conquest, and royal rivalry. Archaeologist Peter Yeoman spent 30 years of his illustrious career unearthing the secrets of Edinburgh Castle.
Surprisingly, we knew very little about the archaeology of the castle. There was an early documentary date from the 600s referring to the castle as Dunedin. Before that, we knew absolutely nothing. There was no evidence whatsoever. Well, I was able to find remains of prehistoric houses and incredible depth of archaeology across parts of the site. And those prehistoric houses, the earliest of those dated back to the Bronze Age in 900 BC. So you can put on my gravestone, he doubled the age of Edinburgh Castle.
Edinburgh Castle has changed so much throughout the millennia that at least 2 previous incarnations of the structure have come and gone. Parts of the current castle have stood since the 12th century, a medieval fortress built to protect the Scottish crown. But by the early 16th century, a palace inspired by the great courts of Europe was added by King James IV.
So the palace that was being developed in Edinburgh Castle by James IV in the late 15th and early 16th century was very much being developed on a model which would be recognised by leading Europeans from anywhere else in Europe. There was a certain pattern to it.
On the 4 sides of a large courtyard, now known as Crown Square, James IV built a palace which became the residential quarters of the king, a large chapel, servants' quarters, and finally a great hall, which was completed in 1511.
So a great hall like this one's very different from the military purposes of a castle. This would be the ceremonial sort of heart of a royal residence. Just as people were defined by what they wore in this period. You could show your nobility, you could show your status. In a building, the sort of grandeur and the stature of a room like this would show the purposes. So it could be used for feasting, it could be used for entertaining foreign dignitaries, it could be used for celebrating baptisms or weddings. This is a real Renaissance statement of royal power, hospitality, majesty, politics, everything that you need in a royal court.
King James IV was married to English King Henry VIII's sister, Margaret. And in commissioning the Great Hall, he may well have been competing with his brother-in-law's version at Hampton Court Palace. Both monarchs were looking to the past to assert their authority.
Henry VIII builds a Great Hall about the same time, and it looks like a medieval Great Hall because you're harking back You're looking to the future, you're projecting your image as a mighty king, but you're looking back at your ancestry as well, because that's the basis of your power. And all these buildings arrayed around Crown Square, evolving at a time in the 1400s and the 1500s, some of which we still have spectacularly today, are a result of that.
The structure holding up the roof of the Great Hall is a classic early 16th century example of art combined with engineering.
They wanted to have an uninterrupted, open, beautiful space for this hall, and so they had to think carefully about how they were going to actually achieve this long span with the roof without putting obstructions into this space. So if you just put a single piece of timber across that width of that hall, it would have been really bulky, it probably would have been sagging a bit, and it wouldn't have been aesthetically a very interesting thing to look at. So to use less material, to make it more structurally efficient, and also to make it look great, they used this kind of exciting medieval technique, the hammer beam truss.
Hammer beam roofs were used in medieval England, but they were very rare in Scotland. This was one of only two. These were dramatic timber structures designed to bridge over very large spaces.
So what you can do is you start off from the walls and you create these triangular brackets, and that's the kind of the first piece of structure you have. Then on that reduced span, you can start to put arches in and trusses in and put a much more delicate kind of arrangement of beams and columns to create what you see there today.
A hall like this was a dramatic space that was the centerpiece of the dining hall, really, of the castle. So it was a space that you could show off. It was a deliberately opulent space, just by its mere scale.
The story of Edinburgh Castle begins long before the construction of the Great Hall and the Stuart kings and queens of the 16th century. Many historic castles are built on mounds painstakingly made by hand. But Edinburgh Castle is built on a structure provided by nature itself. It stands on the solid heart of an ancient volcano, 350 million years old.
So it's made up of basalt rock, and basalt rock is a type of igneous rock. Igneous rock is basically what you get when molten material cools down. So it's actually a crystalline structure, and it's quite strong.
From prehistory, this formidable hill, known as Castle Rock, has provided refuge and security.
Its natural geography is such a great defensive feature. But it's also, for status, it's so highly visible in the landscape. It can be seen for miles around, and you can see for miles around. And I think that's always been an important factor in the use of this site.
One of the first monarchs to build a fortress on Castle Rock was the 11th century king, Malcolm III, who's been called the founding father of modern Scotland. Nothing survives of Malcolm's castle, but historians believe they know what it would have looked like.
The principal buildings would have been on the highest part of the rock, and it would have been enclosed within a largely timber palisade, possibly with a stone base. And inside that, you would have had buildings that were probably primarily timber. There's a tendency for us to think of timber as cheap and impermanent, but actually it's a sign that you've got access to a very, very scarce resource. And the ability to build large structures in timber is a sign of your access to that type of wealth.
During Malcolm's reign, in October 1066, one of the most iconic events in British history occurred. William the Conqueror's victory at the Battle of Hastings. The new Norman King of England brought with him revolutionary building techniques and designs for fortifications and castles. Malcolm's youngest son, David I of Scotland, had spent time in the English court, and when he became king in 1124, he copied the Normans' construction techniques.
He was a great builder of churches and abbeys. And he was a very good king. A very stable reign. He'd grown up partly in England, as they did. He had English lands. So he knew how a modern Norman-style medieval kingdom worked.
At the very top of Castle Rock, King David built a fort in the Norman style, replacing an old timber structure with stone. For centuries, it was thought that every part of it had been destroyed. Then, in the 1840s, it was realized that a room being used as an ammunition store had been built for a more peaceful purpose, a chapel. Dating from around 1130. Built in a Romanesque style, it is dedicated to King David's mother, Margaret, who died in the castle in 1093 and was declared a saint in 1250.
The chapel is part of the essential apparatus, the things that you need in a high-status residence of the 12th century. David, remember, he's brought up largely at the court of the Norman kings of England. And so he's seen how their houses are organized. And one of the key elements in that is a chapel. Because the chapel clerks, the chaplains in the chapel, they're your secretaries. They're the people who are doing your writing. And David is introducing record keeping and the regular production of parchment as evidence for the king's business.
St. Margaret's Chapel was not only a status symbol, it became a sacred place. Her bones and her clothing were believed to have healing powers.
We have evidence from inventories and historic records relating to Edinburgh Castle that suggest that some of the relics of St. Margaret were kept and used here. And indeed, St. Margaret's relics became associated with childbirth and with healing, and that her relics could often be used during royal births and pregnancies.
By the late 13th century, Scotland and its main stronghold, Edinburgh Castle, were under the rule of the English king, Edward I. But the Scots rebelled in what became known as the Wars of Independence.
Edinburgh Castle emerges regularly as one of the key, much fought over fortresses by both sides. It falls into the hands of Edward I of England in 1296, basically with a whimper. When he gets to Edinburgh, he's more or less met by a janitor with a key saying, there's the castle, take it. And it's occupied then, from that point, continuously by an English garrison until 1313.
For one man, Scottish King Robert I, popularly known as Robert the Bruce, the English occupation of Edinburgh Castle was a national humiliation. By 1314, Robert had recaptured most of the castles in Scotland, and Edinburgh was next. It seemed impregnable until an offer of help arrived from the inside.
So there's an English garrison, in some cases about 350 strong, near enough. And one of the garrison members was a man called William Francis. So he seems to be a Scot, but he is in the pay of the English. He is working with the garrison. He's got a girlfriend down below the castle in the town. The governor of the castle isn't allowing him to get out regularly to see his girlfriend, and this leads to friction between them, to put it mildly.
Eager for revenge, Francis covertly made contact with the nephew of Robert the Bruce, Thomas Randolph.
And he says to Thomas Randolph, I can show you a secret route into the castle. This is the route that he used to come out for his secret meetings with his girlfriend down in the town. And so Randolph, with Francis, takes a small group of men up this passage, is the way it's described, a secret route up the rock, out at the west end of the site, a direction from which the garrison doesn't expect to be attacked.
And there's a fantastic account of the dangers and tribulations of these 30 men climbing up and trying to keep quiet, and them hearing the voices of the English lookouts talking on the battlement, saying, was that somebody making a noise coming up the rock or not? There's always that risk that they're going to be discovered.
And so they're able to surprise the guards that control the gate, throw open the gates, let a larger group of Scots in, and they take the castle.
And it's a tremendous achievement, turning point. It was one of the great things that gave the Scots confidence that they could actually take the English on and beat them.
In 1314, now in command of Edinburgh Castle, King Robert the Bruce did something unexpected. He destroyed it. But there was method to his madness.
Now, he had tried, when he first seizes the throne of Scotland in 1306, he had tried to fight war the traditional way, which was you capture castles, you garrison them, you hold them yourself, and you use them to control the countryside round about them. It ties up his ability to move rapidly around the country and deal with problems. It drains his resources. He doesn't want to be tied down with garrisoning fortresses, but he knows that he can't just leave them standing empty. So what you do, you recapture the building and then you render it useless to an invader. And everyone he takes, he destroys. And we can say quite clearly that it's a comprehensive destruction.
You know, it must have been an incredible sight. There was lots of wood in them, and it looks like on the side of St Margaret's Chapel, evidence of burning from that period. It would have made a great fire which would be seen from miles around.
The castle of King David was razed to the ground. The only building left standing amongst the rubble was St Margaret's Chapel.
And for a time in the early 14th century, the castle rock was deserted. There were sheep grazing here, animals grazing here.
Although Robert the Bruce had reduced the castle to rubble, his son and successor, King David II, recognized the importance of the fortress and its location. In the mid-14th century, an army of builders began to restore Edinburgh Castle to its former glory. Construction techniques in the medieval period were very different from modern methods. There was no blueprint for the workmen to follow.
There was not what we would call an architect. Things were worked out on site and changed according to need. And when something was built, it could be tested. If it didn't work, it could be taken down and built again. So there was much more trial and error, and there was much more adjustment as the work progressed. The stonemason would first construct the foundations, but foundations on medieval buildings were never very deep. And of course, if you're building on solid rock, you don't need to dig down foundations. You just make grooves in the rock, fit the stone blocks into them. And then it was just sheer manpower.
Medieval castles had solid walls, with 2 layers of stone on the outside, filled with cement and rubble on the inside. The outside stones were chiseled smooth to make them difficult for an attacker to climb. It's estimated that up to 3,000 men worked on the construction of the medieval castle. Although their work has been admired for hundreds of years, they remain largely unknown.
Occasionally in the royal financial records, you can pick up references to people like, Peter the Mason, John the Carpenter. But for most of the time, we really are completely ignorant as to who the people who designed all the fine work of the castle was.
When the medieval Edinburgh Castle was finished, it would have inspired both fear and awe.
It's very interesting, the Hollywood presentation of what these castles looked like. Sometimes is probably closer to the reality than we might think. And although we see these buildings largely now just outside as bare sandstone, they originally would have been lime washed. And here in Scotland, they use what's called King's Gold, a pale, creamy yellow lime wash. And in daylight, in sunlight, it glows. It almost becomes luminous. And so the building would have been like a beacon standing out. So you're making a statement that everybody would understand. That, look at me, I am the king, I am the most powerful person around, this is the symbol of my authority.
One of the first drawings of Edinburgh was made by an English spy in the 16th century. It shows the result of David's ambition, a castle with towers, and dominating the east side, facing the city, a huge structure named after the king himself, David's Tower.
So it's the royal private apartments and reception rooms stacked one on top of another. It rises some 5 stories in height above cellars on the highest part of the rock, so it would have been visible for miles around. And this is the beginning of the transformation of Edinburgh into this principal fortress of the realm, the key castle in royal hands. It begins with David II.
Although David's Tower was destroyed by an English artillery bombardment in the 16th century, evidence of it still remains under one of the castle's most famous attractions, the Half Moon Battery.
This is what almost 2 million visitors a year see. As they approach the castle, they see from the esplanade this great curving frontal wall, and we're standing on the lid of that. But one of my predecessors, a man called W.T. Oldreeve, in 1912, he worked out that there's probably bits of the tower surviving underneath here.
David's Tower was built not just to house the king's reception rooms and private apartments. It was a key part of the castle's defences, and it had some surprises for the enemy.
So this speaks of the brutality of medieval warfare. I'm just coming from what would have been the outside of David's Tower in the medieval period behind me. But if somebody had attacked the castle and broken through, they'd break in this way, they'd get their battering rams, they'd come smashing through a door here, and then all of a sudden, because what's in front of us here is now covered with this, I hope, safe metal grille, is an enormous great pit, maybe with pointy sticks in the bottom of it, and anybody breaking in through the door wouldn't know that this dirty great big hole was here.
At the very bottom of David's Tower is evidence of the ancient foundations of the castle and the skill of the medieval builders.
What speaks volumes about the enormous challenge that for 3,000 years there has been on building on top of this mighty rock, which is that you've got the basalt, this immensely hard, cooled lava from the final eruptions of the volcano that was here 350 million years ago. In fact, this volcano went up 1 kilometre above our heads. That's how enormous it was, and it's been ground away over the millions of years. And so what the medieval builders have done is really quite extraordinary, because when you think about the poor tools that they had, soft iron tools and so on, they have chipped away the platform that I'm standing on to then get a vertical face, and then started to build. And there's just the first few courses that we can see of the medieval palace there, with the great vault of the Half Moon Battery above us.
When King David II died at Edinburgh Castle in 1371, a new Scottish royal dynasty began, the House of Stuart. Over the next 200 years, they would leave a lasting effect on the history of the British Isles and the castle itself. In the late 1400s, Stuart King James IV extended the fortress by building out over the perilous south side.
The Castle Rock itself would have always been a very difficult site to occupy. You've got issues in terms of the height. There are sheer drops on most sides of Castle Rock. There would have been engineering issues from day one, and the vaults that hang out over the top of Castle Rock now, which the Royal Palace and the Great Hall stand on, there would have been a huge feat of engineering in the late 15th and early 16th century to construct those vaults. I think it's really impressive that those walls, those structures still survive today.
Edinburgh Castle is built, like many castles on a rocky promontory, to make it difficult to attack. But of course that means that you're working on the walls at great height, even before you've built any wall. And working at great height is always difficult. There are high winds, and you can fall off the scaffolding, and you can get seriously hurt. And it was very difficult to build scaffolding off the side of a cliff. So all of these things made it much more difficult to construct than a normal building on flat ground.
By the middle of the 16th century, the Stuart royal family had ruled over Scotland for almost 200 years, with Edinburgh Castle as their bastion of power. The dynasty was secured when a new heir was born to King James V in 1542, just days before he died.
Mary Stuart becomes Queen of Scots when she's 6 days old, in December of 1542, and she immediately becomes a bone of contention between the various powers looking at Scotland, realizing that a country which is ruled over by a baby girl is ripe to be snapped up. Even though she's still in nappies, people are competing to who's going to get to marry her. Which royal family is she going to get married into, which is a proxy way of saying, which country is going to get to absorb Scotland. And the two possibilities are England and France, the traditional enemy, England, or Scotland's traditional ally in France. Henry VIII is very keen that she should marry his own son, the future Edward VI. There's only 5 years in age between them. It looks like a plausible marriage. There are some in Scotland who support it. But Queen Mary is taken to France herself before her 6th birthday, is pledged in marriage to the French Dauphin, to the Crown Prince, and actually marries him.
15-year-old Mary was married to the future king, Francis II of France, in 1558. But just 2 years later, a wave of feeling in Scotland led the country to abandon its Catholic roots and change its allegiance to Protestant Christianity.
So by the summer of 1560, Scotland has moved decisively from being within France's orbit to being in England's, even though their queen, Mary, is still in France and still married to the French king. But then the French king himself dies. And so she, as an 18-year-old widow, returns to Scotland, to a country that she could scarcely remember. But Mary isn't just the Queen of Scots. She's also, by some arguments, the rightful Queen of England. She certainly has a very good claim to the English throne. She's directly descended from Henry VII. And if you argue, and there's a very good legal case for arguing this, that Queen Elizabeth I is illegitimate, that she should have no right to inherit the throne, then by strict order of primogeniture, Mary ought to be the Queen of England as well.
In 1565, Mary was wed for a second time to her half-cousin, Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley. And in June 1566, a royal procession made its way through Edinburgh and up into the castle. Mary was heavily pregnant and had been persuaded by her advisors that the castle was the best place for the birth.
From a security point of view, the castle on the rock is the safe place to be. So if there's any threat or disturbance, and bear in mind that in the 1560s, Scotland is going through a major period of internal turbulence. There's the Reformation, the change in religion is taking place. You have got supporters of Catholicism versus supporters of Protestantism. Various factions who are competing for power. It's a time of relative insecurity, and you just need to be sure, if the Queen is about to give birth to a child, that she is in the safest place for that birth to take place.
Over the border in England, Mary's cousin, Queen Elizabeth I, watched events in Edinburgh with concern. On the 19th of June, 1566, Mary gave birth to a boy and named him James.
The ambassador wrote very quickly to tell Elizabeth of the news that the Queen of Scotland had given birth to an heir, and to a male heir at that. And Elizabeth, you do see some of her vulnerability, because she says, I'm of barren stock. And I think she knew then that she was never going to get married, and she was never going to have children.
Mary, Queen of Scots is the most obvious candidate to succeed her. That prospect fills many of Elizabeth's subjects with horror, because Mary, Queen of Scots isn't just a Scotswoman, she's also a Catholic. And it's that threat, more than anything else, that ultimately leads Mary, Queen of Scots to lose her head.
Mary, Queen of Scots, was imprisoned and finally executed in February 1587. Her English counterpart, Elizabeth I, had reluctantly signed the death warrant.
We were always fascinated by two queens, one island, and it seemed that only one could survive. And yes, Elizabeth was the one who survived and died peacefully in her own bed, but she left the throne without an heir, and the heir became Mary's, so perhaps, in a sense, Mary won in the end.
In 1603, 16 years after the death of Mary, the son she gave birth to at Edinburgh Castle, James VI of Scotland, became King James I of England. The two nations were now ruled by the same monarch. But if the people of Edinburgh thought James's birthplace would become the centre of his kingdom, they were sadly mistaken.
So when James succeeded to the English throne in 1603, there was always expectation that he'd managed to sort of keep two courts going, that he'd come back salmon-like from whence he was spawned maybe every year. I think probably once he went to England, he realised the pressure of royal business was enormous. He didn't come back so much.
And when James did come to Edinburgh, he preferred to stay in nearby Holyrood Palace, a more comfortable, less windswept royal residence. Yet Edinburgh Castle remained important to him as a symbol of the Stuarts' royal lineage. In 1615, James ordered that major repairs and improvements to the castle should be completed in time to mark the 50th anniversary of his proclamation as King of Scotland 2 years later.
In the years running up to the celebrations for his homecoming and his Golden Jubilee, he invested a great deal in the Royal Palace block. Much of the exterior details that we see on the Royal Palace at the castle today are as a result of the work of James VI. You can see in there today the heraldic symbols.
Oak from Essex and stone from local quarries were brought up to the castle. Plasterers transformed the ceilings in the royal apartments. Walls were rebuilt and weatherproofed using a technique known as harling. The men who worked on the more dangerous parts of the castle were rewarded with extra money.
There was a lot of excitement about harling the walls and putting glass in some of the windows and improving the decoration, partly to celebrate rooms like this, the Great Hall, where there was going to be banquets. But there is evidence he not only came back here, but he also came back here on his 51st birthday in June 1617 and apparently feasted in here from 4 o'clock until 9 o'clock in the evening.
The castle's mighty 15th century gun, known as Mons Meg, one of the largest artillery pieces in Europe, was fired in honor of the Stuart king. James was back home, where he was born. The importance of the castle was not lost on him or any British monarch to come.
Edinburgh Castle is a fortress, but it also is a palace, because kings and queens live there. It was so vital. It was fought over, and it was fought over in a much more symbolic way than Holyrood Palace was. When it came to taking Edinburgh, you had to take the castle. And when you took Edinburgh Castle, you'd taken Edinburgh, and by association, you'd taken all of Scotland. So although the king wasn't perpetually there, it really was seen by everyone as the king's seat. If you got it, you deposed the king.
The arrival of an infamous Englishman brought about one of the greatest changes to Edinburgh Castle. In December 1650, Oliver Cromwell, the newly appointed Captain General of the Commonwealth, invaded Scotland and seized the castle. For the man who led the forces that defeated and then executed the Stuart King, Charles I, James's son, it was a symbolic moment. Cromwell turned the royal fortress into a military garrison. Even the finest building in the castle was transformed.
He rides his horse into what was the Great Hall, and from then on, there are floors inserted in there, and it becomes a barracks for about 300 men. And the buildings all around Crown Square lose their royal function. They go over to become functional military buildings, military storehouses, barracks, canteens, that sort of thing. So we see this great shift in the middle of the 1600s and the period of the Civil War, the need for a standing army. And therefore, at places like this, the need for accommodation and everything that was involved in looking after the troops. And that's the character of Edinburgh Castle from then on for the next 200 plus years, is as a military garrison, first and foremost.
After the restoration of the English monarchy in 1660, Edinburgh Castle remained a valued military prize. In the 18th century, it became an obsession for a movement known as the Jacobites, supporters of Catholic James II of England and later Bonnie Prince Charlie.
It's so symbolic of the Jacobites who want to seize the throne back, who feel that they have the truthful, the real monarch throughout the 18th century. And if they get Edinburgh Castle, they think they'll have got the throne. It's not Holyrood Palace, it's not anywhere else in Scotland, it's Edinburgh Castle they want. And once they've got that, from there they feel they can cement their claim to the throne and govern the whole of Scotland and hopefully get their hands on England.
The Jacobite threat means that actually Scotland is regarded, some places of it, almost like a war zone in the early 18th century.
The Jacobites laid siege to the castle in 1689, but failed to capture it. However, they weren't finished. In 1715, they returned, only for their attack to end in farce.
They almost get it, but the ladder they're using is actually a bit too short, and then then it all fails and they're hanged and flogged, because Edinburgh Castle is so symbolic.
A further unsuccessful Jacobite attack in 1745 proved to be the final siege in the castle's history. As a result of the Jacobite scare, a number of engineers were employed to modernize and repair the castle. New storehouses and barracks were built, as well as more visible battlements, creating the castle we recognize today.
Partly the defences needed to be improved to meet the advances in military technology at the time, but the castle had also suffered very intensive siege in 1689, and so there were a number of repairs that were needed. The defences were 50 to 100 years old in many parts of the site, if not older. They really transformed the defences of Edinburgh Castle, building the Argyll battery, the western defences that cover the lower western side of the site, and they improved parts of the Half Moon battery, the gun bastion there.
As the castle evolved, nothing of the old was wasted.
Any stone in the castle has probably been in 5 or 6 buildings in its life, going back into prehistory. And once the stone was here, and you maybe had buildings that you didn't need anymore, or buildings that had been destroyed by cannon fire, you simply reuse the stone, and there's loads of evidence. So any of these stones have got amazing stories to tell, tremendous time depth.
As well as keeping people out, Edinburgh Castle was built as a place to keep people in. The largest number of prisoners held on Castle Rock was during the Napoleonic Wars of the early 19th century, in which French Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte and his allies attempted to conquer Europe. Up to 1,000 French, Spanish, and Dutch prisoners were held here. Attempts to escape were understandable given the conditions they were held in.
The vaults themselves would have been really quite dark and cramped spaces, with the soldiers sleeping on hammocks hung up in lines throughout the vaults. During Napoleonic Wars, they were really pushed to breaking point. They had such a huge number of prisoners coming into the castle and that were held within the vaults. It would have been really cramped and confined conditions. And it actually inspired escape. We get the impression that there must have been so many soldiers here that perhaps it was quite difficult to keep track of the individuals.
We have evidence of important prisoners undertaking daring escapes from the castle, knotting their bed sheets together and climbing over the rock, hiding in heaps of dung, all sorts of glamorous stories in their attempts to escape. And some did. Some escaped by dressing up and managing to fool the guards, or by sheer bribery.
And unfortunately, in Edinburgh Castle, many parts of the castle were built of sandstone that was rather soft. So that later, when it was converted into a prison, the prisoners could actually dig their way out, at which point it was realised that sandstone was perhaps not the best material.
Around 1780, during the middle of the American War of Independence, a prisoner from the then colony carved a distinctive flag.
There's some fascinating graffiti on one of the doors that survives, including depictions of ships that these men would have been sailing on, and really famously one of the earliest depictions of the Stars and Stripes banner, what's now the American flag.
Any Americans in Edinburgh Castle today are likely to be tourists. The fortress is now one of the most popular attractions in Scotland, drawing over 1 million visitors a year from all over the world. They are fascinated by its hundreds of years of royal history and its military traditions that continue today.
And at 1 o'clock every day, apart from Sundays, Good Friday and Christmas Day, the 1 o'clock guns fired from here at Edinburgh Castle. It dates back to 1861, where at the request of ship's captains, they requested an audio signal to be fired so they could mark the chronometers for obviously navigation throughout the world.
Over thousands of years, builders and engineers have turned an extinct volcano into a living fortress so valuable it's been fought over more than any other castle or palace in Britain. Its walls have witnessed key moments in the story of the Scottish people.
Scotland doesn't have a Shakespeare, but one feels that if there was a Shakespeare who was writing history plays, in every single play there'd have to be a scene in Edinburgh Castle almost. It's seen murders, endless sieges, warfare, royalty.
It is intimidating, it is unconquerable, it is saying, you will not invade Edinburgh, you will not take our city. It is a big statement of strength and power, one that very few people would want to take on.
If you want an understanding of the great history of Scotland, and Scotland does have the most extraordinary history, you can come to one place, you can come here, and you can be in the place where so many of these great events happened, which were pivotal to the whole of Scotland's story.
Palaces, the most spectacular and lavish homes on Earth. Luxuriously designed for the royals who wanted the biggest and the best. Behind the golden gates of these royal megastructures are incredible stories waiting to be discovered. Infamous monarchs from history, and the artists, designers, and engineers who turned their grand visions into a reality. These are the most opulent, flamboyant, and innovative royal residences around the world. In this episode, Hampton Court Palace has history coursing through the complex brickwork. Famous for being the home of King Henry VIII, the magnificent rooms played host to some of the most celebrated royals in England. Decisions that were made here changed the course of British history, making Hampton Court one of the world's greatest palaces. In the borough of Richmond upon Thames, just south of London, lies Hampton Court. Now a major tourist attraction, it began life as a Tudor palace before Sir Christopher Wren was commissioned to update it in 1689 to a European Baroque design. The two styles combined to create a truly unique royal residence. Tracy Borman is the Joint Chief Curator here.
I think Hampton Court is extraordinary for the atmosphere it has, and you certainly get that when you're walking around out of hours, when there are no visitors. You almost sense that you're walking back into a former age, particularly, I think, when you're in the heart of the Tudor Palace. You almost expect to turn around and see Henry VIII standing, staring at you.
Although Hampton Court is renowned for being the country retreat of many great kings and queens, most famously Henry VIII, the palace was initially the brainchild of the Archbishop of York, Thomas Wolsey.
Hampton Court began its life with Cardinal Wolsey. He was the chief minister under Henry VIII, and he was lowly born. He was just the son of a butcher, but he loved to project his splendor, the splendor of his new position. And so he wanted a palace to reflect that. And in 1515, he acquired the manor of Hampton Court and began building this amazing palace.
But the construction work would have been far from straightforward.
Some of the challenge is the ground. So it's quite variable, it's quite unpredictable because it's in a river valley. So the river has deposited all different types of materials. You get quite fine silty clays, you get kind of gravels on top of it, which are slightly larger particles, and then you get a big, strong layer of sand below it. The depths of these things vary quite dramatically. So the engineers would have really had to understand what the makeup of the ground was before they basically went in and put this kind of big, heavy structure on top of it.
This would have been one of the largest buildings for several hundreds of miles. This is the size of churches, it's the size of cathedrals. It's over a 5-story building, and it's Wolsey really making a statement on the landscape here.
Despite not having an architectural or engineering background, Wolsey came up with the designs for the palace himself.
These days, when we talk about architecture, we talk about who designed it, who's the architect of this, who's the architect of that. But this doesn't make any sense in this early period. There was no designer, no architect. The client, in this case Cardinal Wolsey, would determine maybe what he wanted his building to look like, compared it to other buildings. And he'd have gone to a master mason, and they would have worked together to both to design the building, as Wolsey pointed out what he wanted, and actually build it.
Cardinal Wolsey was a man of exquisite taste, and he particularly liked Italian styles. So he brought in Italian artists, architects to help construct this incredible palace at Hampton Court. But you definitely get a sense of Wolsey's own personal stamp on it, and in particular, putting his name, his coat of arms, wherever he could. He wanted people to be aware this was very much his palace.
Parts of Wolsey's design were inspired by his religious background.
So one of the innovative things Wolsey does, taking a lead from the monastic architecture that he's been exposed to, is he adds this internal cloister all the way around the building. This means that rather than having individual access doors on the elevation that break up the flow of the windows, you can instead go through individual larger openings into the cloister and then into your own apartment. So this creates a much more formal and flat elevation. To do this, he's not only creating that corridor, but he's burying the fireplaces and the guardrobes on the interior of the property.
Cloisters typically are covered walkways that lead to the outside, to the atriums or to the open-air gardens that you see in these large palaces. But what he did was to actually put them inside the palace. And the reason I think he did that was because he wanted to stop the warmer air from rising too rapidly up into the high ceiling portions of the palace. So by having these kind of internal covered walkways, he basically restricted airflow. And so when people walked underneath it, they had a little pocket of nice warm air that they could walk in, which made it a much more comfortable experience.
One of the standout features of Wolsey's original palace is the incredible brickwork.
Hampton Court is almost your classic Tudor building. So in the materials particularly that you're seeing here, you're seeing the archetype of Tudor building in the 1520s. You have these small, thin red bricks, the lime mortar, the detailing picked out in stone. Here you can actually see evidence of the diaper work that's expressed in the building. Now these are a mix of vitrified bricks, so bricks that have been overburnt in the kiln and have turned black, that are used to create these wonderful artistic patterns on the brickwork. There has been lots of historical debate about whether this is doing something structural or whether it's a way that the bricklayers work out where they're at or sort of mark progress in some way. I think it's probably just pretty.
In some ways, construction in the 15th, 16th century was very similar to today and would have been recognisable. In the same way that modern bricklayers lay every brick by hand, bricklayers in the 15th and 16th century laid every brick by hand. They weren't using modern cement, but they were using lime mortars, which looks very much the same.
Wolsey was very much King Henry VIII's right-hand man. But just as the Catholic cardinal was putting the finishing touches to his magnificent home, the king was being influenced by a new religious movement sweeping across Europe.
The Protestant Reformation is kicked off by a German friar named Martin Luther, who makes a protest against the fundraising techniques being used by his local archbishop in 1517. So this, to begin with, just looks like a local academic spat. But for him, there's some deeper principles at stake underneath this. Almost by accident, within a few years, before anybody has quite realized what's going on, this little local dispute has blown up into a continent-wide division.
When Luther's new Protestant movement reached England, the Catholic Church did its best to stamp it out.
And it looks as if that's how it would end, until in 1527, Henry VIII stumbles into an argument with the papacy. He wants his marriage to Catherine of Aragon to be annulled so that he can remarry, which leads him on to thinking, well, what power does this Pope have over England anyway? Why should I, God's anointed King of England, listen to what this Italian bishop has to say? And by around 1529, he's really moved on from looking at this as a quarrel about his marriage to thinking that this is something much more fundamental. It's about his own authority.
The woman who had accelerated Henry's need for an annulment of his first marriage was a member of his court named Anne Boleyn.
Henry's courtship with Anne Boleyn took place here at Hampton Court, and I get the sense that Anne must have had her eye on the palace. She certainly had her eye on the prize of being queen. She refused to be Henry's mistress. She held out for the much greater prospect of being his wife.
Henry turned to his right-hand man to find a way out of the predicament.
Wolsey is one of the first people to be consumed by Henry's quarrel with the Pope. Wolsey is effectively given the brief when this dispute first blows up: find a way of resolving the marriage, which is difficult, but Wolsey's a formidable operator, and had he been left to do it on his own, well, he probably had a better chance of extracting a favorable result from Rome than anybody else would have done.
But Wolsey didn't really try very hard for once, because he didn't like Anne, he didn't think that she would last, he thought Henry would soon go on to the next woman, but of course he was wrong. For once, this very clever statesman gravely miscalculated, and it would be his downfall.
In 1529, by way of punishment for failing to get the annulment he so badly wanted, Henry turned on Wolsey.
He strips him of many of his offices and his properties, and in particular of Hampton Court Palace. There had been whispers about how it was grander than any of the royal palaces during the 1520s, which could have been calculated to get Henry's goat. And so Hampton Court, as with much of the rest of Wolsey's establishment, moved sideways from being the cardinal's palace to being the king's.
Wolsey, you might say, had a lucky escape, because Henry had decided at last to decisively act against him, to have him tried for treason. So he summoned Wolsey down from York, but actually by then Wolsey was a very sick man, and he only made it halfway down to London, and he died of natural causes.
Henry went against Rome and married Anne Boleyn in January 1533. It was a monumental decision that was made within the four walls of Hampton Court Palace.
Hampton Court played a pivotal role in Henry VIII's Reformation, because it's from here that Henry first put pen to paper. He wrote a letter with some instruction or some decision about breaking from Rome, breaking from the Pope, and that letter was signed here at Hampton Court. I think it's hard to see a more significant moment in this nation's history than when Henry broke from Rome, when he established his own Church of England and made himself, as sovereign, head of that church.
During his disagreements with Rome, Henry VIII had begun to turn Hampton Court into a palace fit for a king.
In typical Henry VIII style, what do you do when you inherit a palace bigger than any other in the kingdom? You extend it. And so he builds the Great Hall, he extends his own apartments, those of Anne Boleyn, and he tries to eradicate any trace of his old favourite, Cardinal Wolsey.
A huge team of masons, carpenters, and bricklayers built the Great Hall for Henry. Measuring 106 feet long, 40 feet wide, and 60 feet tall, it is by far the biggest room in the palace.
So this is Henry VIII's Great Hall, his showpiece, really, of the whole palace. And what you have to imagine is the colour and the gold and the jewels that would have sparkled all over this magnificent space. Here at the top of the room, we have the raised dais, which is where the king and his family would have sat on great occasions. And then the rest of the court, up to 1,000, would have been seated along the rest of the hall.
To create that open space, there was a really clever technique used to create the roof. You know, if you go in there today and you look up, it's absolutely beautiful, but from an engineering point of view as well, it's really innovative.
If you're going to make a very big room, the problem is how to span it, how to go from one wall to the other with a roof. And in this period, the solution was to make huge exposed arch-braced or hammer beams roof trusses, which are very dramatic structures.
So starting from the walls, we have a slightly morbid term, gallows brackets. They look like a hangman's frame, really. So it's a triangle shape with a diagonal across it, and that's a nice strong shape. So you've now attached those to the walls, and now you've got a slightly shorter span that you need to work with. Then on top of that, you can create arches and different shapes with these wooden beams in order to create this amazing roof over this very, very long span.
The hammer beams are an opportunity for decoration. So one looks up and sees this magnificent timber roof above, which is very tall. But most importantly, it gave a space for the smoke to escape, because these halls were typically heated by braziers or fires, which produce lots of smoke.
It was a dazzling showpiece, really. This is Henry VIII making a great statement about how magnificent his new palace is.
Hampton Court almost immediately became a bustling, busy palace. And it really is, and was, Henry VIII Wonderland. It's Henry VIII Disneyland, because everything is about Henry VIII there. It's a big palace all about him. And within 6 months, major rebuilding of Hampton Court had started, essentially because Henry VIII had this gigantic court. So one of the first things Henry did was to start expanding the kitchens, because those 1,000 people in his court have to be fed.
Henry's kitchens were the largest in England and employed 200 cooks who had to produce over 800 meals every day. For more than 200 years, different kings and queens dined on food prepared in here, right up until 1737. Still in working condition today, the 36,000 square foot kitchens are managed by Richard Fitch.
You can see these arched entrances, 2 on this side, 1 on the other side of the building, and then 3 further fireplaces as we would move down through towards the end. Each one of the large fireplaces has the capacity to roast enough meat for 400 people in, so it gives you an indication of this excess capacity that's built into the space for working. And if we look right the way up to the top, it's about 11 metres all the way up to the apex of the roof. It's part of the air conditioning to try and move the heat from this ground level where it would be really unpleasant to work and try and shift it out through the roof out into the rest of the world.
1.3 million logs per year would have been used in the kitchen's ovens. The fires here would have been burning almost constantly to cook for the 1,000 courtiers who worked for the king.
So the king at the top gets 2 14-dish courses per meal. The people right at the very bottom get 1 course that contains 2 selections of beef, some bread and some beer. But it's still more than normal people in the rest of the Tudor world would be getting. The whole point of the meal isn't sustenance, it's to show the power of the monarch and the value that he puts on his staff.
This was a busy, hard-drinking, hard-eating, hard-working palace. And if you were a Tudor of influence and power, that's where you wanted to be. You wanted to be at Hampton Court.
Work continued throughout the palace as Henry turned Hampton Court into one of the most magnificent royal residences in Europe. But by 1536, it became clear that Queen Anne Boleyn would not live to see the renovations.
Even before Henry had married Anne Boleyn, he started rebuilding the apartments here for her so that they would be ready for when she was his wife and she could live in splendor. Well, in fact, poor old Anne didn't quite live to see their completion. She's known as Anne of 1,000 Days. She was queen for less than 3 years. And then she went to the block, the first of Henry's wives to be executed.
Found guilty of adultery, incest, and treason, Anne was beheaded at the Tower of London on the 19th of May, 1536. But her memory lives on at Hampton Court.
One of the things I love most about the Great Hall is that you see the personalities come through. It's not just about the grand architecture and the great events. And probably my favourite feature in the whole of the Great Hall is something you could easily miss. It's in that central panel there. In the top right-hand corner, you might just make out an intertwined H and A. Now that stands for Henry, Henry VIII, and Anne Boleyn, his second wife. that shouldn't be there at all, because Henry always decorated his palaces to reflect the latest wife, but once she'd gone, her initials were replaced with the new wife. But obviously, his overworked carpenters managed to miss one.
The day after the execution of Anne Boleyn, Henry married for a third time, but the new Queen's apartments remained incomplete.
So he does start the new apartments for Anne Boleyn, but it takes such a while to complete them. By the time they are finished, she's lost her head, and they are taken over by his next queen, Jane Seymour, and this is where Edward VI is born.
Henry had been desperate for a male heir since his first marriage in 1509, and now, 28 years later, his dynasty was finally secured.
You might imagine Henry VIII rides over here when he hears the news. He is transported with joy. At last he has a son. But that joy soon turns to grief because Jane Seymour has contracted an infection after the birth, and she dies just a few days later.
Henry was devastated. The woman who had finally bestowed a son upon him was gone. The grieving king became increasingly paranoid and wary of those around him.
A rather hidden feature of the Great Hall, you really have to look carefully for them, are up in the ceiling. Tiny little faces peering down at us from the eaves, and they are eavesdroppers. That's where the word comes from. These little faces were to remind the courtiers sitting below that everything they said was heard by the king.
He was given all kinds of information there. He was told many things there, and many great acts of Henry VIII's reign took place in Hampton Court. So when you go there, it's almost like you can hear them. You can hear these voices discussing, talking, wondering, asking. It is the place where if you go, you feel closest to Henry VIII.
Throughout his life, Henry continued to improve Hampton Court, adding an astronomical clock in 1540. Designed by Bavarian mathematician Nicholas Kratzer and built by clockmaker Nicholas Orsian, it is over 9 feet in diameter and overlooks the inner court at Hampton.
This clock is also a technological marvel. This is your iPhone of the 16th century. Not only is it telling you the minute, the hour, the day since the start of the year, the sign of the zodiac. It's also giving you crucial information, just like you might get on your app today, which is the high tide at the Thames. So if you're traveling between royal palaces in the 16th century, as Henry did frequently, one of the crucial things you need to know is the tides, because the Thames at this stage isn't embanked. It's actually very dangerous in places. There are rapids, there's very fast-moving water, and so if you're going to leave here and arrive safely in Whitehall, you need to know the time of the Thames, and this clock tells you that.
Henry VIII married 6 times during his 38 years on the English throne, and he will forever be linked to Hampton Court.
Henry died in January 1547, and it was rather a sad ending to what had been a glorious reign. By then, Henry was plagued by ill health, by an ulcerated leg caused by an old jousting injury. He had gained a colossal amount of weight. He was such a far cry from the Adonis that he was described as being when he first came to the throne.
After Henry died, Hampton Court passed to his son, Edward VI. But Edward VI didn't use the court an awful lot. He tended to be in London rather more because he was much more focused on the religious Reformation, and he was less interested in hunting, in feasting. He was a much more serious boy king. So Hampton Court, to a degree, fell into a little bit of a quiet period, I think we might say, under Edward VI.
Henry VIII's son, Edward VI, spent much of his short life establishing the Church of England. But after 6 years as king, the lack of an heir caused a major problem.
King Edward dies of tuberculosis at the age of 15. He tries to fix the succession in favor of his Protestant cousin, Jane Grey, before he dies. It's a rather badly thought out and certainly a badly executed plan, and the upshot is that the crown passes very quickly instead not to his Protestant cousin but to his Catholic sister, who becomes Queen Mary I, who rapidly undoes everything that her father and brother had done, restores Catholic obedience, and she then enforces that vigorously. Something like 300 people are executed for their refusal to conform to her new settlement.
The new Catholic queen needed an heir to her throne if she was going to keep her Protestant sister Elizabeth from succeeding her.
The most tragic thing about Mary is something that was played out here at Hampton Court, and that was her desperation to have a child. She believed herself very soon in her marriage to be pregnant, and she displayed the signs of that. Her stomach started to swell, she was nauseous. She came here for the birth, when by then she thought she was in her 8th month. And in fact, it turned out to be nothing more than a phantom pregnancy. So poor Mary was eventually forced to admit that it had all been for nothing.
So this tragedy was not only a personal tragedy for Mary, the phantom pregnancy, also it was very painful for her because if she didn't have a child, then Elizabeth, the Protestant, would take the throne and all Mary's Catholic hard work of reformation would be undone.
In November 1558, the inevitable occurred.
Mary dies after being queen for just 5 years, and somewhat against her will, she's obliged to leave her throne to her half-sister Elizabeth, but everybody else rejoices at Elizabeth's accession. She's much more popular than her elder sister. She looks every inch the Tudor princess with her flame red hair, and she has that same charisma that her father, Henry VIII, had enjoyed.
Elizabeth I, daughter of Anne Boleyn, was Queen of England for almost 45 years, but rarely visited her father's palace. It wasn't until the turn of the 17th century that Hampton Court came back to life.
With the death of Elizabeth in 1603, the Tudor dynasty also died out. She was, of course, the Virgin Queen. She had no children, so the throne passed to the closest relative, James VI of Scotland, James Stuart. It's the beginning of the Stuart era here in England. And it was very clear from the start that James was of a very different mould to his Tudor predecessors.
There were masques, plays, entertainments, often descended into drunkenness and debauchery, so it was quite shocking after the Tudor court. But one of the most famous entertainments here in the Great Hall was a performance by none other than Shakespeare and the King's Men, the players of his troupe, and they performed various plays in the Great Hall, including Macbeth in 1604 or thereabouts. And it's just amazing to imagine the hall thronged with courtiers, Shakespeare himself performing right here where I'm standing in front of the new king.
After a 22-year reign, James I died in 1625. His successor at Hampton Court was his son, Charles.
Things soon went very wrong for Charles I. His relationship with Parliament was very fractious, in the end culminating in civil war. And having been here as a king, Charles I ended up here as a captive, a prisoner of Oliver Cromwell and the parliamentarians.
After the Civil War, Oliver Cromwell became Lord Protector of the Commonwealth. But despite his part in crushing the monarchy, Cromwell very much played the role of king at Hampton Court Palace.
Although playing a very bloody part in the Civil War, Oliver Cromwell can actually be seen as a saviour of Hampton Court Palace. So at the time that Parliament takes over the palace, their first plan is to knock it all down and sell it off for scrap. Very luckily, Oliver Cromwell has visited the palace, he's visited Charles as he was a prisoner here, and he really likes it. So eventually a deal is worked out between him and Parliament, and a sort of trade happens with one of Cromwell's properties being traded, and he takes
control and sort of ownership of Hampton Court and starts using the palace as his family retreat, his sort of weekend country pad.
In 1660, the restoration of the monarchy saw Charles II crowned King of England. But his hedonistic lifestyle at Hampton Court eventually led to another threat to his Protestant country.
Charles II has no legitimate children. He has plenty of illegitimate children, but none who are able to succeed him. So his heir is his brother, James, the Duke of York. And James, in the 1670s, converts openly to Catholicism. So suddenly, Protestant England is faced again with the existential threat of a Catholic succeeding to the English throne. And so finally, when Charles dies in 1685, the crown does indeed pass to his brother, who becomes King James II, and England once again has a Catholic monarch. Once his son is born in 1688, then the possibility arises that this won't simply be a short-lived Catholic interlude that will die with him, but will instead be a permanent Catholic dynasty. And that, more than anything else, is what precipitates the plotters and grumblers to mobilize a couple of Stuart relatives, Mary and her husband, William of Orange, the Stadtholder of the Dutch Republic, who's half English.
In what has since been dubbed the Glorious Revolution, King William III and Queen Mary II took the throne in 1689. The new monarchs enjoyed the country air at Hampton Court and had plans to renovate the 170-year-old palace.
William and Mary had incredibly ambitious plans for Hampton Court. They commissioned their favourite architect, Sir Christopher Wren, to get to work, and his original design envisaged destroying the entire Tudor palace, keeping only the Great Hall as some kind of relic to be used still for entertainments.
Luckily for us, as a 21st century audience, but not so much the people of Europe at the time, William is spending most of his money fighting people, and so doesn't have the funds to support Wren's grand plan. The plan is boiled down into one large courtyard in Fountain Court, and also some clever architectural tricks like this colonnade used to disguise the fact that most of the palace is still a couple of hundred years old. This colonnade is one of the finest expressions of that English Baroque style.
So now, as you approach Hampton Court, on the west front, it looks like you're entering a Tudor palace. On the east front, it looks like a Baroque one.
The new-look palace was inspired by a design that was popular across all of Europe.
What we now call the Baroque style, which they wouldn't have used that word at the time of William and Mary, it was just thought as classical architecture. Its roots are really in Italy, and more importantly, that its roots are in ancient Rome. And they were looking to the architects of Italy, who got their inspiration from the ruins of ancient Rome and archaeological digs that were happening at the early 17th century, and books were being circulated around Europe about this style.
Wren used an ingenious way of building the new wing.
Wren produced a structure which had never been seen before. It's one where the roof trusses, which span over a long distance, are then used to support lots of rooms in the floor below, and to support those small rooms, he had iron rods coming down from the roof trusses, suspending the floors. This would be completely impossible in any other material, and it was complete innovation which is never copied, in fact only rediscovered in the 20th century when a fire burnt out those rooms and the rods were revealed.
The Baroque style was a very self-confident style of architecture, a very magnificent, highly decorative kind of design, and it really helped to express the national identity of Great Britain at this time. William and Mary were the new hope of the nation, and that was played out in this very grand style of architecture that they loved so much.
But in December 1694, the 32-year-old Queen succumbed to smallpox.
Very sadly, Mary dies before she really gets to enjoy the palace. So the main structure is built, but by the time of her death, none of the interiors have been fitted out. They haven't even spent a single night here. and she doesn't really get to see the end of the project that she's really been driving forward.
The 66-acre gardens at Hampton Court are a testament to William and Mary's passion for the palace. Terry Goff is the member of a very historic and exclusive group.
Well, there's around 17 head gardeners, and I have a board by my office with all their names on it, and mine's the last one. What that tells me is that really I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, and that a job like this is a contribution of many people's efforts over many, many years.
Garden designer George London and his apprentice Henry Wise were in charge of the grounds at Hampton Court at the turn of the 18th century.
Well, we're actually in the restored King William III's Privy Garden, and Privy Garden meant private garden. And there is a very interesting story. When the gardeners of the time, George London and Henry Wise, finished this garden, they were standing on the first floor of the King's apartments with the King, all excited because the garden was finished. And the King is said to have said, "I cannot see the river." And that resulted in poor old George London and Henry Wise having to lower this end of the garden by 8 feet. In the days when it was all handwork with wheelbarrows, no JCBs or mechanical aids in those days.
But William III didn't get to enjoy the view for long. He died in 1702, almost 8 years after his wife Mary.
So this probably would have been one of the last things that William III saw before he died. He actually died in a home park, or the house park, which adjoins the gardens here. He was hunting and he fell off his horse. His horse was called Sorrel, and he broke his collarbone and he died of those complications.
When he and Mary don't have children, then the crown passes to Queen Anne. She has a great many children, all of whom predecease her. When she dies childless, then they've run out of Stuarts, apart from James II's Catholic family in exile. But rather than go to those legitimate English rulers who are Catholics, England's political establishment turns to a German royal family, the descendants of James I's daughter, Elizabeth. So when King George I is brought over, the decision at that stage has been made that they would rather have a German king who speaks no English than risk bringing in a Catholic. And the Act of Settlement that's passed in 1701, which is still in force, precludes any Roman Catholic from holding the English throne.
The new Royal House of Hanover used Hampton Court as a place to relax. King George II made changes to the palace that were inspired by the Tudors some 200 years previously.
So our architectural journey now takes us to a building that, on the face of it, you might be forgiven for thinking is original Tudor, but is in fact a 1730s building, and this is the Cumberland Range, a range built by William Kent, a very famous, very fashionable 18th century architect, for the Duke of Cumberland, who is George II's favourite son. What George II creates for him here at Hampton Court is one of the first neo-Gothic buildings in the country.
The Cumberland Range would be the final amendment to Hampton Court.
Hampton Court suited those who preferred the quiet life and the cleaner air, but not all monarchs did. They often liked to be more central, closer to the heart of power. So Hampton Court, I'm afraid, simply fell out of fashion.
George III then makes the decision to stop bringing the court to Hampton Court. So in 1737, the doors are closed, the state apartments are locked up, and the court as a formal body, so the king being in residence here, never happens again after that point.
Although George III never stepped foot in the palace, he did commission the Great Vine.
This is the famous Hampton Court grapevine that was planted in 1768 by Lancelot Capability Brown, the great gardener of that period. And here it is, 251 years later, it's still embellishing this wonderful greenhouse. This is a huge vine. And it all derives from that very old gnarled stem in the corner, which is a girth of 3.8 metres. And the longest rod, we call these branches rods when we're referring to grapes, is a staggering 33 metres long. So that makes it the largest grapevine in the world.
Almost exactly 100 years after George III had abandoned Hampton Court Palace, Britain's newest monarch found a use for it.
Queen Victoria opened the doors of Hampton Court to the nation in 1838, just a year after becoming Queen. Well, there was huge interest and visitor numbers rose at a staggering rate. In the first few years alone, Hampton Court received no fewer than 10 million visitors. It became the #1 tourist attraction.
So really, Victoria begins this idea of going out to a beautiful palace at the weekend, and the Victorians were absolutely thrilled. They loved the idea that they could walk around this incredible place where so many kings, so many queens had lived, so much history took place.
One of the star attractions at Hampton was the maze that dates back to the time of William and Mary.
So this is the famous Hampton Court Maze, which is the oldest hedge-planted maze in the world. It was actually planted in 1690 by the famous gardeners George London and Henry Wise.
Designing a maze might seem difficult, but actually it's relatively straightforward. You start off with a drawing of the maze, and then one has to lay it out on the ground with pegs and string, exactly as one would lay out the foundations of a building. And then, of course, one has to plant the hedges, and then one has to wait.
It wasn't a symbolic maze, it was a maze designed for entertainment. And the entertainment was, you found your way to the centre, or the goal of the maze, and then you navigated your way out again. So let's have a wander through now, and let's go straight to the goal of the maze.
The trapezoid-shaped maze covers half an acre with a total path length of over 2,500 feet. It takes, on average, 20 minutes to navigate to the center. Conquering this labyrinth is no mean feat.
And here we are, the goal or the centre of the maze. I think that element of getting lost and finding your way out and navigating your way around this great puzzle maze is as popular today as it was 300 years ago. So that element has, I think, stood the test of time really, really well.
The palace and its grounds remain open to the public and attract over 1 million visitors every year, each one hoping to learn more about the beauty and intrigue of Henry VIII's magnificent home.
You can step through the front door and be in the 16th century, be in Henry's world, and by the time you're exiting into the gardens, you're in the 18th century with William and Mary looking at an incredible Baroque landscape. And we can take you on that journey through the palace, connecting to these crucial moments in British history, and that's what really creates the magic for me.
So many of our great Tudor palaces, Tudor aristocratic homes, they've all been lost. And Henry VIII survives, Hampton Court survives, and gives us such an incredible insight into Henry VIII, the man and the monarch.
As a Tudor historian, you don't get any better than this. It's the greatest surviving Tudor palace in the world. But it's the atmosphere that makes it so special. You really do feel like you're stepping back into centuries of history.
Palaces, the most spectacular and lavish homes on Earth. luxuriously designed for the royals who wanted the biggest and the best. Behind the golden gates of these royal megastructures are incredible stories waiting to be discovered. Infamous monarchs from history, and the artists, designers, and engineers who turned their grand visions into a reality. These are the most opulent, flamboyant, and innovative royal residences around the world. This time, a breathtaking fairy tale palace in the snow-capped mountains of Bavaria in southern Germany that influenced Walt Disney. Created for the eccentric King Ludwig II, Neuschwanstein Castle is both a visual and engineering marvel, making it one of the world's greatest palaces. The village of Schwangau, 117 kilometers southwest of Munich, is the gateway to the fantastical Neuschwanstein Castle. Sitting in the Alps, the 19th century structure was the home of King Ludwig II of Bavaria. Inspired by the operas of German composer Richard Wagner, King Ludwig created Neuschwanstein to look medieval, but it was kitted out with all the latest innovations. Max Schranner has been guiding tourists through Neuschwanstein for 17 years.
The whole castle was built from 1869 until 1886. After 17 years, they had to stop because of the king's quite mysterious and unexpected death. And although they built 17 years and all this, Neuschwanstein Castle wasn't and still isn't finished at all. We only have about 20 completed rooms, which are all situated in the main building of the castle, but there were more than 120 rooms planned.
Despite dedicating almost 2 decades of his life to perfecting Neuschwanstein, King Ludwig II never got to fully complete his fairy tale palace.
You must never forget, King Ludwig II moved into the castle, so the king kind of lived on a construction site. His apartment was completed, of course, but on the other part of the castle, construction work was still going on. And only 6 weeks after the king's death, the royal family opened it to the public as a museum. So after King Ludwig II, no one else has ever lived in here.
Although it may look like a medieval structure, Ludwig had all the modern gadgets the 19th century had to offer added to Neuschwanstein.
Was ich wirklich interessant in diesen Schlössern finde, ist die Kombination aus modernster Technik und dem, was er sich aus der Vergangenheit an Kulisse geholt hat. Es ist ja nicht so, dass Ludwig so gebaut hat, wie man im Mittelalter oder im 18. Jahrhundert gebaut hat. Er hat ja die technischen Möglichkeiten des 19. Jahrhunderts verwendet, um seine Kulissen, seine Fantasiewelten, um seine Illusionen dort entstehen zu lassen. Und diese Kombination aus moderner, damals moderner Technik und dann dem Rückgriff auf die Vergangenheit, das ist sicherlich eine beeindruckende Angelegenheit.
One of Ludwig's innovative additions was an electrical servant's bell.
We are now in the king's apartment. Whenever the king was staying at this castle, then there was a servant present in that room in case that the king needed something. The king had a button in each room, and he pushed it. The bell up here rang. The name of the room appeared in here, and then the servant always knew where he had to go. And this system was driven by these very first batteries.
The servant summoning device was state-of-the-art in the late 19th century.
It was an early use for an electric bell system. Bell systems have existed a couple of hundred years ago in all these great manors, for example, but an electric bell system was quite new, quite modern, yeah.
In 1864, 5 years before the foundations were laid at Neuschwanstein, the German state of Bavaria welcomed a new king.
Ludwig II ascended to the throne quite early and quite unprepared. He was only 18 years old when his father, King Maximilian II, died quite unexpectedly at the age of about only 53. And so he took up his office, and over the first couple of years, he started to realize that the way that he was brought up was quite different from the reality then.
Within 2 years of becoming king, Ludwig's Bavaria joined forces with Austria in a war with their neighbors to the north, Prussia, but were defeated. In 1870, Bavaria joined their former adversaries in the Franco-Prussian War with France. The German state won, and Prussia became all-powerful.
The German Empire was proclaimed, and the King of Prussia became Emperor of Germany, which meant that not only had Bavaria lost its independence, but Ludwig had lost his role in life.
A king without a kingdom, Ludwig had already decided to build his own. Bavaria had been left with little power after the war, and the disillusioned monarch chose to shun the political life in Munich. Instead, in 1869, Ludwig headed into the Bavarian mountains to build himself a palatial home, Neuschwanstein Castle.
Well, the foundation stone was laid on September the 5th, 1869, by the king himself. And then they used quite modern technologies for building up this castle. So although it looks like an old medieval castle from the 10th to 12th centuries, it's actually quite a modern castle with steel inside and all the new technologies the late 19th century already had to offer.
There was a great revival of interest in the Middle Ages, and one of the greatest ways of seeing the Middle Ages was really by making their castles into this beautiful 19th century glossy version. So Ludwig was something of a romantic and certainly thought that if you rebuild a castle, you can go back to that actual time.
The whole castle was actually designed not by an architect, but by a painter from the Royal Theatre in Munich. His name was Christian Jank. He made several designs. The last one was actually approved by the king, and then these designs were given to the real architects, and then they had to do all the mathematics and the statistics and stuff like this.
The building of Neuschwanstein became a community project.
The construction of the castle was actually the biggest employer of local people for a number of years in the area. Ludwig II apparently was imposing some quite unrealistic deadlines on these workers because he wanted to get it built as soon as possible. So there were up to 300 workers that were on site every day, which is quite incredible considering it's quite tight, it's quite precarious, there's not a lot of space to work in. So it must have been a really, really buzzing and busy site.
They brought all the material up the hill. They first built a road up here, and then they used horse and ox carriages. And the train stop was about 15 miles away from here. So all the material, which was transported to this place from far away, they could use the train for that as well.
But the construction workers soon found out that building a castle on top of a mountain was really as difficult as it sounds.
There are huge problems with building on the side of a ravine, and it's very dependent on the type of rock. But in a place that is prone to poor weather, where there is freezing, so that water gets in small fissures or cracks in the stonework and in the rock of the foundations, and then freezes and expands and cracks and fractures the rock, then you continuously have a problem with bits of the facade falling off or the very foundations on which the whole building is built crumbling away. And this is the problem the castle has. It looks like it's been there for centuries. It is only just over 100 years old, and yet right from the beginning it has suffered from these problems, that it needs continual maintenance, and it started falling apart before they even finished constructing it.
It is actually an enormous building in terms of height, and it is a very stable building. And we ask ourselves, well, how does he do this? It's actually, for the most part, a steel-framed building. And he sets up a steel frame that can carry then an enormous amount of weight. Then between the steel frames is actually brick. Brick isn't too terribly heavy. And what he then does, and this is all very modern, I mean, it's almost breaking edge, pushing the envelope of construction engineering is what he's doing. He then clads it, I should say he gives a veneer in the beautiful limestone that we see on the building itself. And that wonderful monochromatic is quarried in those mountains. So it creates an indivisibility between the architecture, the build, and then the landscape behind in which it is found.
The king played an integral role in the structural engineering of Neuschwanstein.
The input of Ludwig in the construction site was enormous. So he wanted to see every plan for every detail. And the more detailed things got, the more detailed his choosings became.
Hat auf jedes noch so kleine Detail geachtet. Die Architekten durften Vorschläge machen und nach seinen Maßgaben dann die Pläne zeichnen. Aber derjenige, der auch noch die letzten kleinen Dinge bestimmt hat, war nur allein der König und sonst niemand.
After living in temporary accommodation on the construction site, Ludwig was finally able to move into his still incomplete new home in 1884, 15 years after he'd laid the first stone.
This is a castle, but it was also a palace. It was planned by Ludwig as his home. He wanted to live there and spend his life there. And every room that was finished, every part of the castle, bears the imprint of Ludwig's personality.
It's all very well being inspired by fantasy, but fantasy is fantasy because it is unachievable. To try and produce the ultimate fantasy castle, that is something else. And this created huge challenges for his architects. They would come up with dreams of what the castle could be, which were far grander than Ludwig could ever afford.
This castle costs about 6.1 million gold mark. It's a bit difficult to say in nowadays money because you can't really compare. If I would be forced to tell you an equivalent, it could be about 95 million euros.
The interior design of Neuschwanstein Castle was inspired by King Ludwig II's boyhood hero, German composer Richard Wagner.
Ludwig II watched his first performance of a Wagnerian opera at the age of about 15, which was the Lohengrin opera, and the king loved the story and wanted to meet the composer.
One of his first actions when he became king is said, okay, I want Wagner here. I want to invite Wagner and make him work. So he invited Wagner to come to Munich, to court.
Ingratiating Wagner to the king's court was a highly controversial decision.
The composer, Richard Wagner, back then was, let's say, a bit on the run because he was wanted for bankruptcy and was very relieved that he found a new financial supporter, and the king willingly spent quite a lot of money on Wagner in order to ensure that he could continue composing operas and using all these stories that the king loved in creating operas out of them.
For many people, they really saw the music as incredibly transcendent, and Ludwig himself was so keen to strengthen his position that allying himself with Wagner and this mythical greatness was something that he saw as making him more powerful.
Ludwig had Neuschwanstein decorated with characters from Wagner's operas.
The murals of Tannhäuser, Lohengrin, Parsifal, they're there. You almost walk off the walls. Actually, it looks like the stage set for a Wagnerian opera. It's wonderful.
This is the Siegfried legend, the first part of the Nibelungen. I can see on these paintings, this one here is particularly interesting. You can see Siegfried, the main character of that story, standing on the right-hand side, and there his magic sword is made, the one with which he later kills the dragon.
When you walk up to Neuschwanstein, you are participating in that theater. You are part of that theatrical moment. You are one with Neuschwanstein, and you are one with Parsifal. This is amazing, and it's almost postmodern, one could say. It's as if Ludwig says, I'm going to push that envelope and my society, my kingdom is going to come with.
A recurring design theme in the palatial castle is the swan. The numerous references to the water bird are inspired by the love story in Wagner's opera Lohengrin.
Lohengrin comes in to Flanders, a hero, a savior, who will fight for the purity and the honesty and the honor of Elsa. He comes in on a swan. So all of a sudden, we begin to see a linguistic referencing or complexity developing. Neuschwanstein, New Swan Mountain, or New Swan Cliff, we could suggest.
Ludwig even included the swan in another of his technical innovations.
This is the king's washstand. The water came from a natural source, which was situated approximately 150 meters above us in the mountains, and had enough natural pressure to allow cold water to come out of the silver swan's beak. There were pipes down from the spring into the castle and then up again on each floors. And so the king only had to pull this small silver button down here, and the water came out of the silver swan's beak.
There was running water on all the floors. They were actually able to bring the water up, not just to the ground floor, but actually throughout the building. Their kitchen had hot and cold running water, and the toilets even had rinses.
The water also provided the castle with central heating, which was much needed during the cold Bavarian winters.
Although Ludwig II wanted a medieval castle, he didn't want a drafty, cold space. He wanted all the comforts that modern technology could provide. So he installed a hot air heating system, a central heating system to keep him warm. He had warm water piped through the building so that he could turn on the tap and have a bath. None of these would have been, of course, available in the Middle Ages.
Central heating was a British idea that was really first investigated in the 1830s. We're talking here in the very early 1870s. So the building received a wonderful central heating that was energized via steam and steam boilers that were also a very new concept.
Heat was also provided by the grand fireplaces located throughout the building.
This fireplace here is a bit special because it's not only the biggest one we have in the castle, but it's also the only one where the entrance, the opening, where we put the wood in, is not in the room itself. It's on the back side, so it was operated from the dining room, of course, because when the king was asleep in here, no one else would dare to walk into the room to put a new layer of wood in there, and so they could do this from the other room. So we have the actual opening to this fireplace over here. You see, this is wood. It isn't. That's metal. I can open it like this, and here it is.
Despite being a monarch with little power, Ludwig still wanted to have the palatial home of a king. One of the grandest rooms at Neuschwanstein is Ludwig's beautifully decorated throne hall.
We will now go into the throne room. As you've probably noticed, the most important object in the throne room is missing. The throne itself was supposed to be up there, but it was never made because the king died before they could manufacture it.
The throne hall is built in the style of a Byzantine church.
Byzantine art refers to art of the Eastern Roman Empire as headquartered in Constantinople, today's Istanbul. It has a sort of a Greek feel. And as I look at that room, I notice that the gold ground has 8 saints who were kings. Then I notice Michael the Archangel in a mosaic. I notice an enormous candelabra, which is modeled after the crown of St. Stephen of Hungary.
It's made of gilded brass, so it's quite heavy. It weighs about 1,000 kilograms or 2,000 pounds. It has 96 candles, and it can be lowered down to the floor by means of a winch, which is situated above the throne hall in the attic. The colored stones you can see on the chandelier They're just colored glass, so no real gemstones, I'm afraid.
Measuring 20 meters long, 12 meters wide, and 13 meters high, the throne hall occupies both the third and fourth floors in the west wing of the castle.
The throne room has quite a unique feature in it. So it's huge. It's 65,000 square feet in size, and they use steel. So steel was actually, as a material, just starting to really gain popularity as a construction material in the mid to late 1800s, which is the time that this castle was being built.
Nowhere is the strange hybrid nature of this castle more obvious than when you get to the throne room. Here, one can see the medieval meeting the technology that was necessary to construct the building. It's sort of on display, but it's also sort of concealed. So at this point, the strange artifice of the building becomes apparent.
Some parts of the throne hall may look classical in design, but are really just a facade for the 19th century technology beneath.
All the columns, for example, they're no real marble columns. They have steel inside. It's covered with plaster and they just paint it. Because during the building process, the king always changed his mind. So they had to put steel inside, which goes up through these columns up here, through the blue ones up there, and also on top the cupola as well, in order to support the whole construction. And you also have this steel T-bars underneath the floor as well.
If you think about trying to span a really long distance, you generally use a big beam. And with the gravity, the beams get pulled down a little bit, and that causes the beams to flex. So you get a little bit of a pulling action at the bottom of the beam and a little bit of a squashing action at the top of the beam. But the larger the span is, the bigger those actions are. And at some point, timber is just not strong enough to resist those forces. But steel, on the other hand, it's orders of magnitude stronger, and so using this new modern material that they had just figured out how to manufacture on a big scale meant that they could create this really large, impressive throne room for the king.
Despite the illusion of grandeur, King Ludwig II never appeared to be comfortable as a monarch. Hidden away in Neuschwanstein Castle, his fantastical home in the Bavarian mountains, he shunned his political and public duties.
He didn't like court life. He stopped reviewing military parades. He stopped holding court banquets. He only had a few friends. He didn't seem to like the Bavarian nobility.
Ludwig II. Als König war eigentlich dafür verantwortlich, dass es auch nach ihm wieder einen König gibt. Und das hieß im Normalfall heiraten und Kinder bekommen. Ludwig II., das weiß man inzwischen ziemlich sicher, war aber sicherlich homosexuell. Also war es für ihn doch eine sehr, sehr schwierige Angelegenheit, eine Ehe ins Auge zu fassen.
But in January 1867, Ludwig did get engaged to Duchess Sophie Charlotte, the sister of Empress Elizabeth of Austria.
Ludwig was engaged to Sophie Charlotte in Bavaria. She was a very distant cousin, and they basically grew up together. Not in the same residence, but her family was part of the royal family, and so they saw each other regularly. And she liked Wagner too. They liked music and literature, so they were in close contact, like brother and sister, something like that.
Ludwig da offensichtlich auch eine etwas merkwürdige Verbindung mit Sophie vorgestellt, weil er hat nach kürzester Zeit diese junge Frau auch nicht mehr mit ihrem eigenen Namen angeredet, sondern hat sie Elsa genannt, als ob sie einer von Wagners Opern entsprungen sei und sich selbst als Parsifal bezeichnet.
The 9-month engagement to Sophie was called off in October 1867, and Ludwig never produced an heir. He remained a very private king who enjoyed a life of solitude.
He also didn't want to watch performances within a crowded theater. The king hated being stared at and people always looking at him. As the king was getting older and older, more and more retreated from the public, and so he ordered extra performances just for himself. So he was the sole audience member. The entire opera had to be performed just for himself.
This has often been held against Ludwig, saying only a madman would do that. But Ludwig said, if I am in the theater with all the others, then they will not be watching Tristan and Isolde. They will be looking at me, and I do not wish this. And that's actually quite rational when you think about it.
As if to reinforce his life of misanthropy, Ludwig had a grotto added to his private suites at Neuschwanstein.
Well, the next room we're about to go through, you definitely won't expect that one up on the 3rd floor behind the living room, because we're going now through an artificially constructed cave. This cave here is supposed to represent the Venus grotto from the Tannhäuser opera. The king loved the special scene of the story so much that he said, well, I'd like to have a cave just like that one inside my castle. And as he was the king, I had to build one. So once again, he created his own kind of fantasy world, stage set within the castle, actually.
You will go into it and think, oh, this has to be some outside external rock cave. The door itself, one side was just a normal door, but if you then went in, the other side of the door was made from this fake rock, a papier-mâché style material, and you could essentially kind of shut yourself into this little cave in the middle of your palace.
It's astonishing, really. But I suppose we might compare it to people who might be terribly rich now and build themselves a meditation room or something. It's just that Ludwig wanted it to look like a cave.
The grotto is in stark contrast to the room where the king would have slept.
We're now in the king's bedroom. The bedroom was built in neo-Gothic style. You can see quite a lot of wood carvings in here. The finest work in here is the bed, of course. The canopy above, which shows all the different Gothic church towers. And if you have a look into the bed, you can see the king had also golden stars in it. So I love this kind of motif with the blue skies and golden stars.
I always suggest take a minute or two in the bedroom and simply engage in that beautiful woodworking of the bed, his kingly bed, that he probably never slept in.
We don't really know how long they actually had to work on all this, but it is said that 14 wood carvers had to work for about 4.5 years on this room alone.
Although he lived a life away from the hustle and bustle of Munich, Ludwig remained in contact with his parliament.
The main myth about Ludwig is that he didn't act as a king, but that was not true at all. He just wasn't residing in Munich. He just didn't fit into the clockwork of the government. So when they wanted to have something signed, they had to go to him. And he was on a very regular basis on his castles. But in Munich, it could look like as he was a bit erratic, wandering around the countryside. That was basically not true.
And Ludwig was always contactable, thanks to another state-of-the-art device he had installed at Neuschwanstein.
Over here, on the right-hand corner, you find another very interesting technical detail of the castle, the king's very own telephone. This telephone is actually from 1884. It was one of the first telephones in Bavaria, produced by the Siemens company. As it was one of the first telephones, it just had one single connection. It was from the castle down to the post and telegraph office in the village.
He's one of the first monarchs to have a telephone. He loved telephoning, especially to his mother. When you visit Neuschwanstein, you can see the telephone. It's absolutely magnificent. But technology can not only afford communication, it can afford a removal from society. So again, he knows exactly where to place these modern innovations to further his goals.
But one of Ludwig's technological advancements didn't get off the ground.
What he also wanted to do was create, just outside of Neuschwanstein, a wonderful cable car situation that was not funicular, but rather on literally a cable. And this cable car situation would have presented, shall we say, a dock in the lake that is just underneath Neuschwanstein, and then via a wheel mechanism that was steam powered, the steam power would have energized the cables that in turn would have been pulling a cable car that was a swan. And in this, he could then ride from Neuschwanstein down to the lake and then over to his mother's castle as well. And everybody thought he was out of his mind. But when we think of today's cable cars that bring us up to the top of a mountain to go skiing, he's an innovator.
After 17 years of building his fantasy palace, King Ludwig II was continually trying to improve upon Neuschwanstein. But in 1886, his dream turned into a nightmare.
Ludwig had private money and he had a royal income, and that was basically where the money came from. The problem was that he was overspending, terribly overspending in the later times. And then he ran into debt, and the debt was piling up, and in the early 80s there was the first person who said, okay, I'll go to court if you don't pay my bills. Then it became difficult because he could, in theory, have been judged just to pay by his own courts. So that became a real problem.
Er hat so viel Geld dafür aufgewandt, dass er im Grunde diese Schulden gar nicht mehr zahlen konnte am Ende. Und als die Regierung, die Minister sahen, dass er im Grunde immer weiter Geld haben will, was keiner mehr zahlen konnte, noch dazu als dann auch Pfändungen drohten, dann haben die Minister eigentlich versucht, eine Art Notbremse zu ziehen und haben dafür plädiert, dass man Ludwig II. Entmündigt, also dass er nicht mehr regierender König sein könne.
In June 1886, the Bavarian parliament made the decision to officially depose Ludwig. A psychiatric report claimed he was paranoid and stated, "Suffering from such a disorder, freedom of action can no longer be allowed, and Your Majesty is declared incapable of ruling."
He's no longer king. They attempt to arrest him. This is unsuccessful. They return with a greater militia-like formation on the 11th of June, 1886, to Neuschwanstein, where he is residing. He is able to revoke them once again. They go down into the little village, have a luxurious breakfast, and go back up the mountain. And with the help of a devious, or I should say, compliant house personnel, Ludwig is arrested.
King Ludwig II would never step foot inside Neuschwanstein again.
He is taken in a carriage that cannot be opened from the interior to a palace on Starnberg Lake, which is south of Munich. A palace that he had loved as a young man, in which he spent many, many happy hours. In the meanwhile, they have converted it into an asylum.
If the king really was mentally ill, nobody really knows. You see, the only way to get rid of a king back then legally was to say that he was mentally ill. They collected evidence, things the king wrote in his diary, for example. They interviewed servants and other staff from the royal court. And the doctors who wrote that medical report actually never even saw the king. They didn't have a proper examination or anything like this. They just wrote what people were told to tell them.
He could be obsessed, and he has an enormous energy, but the organization of his building projects, the organization of his innovative moments in construction engineering, architectural ideas, though they were conceived as mad, he cannot be a mad person. They are too perfect and too coherent in their organization to be done by a mad person, by somebody who is sociopathic or psychopathic. And they themselves, I believe, are enough evidence to prove that he was not insane. And that's something we should also consider in terms of Ludwig II.
After spending just 2 nights in the asylum under the watchful eye of his psychiatrist, Dr. Bernhard von Gudden, despair turned to tragedy for Ludwig.
On June the 13th, 1886, the king and his psychiatrist went for a walk to the lake. As they didn't come back in the evening, they sent out a search party. It found both of them, the king and the psychiatrist, dead in the lake. What really happened there, nobody knows. It's still a mystery. You see, the king died in kind of knee-deep water, although he was an excellent swimmer. So that's a bit fishy.
We know for certain that 2 of the caretakers were to follow behind. And we know for certain, because both of these caretakers swear to this, that Gudden waved them away. How those 2 bodies arrived there, we do not know. There are all sorts of theories. They were shot, they both drowned, they fight in the water. We also know that Ludwig was wearing a large, heavy coat. It must have been a cooler day, and it was raining. That we know. What happened between Gudden waving the caretakers away and the bodies being found in the water will remain a mystery.
Despite an autopsy report that stated that Ludwig had no water in his lungs, his death was officially ruled as suicide by drowning.
Also wenn man sich für den Tod Ludwigs II. Interessiert, dann muss man wahrscheinlich viele Geheimnisse wegstreichen. Es war kein ganz großes Geheimnis und ist kein Geheimnis um diesen Tod. Man weiß im Grunde, dass er mit seinem Arzt Dr. Gudden spazieren ging an diesem 13. Juni und dass er wohl versucht hat zu fliehen und dass sein Arzt versucht hat, das zu verhindern. Und wir gehen heutzutage davon aus, dass Ludwig, der wesentlich größer und stärker war als sein Arzt, im See mit ihm gekämpft hat, ihn unter Wasser drückte und als er sah, dass er einen Menschen umgebracht hatte, dann Selbstmord begangen hat. Also so geheimnisvoll ist der Tod Ludwigs II. Gar nicht.
There are many other theories. There's an almost Arthurian myth in some quarters in Bavaria. They almost believe he might come back one day. His ghost haunts everywhere. And quite a lot of people think that he was murdered. But I would be inclined to believe the official version is true.
Ludwig's deposition, incarceration, and subsequent death meant that his beloved Neuschwanstein castle was left unfinished.
The building was never completed. And we know as well that what Ludwig was going to do was add more to it. So it became very conceptual. He was going to have a purification bath. This was to be heated by those same boilers that were doing the central heating, and then creating a series of beautiful ovens and stoves for the heating process. And so again, bringing us back to these very modern ideas and innovative ideas.
Riddled with financial problems at the time of his death, there was only one way to clear Ludwig's debt.
Als Ludwig gestorben war, hat die Familie sehr, sehr schnell das Schloss Neuschwanstein für die Bevölkerung und für die Öffentlichkeit geöffnet. Und das hatte einen ganz pragmatischen Grund, weil die Familie die immensen Schulden, die Ludwig II. Angehäuft hatte, einfach abzahlen musste. Und da war jeder zahlende Besucher in diesem Schloss willkommen.
Not even 2 decades later, so the entrance fees had paid for the debt. Already in 1899, and all the king's debt were paid in 1901. So not even 15 years after his death, debt was paid off by the entrance fees.
But almost 60 years after the death of Ludwig, his castle fell into the hands of the Nazis during the Second World War.
So in World War II, Neuschwanstein became a depot for looted art. Hitler wanted to build an immense museum for art in Linz, then Austria. So he looted basically all Europe he could get his hands on and took the best pieces of art in order to put them up all in Linz. And Neuschwanstein served as a depot for the looted art from France and Belgium.
Towards the end of the war, the SS were planning on blowing up Neuschwanstein to destroy all the looted art. But fortunately, the castle was surrendered to the Allies before the plan materialized.
The American army reached Neuschwanstein on the 28th of April 45, and there was no resistance. The gate was open and said, okay, here's your art.
Luckily, a very great French art curator had the forethought to write down what had been taken and somehow found out where they were going, so everything was recovered intact. And also, thankfully, the castle is intact.
Today, Neuschwanstein is a major tourist attraction with over 1 million annual visitors to the fantastical home of Ludwig II.
What's very unique about the castle is that the majority of our castles and palaces bear the imprint of a variety of personalities. They're rebuilt, they're changed. Each time a new king arrives, he changes it or a queen changes it, and it's altered and new bits are put on. But that's not the same here. It almost pretty much is preserved in the pristine state that it was for Ludwig. It's all about him, exactly what he wanted.
Wenn man sich überlegt, dass der König ja niemanden in seine Schlösser hineingelassen hat, dass dort ganz alleine sein wollte, dass nur seine Lakaien und seine Bediensteten dort mit ihm leben wollten und durften, der König würde sich wahrscheinlich im Grab umdrehen, wenn er sehen würde, wie heutzutage diese Menschenmassen durch Neuschwanstein hindurchgetrieben werden.
As well as wowing visitors from around the globe, the glorious castle also had a huge impact on one of Hollywood's most famous men.
Walt Disney definitely used this castle as an inspiration for his own ones. Yeah, it's a white castle, a bit fairy tale-like with all these small towers and turrets and stuff like this. And he loved this castle. He used it as an inspiration.
If you think that castles were once fortresses and the whole point of turrets was to protect and to shoot arrows and to look far ahead, these turrets are all beautiful, Cinderella Sleeping Beauty. It is a place of fantastical, beautiful, marvelous, wild excess. So if you want a real Disney castle outside of Disney, I think you've got it.
Because of its perilous position in the Bavarian Alps, Neuschwanstein needs constant maintenance to keep it from subsiding. But the castle still stands proud as one of the most visually stunning and technically advanced royal residences in the world.
Neuschwanstein's success is in producing a building that doesn't look like it's been designed, that looks like it's grown up, but is also everybody's idea of the perfect castle.
If you want to know who Ludwig was, just go to the castle. It's all there. You see his romanticism, his idealism, his slight naivety, and the fact was that the castle became a complete obsession with him, blowing everything out of the water. And we might argue to a degree, the government said it did send him slightly mad.
Why do we go to Neuschwanstein? Why do 1.5 million people trek all the way down south of Munich into the Alps, up that mountain? How are they getting there? And I think the answer to that is a search for beauty.
Palaces, the most spectacular and lavish homes on Earth. Luxuriously designed for the royals who wanted the biggest and the best. Behind the golden gates of these royal megastructures are incredible stories waiting to be discovered. infamous monarchs from history, and the artists, designers, and engineers who turned their grand visions into a reality. These are the most opulent, flamboyant, and innovative royal residences around the world. This time, constructed on the site of a former castle, the Royal Palace of Stockholm has 1,400 rooms, spread over 3 main floors, and covers almost 300 years of design. From Baroque through Rococo to the present day, making it one of the world's greatest palaces. Measuring 230 meters long and 125 meters wide, the Royal Palace of Stockholm may look perfectly rectangular and uniform from the outside, but the rooms within are anything but. Located in the center of Sweden's capital city, the sumptuous palace has been the official residence of the Swedish monarchy for over 250 years. Lars Lundström is the head curator at the Royal Palace.
To say what makes Stockholm unique is it's a difficult question, actually, because every royal palace, every royal house is unique in its way. The Swedes tend to think of ourselves as a modern nation, and the general picture of Sweden has got a lot more to do with modernity than with history. When you look a little bit beneath the surface, there's very, very much that has been handed down through the generations. And that kind of continuity, although reshaped, steeped in a new way, still characterizes Sweden very much.
Kings and queens of Sweden called the Royal Palace home until 1982, when the current king, Carl XVI Gustav, moved to the outskirts of the bustling city.
After the marriage of our current king and queen, Their Majesties decided that bringing up children would be much more natural in a place like Drottningholm than here in the center of Stockholm, which is actually the first time that kings have been permanently living somewhere else than in the center of Stockholm, since they started living somewhere permanently at all.
It's the king's official residence. And this is where the king and the queen and also the crown princess and her husband has their offices. So every day, or more or less every day, they come in here to do their different kinds of duties. But also this is where all the official ceremonies take place. Like you have state visits, the gala dinners, all those social functions and ceremonies always takes place here at the Royal Palace.
Before the Royal Palace was completed in the 18th century, a castle stood on the same site. It was called Tre Kronor, meaning 3 crowns. Dating back to the 13th century, it is believed that the physical structure of Tre Kronor was made from a hybrid of materials over the years.
So the Tre Kronor castle, we believe, was primarily made from timber, and we also understand that the roof covering was of copper plates. So even if there were parts of it that were made from stone and brick, it was quite dominated by timber.
The original castle had not been built in one period. Like any medieval castle, it had been added to many times before. And by the 17th century, it was a wonderful concoction of different styles and periods. The base of it was stone, the top of the towers was brick, and these were topped out with wonderful spires in copper and of slate. So the whole building was a fairy tale concoction of towers and staircases and turrets.
By the late 17th century, Sweden was expanding its borders. The ruling monarch, King Charles XI, wanted a new palace that was befitting of the growing nation.
At that time, Sweden had become a rather large and important country in the northern part of Europe and felt ashamed of the old palace when people came to Stockholm from the continent. That was not the way a proper castle or modern castle should look at that time. Still very much of the Renaissance style remained, and even a lot of the medieval style.
So Charles XI started to renovate the old medieval castle and had to rebuild a part of it to become more modern. In that time, they also had a big program where they sent away different kind of artisans and architects to study the latest fashion down in the subcontinent. Now we're talking about Italy and France. So the inspiration was to go to the source, the Silicon Valley of the time, and get inspiration to build something magnificent that would show that Charles XI was the greatest king that Sweden ever had.
To realize his dream, King Charles reached out to the finest architect in Sweden.
Nicodemus Tessin the Younger was actually the son of an architect who was called Nicodemus Tessin the Elder. Nicodemus Tessin the Younger was born in 1654 and got really heads-on, like being taught and raised as an architect. There was no other plans for him than becoming the person that would inherit his father's title and education. So his style and his education to his young youth was actually just focused on becoming an architect. That's why he kind of early also goes in his early 20s to Italy to study architecture on site.
When Tessin came back to Sweden, he knew exactly the way a modern palace should look. And this was around 1690. And at that time, King Carl XI had decided to modernize the northern wing of the palace.
At the time, Stockholm Palace had 2 large towers in the northern wing and a smaller building between those 2 towers. So 2 apartments were added between those 2 towers.
Completed in the mid-1690s, King Charles XI's gallery was the jewel in the crown of Nicodemus Tessin's new-look north wing. Tessin invited artists, who he had met on a visit to Versailles, to paint the ceilings in the gallery. The murals tell many stories.
The main story is about a war between Sweden and Denmark that was taking place in the 1670s. And it's like a story that starts here. This is called the War Cabinet. And this is about how the war are starting. And then the story continues. So we can see that blacksmiths are making weapons. They are making swords up on the painting just up here then. So this is about how the soldiers were armed. And then the story continues very quickly. So there you can see Carl XI. This is about the victory. He's going to be crowned with a circle of stars. And this is a symbol for eternity. So Carl XI would be forever known for his courageousness during these battles against the Danes. If you think about the craftsmanship, it's amazing, this room. It's quite amazing because you can imagine all the painters working here then, and also sculptors and people that was gilding all the frames. So I think it's amazing when you think about how many people that was working here at the time.
The artwork depicting Sweden's 17th century victory over Denmark is part of a proud military tradition that lives on today. Even the current king, Carl XVI Gustav, served in the Navy.
And they've kept a great deal of the pomp and ceremony. The Svea Guard, who are the oldest, apart from the Vatican Guard, the oldest regiment in Europe, and their royal blue uniforms and steel helmets, still mount guard at the Royal Palace in Stockholm.
The ceremonial changing of the guard takes place at the palace 3 times a week in the winter and every day during the summer months, attracting 800,000 spectators per year.
It's been a tradition since midsummer 1523. In this form as we see it today, more or less. It's been going on since the mid-1700s. They will actually just be waiting now until the new guard arrives. And when the new guard arrives, there will be a parade for the banner, the Swedish banner, and then they will start changing the guards. The sentries tell each other what they are supposed to be guarding. So every sentry around the palace has this type of instruction that they are telling the next sentry. And now you see the two guards changing place. So they have the new guard entering the rifle bridge, and that's the position of the acting guard, so to speak.
"18 years after leading his army to victory against the Danes, Swedish King Charles XI died in April 1697. Just weeks later, a huge fire engulfed Trekroner Castle, the fortress that once stood on the site of the royal palace of Stockholm.
They had not had time to organize a funeral yet. When the fire started in the afternoon, they carried his mortal remains. It was the first that they saved, of course, because it was very important to have a proper funeral for the king.
So we are quite sure that the fire started on the attic, and it was the Friday, May 7th, 1697. We are not quite sure, though, how the fire started, but most probably it was a broken chimney that caused the fire. And there was a fire for almost 1 week. And when a week had passed, the palace was more or less totally in ruins.
The fire was devastating, destroyed all of the castle apart from the newly built north wing.
The Regency Council of the new king, Charles XII, immediately commissioned a bigger and better palace. They called upon the architect who had revamped the surviving north wing just a couple of years before the fire, Nicodemus Tessin.
A couple of days after the fire, Nicodemus Tessin the Younger, the architect, were asked to make a new plan of a new palace. But he thought it's not good to build a new palace on the fire-damaged walls. So the fire-damaged walls were actually demolished then. And then 3 new wings was built then in the 18th century.
Tessin's new plans were 1,000,000 miles from the fairy tale turrets of Trekroner.
The easiest way to describe his proposal was that he started off with a northern wing, where he had existing walls which could be reused. Then he added 3 more wings to create a square, like a Roman palace, which was 4 squared with a yard in the center. And in order to make this look less box-shaped, he then added lower abutted wings on either side. There was a little bit of a problem on the southern side, because if you really extended the southwest wing as far as it should, you had to demolish the main church of Stockholm. That was out of the question. And therefore, we've got rounded wings at the outer courtyard that screen off the fact that one wing is just a little stump.
In terms of the design aesthetic of this palace, it's actually a fairly low-rise structure of a few stories, and it's very, very geometric, so it's a clean rectangular sort of shape in the Baroque style.
The bottom of the palace appears to sit on a stone plinth, and above that we have a band of rendered brickwork with stone surrounds around the windows, and then at the top a cornice and a parapet. So the building's divided like a classical column into 3 parts: a base, and then a large area of wall, and then a top, like a capital on a column.
Construction of the new royal palace began just months after the fire, in 1697.
Nicodemus Tessin and the government decided on using native domestic materials. So a lot of stones were quarried from Swedish stone quarries in Gotland and in other parts of Sweden. At the palace, there would be maybe 200 or 300 people working daily from different shifts doing construction work, and a lot of bricklayers.
The original castle was mostly constructed of stone, which is typical of castles of the period. The new buildings were constructed out of stone and brick. Brick was used for the interior of the walls, which was again normal for the late 17th century. It enabled you to have a fireproof construction and created large walls relatively cheaply. But all the decoration was beautifully done in stone, which formed a thin layer on the outside. The brick was covered up by render to protect it from the frost and the weather. The render is a great idea because it has a uniform colour, giving a flat facade, but also because when it cracks or becomes damaged, it's easy to replace, which in the harsh climate of Stockholm with the frost attacking the brickwork meant that you had a surface you could continually repair to keep the palace pristine.
But the weather wasn't the main problem in constructing the palace. An unsuccessful conflict against Russia in the Great Northern War between 1700 and 1721 created a great financial strain on Sweden.
If I'm to give a short answer to how the build went, it's slowly. Sweden was engaged in a war. It actually ended with complete defeat and the end of Sweden's rather brief time as a great power in this part of Europe. And all resources had to be put into the war effort just to make the country survive, meaning that the building here grinded to a halt.
The Great Northern War was, of course, also a proof of failure of the royal family to keep Sweden, to have control of its borders. So when Charles XII dies in 1718, the royal family has a lot of criticism around it for being self-interested. But it actually starts with a new era called the Age of Liberty in 1721. And it transites to the royal family as being symbols of power, but not a head of power.
The builders downed their tools for 18 years between 1710 and 1728. By the time the construction of the palace resumed, the architect, Nicodemus Tessin the Younger, was in his early 70s.
Nicodemus Tessin the Younger's original plans were in style Baroque. So the early interiors that are constructed before the fire are in a Baroque style. And of course the exterior is also in the Baroque style, which is much more heavier and massive in its architectural expression than what later on becomes the Rococo when the royal family moves in 1754. So there's a transition between the exteriors being Baroque during this time, since it takes around 58 years to construct a palace, that the styles change. So a lot of the interiors through that time become a Rococo interior.
Modernity was what mattered when the palace was decorated. This was cutting-edge modernity, long before anyone had heard of Rococo in Germany or in Denmark. So this was a way of showing that you knew what was happening, a way of showing the world that this was a modern nation. We had just lost our status as a great power, and this was a starting afresh.
The monarch who finally moved into the new royal palace in 1754 was King Adolf Frederick. But after almost 60 years of construction, things had changed in Sweden. The king no longer had the same power as many of his predecessors.
The day when they moved in 1754 was a big ceremony. It was designed for an absolute ruler of a great power, an extremely big palace, even by that time standards. When it was finished, it was still a symbol of Sweden's greatness, but no longer for an absolute ruler. And it's a parliamentary committee that decides about the building, not the king. The king was a bystander. And then the Parliament more or less hands over the keys and says, well, please, we are finished now.
Architect Nicodemus Tessin the Younger had died in 1728 and didn't live to see the finished building. But his influence over the new royal palace was clear for all to see.
Tessin the Younger actually designed the palace to a really intricate way of symbolizing power. You have 4 facades, and every facade has a symbol or meaning, which you have the male and the female on the west and the eastern side.
The aesthetic of the king's western facade was quite kind of practical and businesslike, because that was the part of the palace from which the king was actually carrying out his ruling duties. Whereas the eastern facade, which was representing the queen, got its inspiration more from emotions like love and compassion.
And on the north you have the nation as a power, and on the south you have the power as being triumphant in battle. So you have like 4 sides of each individual character of the nation.
Tessin's connective design trait continued inside the new south wing of the palace.
Nicodemus Tessin the Younger was quite clever when he not only juxtaposed the male and the female side, to also juxtapose the church and the state. So in the east you have the church and the ecclesiastical power, and to the west you have the whole of state and the throne as a symbol of the secularized power. So the whole structure of the building is supportive of the whole community, how it was perceived at that time.
The decoration of the interiors, the lavish paintwork and gilding, was important, but so was the layout of the building. The chapel and the throne room are deliberately designed to be visually connected, so that it is obvious that the instructions from God are being transmitted directly to the throne.
When you're standing in the Hall of State, when you're standing in front of the throne chair, it's about 100 meters between the throne chair and the altar in the royal chapel. It's an amazing view. I can assume when people were entering the Hall of State, perhaps they could look over their shoulder and see the altar in the chapel, and then they would understand that the king had divine power.
Both the chapel and the Hall of State were adapted from Tessin's original plans by local architect Carl Harleman. He modified the designs to make the rooms more fashionable.
The significance of the Hall of State is that it's really a good example of a style that is transitional. Nicodemus Tessin the Younger actually draws a Hall of State which is in a Baroque style. But through the time when they constructed the palace, the Hall of State transcides and becomes a Rococo place. So the sculptures are on the cornice level, more sitting on the level and not actually carrying the ceiling, which actually symbolizes the transition really well, in the sense that you don't have a Baroque space, it transides into a Rococo space, which is much more open and light in scheme.
The difference between Baroque and Rococo is a complicated thing, of course, as every difference between one style and another. Rococo is, in many ways, less pretentious. You don't look for the grand effects, you look for something more intimate, you look for lighter colors often, a little bit more informal than the Baroque, who loved state rooms, state occasions, and was always symmetrical.
The magnificent Hall of State takes up 2 floors of the palace and was home to the Riksdag, the Swedish parliament, for over 100 years.
Until 1974, though, the opening of the parliament in January each year took place in this Hall of State, with the king still sitting in the silver throne in front of us. The silver throne that is, of course, the most important object in this Hall of State, made in 1650 in Augsburg, Bavaria, Germany, and a gift that time from one of the most powerful men in Sweden, Magnus Gabriel Lagarde, and a gift to the Swedish Queen Christina at that time,
and supposed to be used during the coronation ceremony first. And so it was, and ever since then, this throne chair has been the throne chair of Sweden.
Many kings and queens of Sweden have overseen legislature in the Hall of State, and it is still used for royal engagements to this day.
For example, in 1973, this is the hall where our present king, Carl Gustaf, became the king officially. And in 2010, when Crown Princess Victoria married Prince Daniel, this is where the wedding dinner party took place for approximately 350 guests.
The king who inherited the Hall of State at the Royal Palace of Stockholm was Gustav III, who was crowned in May 1772. The progressive ruler had ascended to the throne the previous year.
Gustav III was a great man of culture. He loved art, he loved the opera, he loved music. He said that he thought the Swedish language was better when it was sung.
The cultured king made many alterations to the look of the palace.
Every generation of royalties living here have made changes. I mean, this is a home. We might not think of a palace as a home, but it was home to the royal family. And just as we don't move into the home of our grandparents without making changes, it was the same for the royal family. Every generation made their contributions to the palace, their changes.
So when Gustav III becomes king in 1771, the actual style is changing from the Rococo into some sort of like early neoclassical style. They have the grotesque paintings on the walls, and you can see Pompeii, the lost city, was actually discovered during the 17th century and inspired a lot of architects to do the same. So it's actually an Italian Roman style, which is high in its fashion at the time.
Gustav wanted Sweden to return to an absolute monarchy, meaning the king would have power over parliament. In 1772, he plotted to overthrow the Riksdag.
1 year after his accession to the throne, he staged a coup. So that's when he uses their assembly in the Hall of State here in the palace, simply to get in front of the parliament to tell them that the nation is threatened, we need a strong rule, and I'm to take the nation out of this situation. And then they locked the door. He went out and left them there to discuss whatever should be done. And they in the end, realized that there was not very much else to do than to say yes.
After ruling as the most powerful king in Sweden since the disastrous Great Northern War of 1700 to 1721, Gustav III felt the nation had grown strong enough to take on their biggest neighbor to the east, Russia.
He started a war in 1788 against his cousin, Catherine the Great of Russia. And, well, this was not good, because to have a war, it costed a lot of money. And a lot of people thought that he had spent a little bit too much money, first on the culture, on the education system, and also on this war.
In 1790, the unpopular and expensive Russo-Swedish War ended in a stalemate. The patience of the Stockholm aristocracy had run out.
Gustav could not have met a more dramatic end. He was assassinated at a masked ball in the Royal Opera House at Stockholm. There was certainly a senior officer who knew there was a plot against him, who warned him. He took no notice. He trusted in his mask, and he was shot in the back with a pistol by a disgruntled nobleman, Captain Johan Jakob Ankerström, and he thought it's only a scratch. Unfortunately, the scratch turned out to be a fatal wound, and unexpectedly he died. His last words were, "I think I will feel better for a little sleep," and he never woke up.
That kind of assassination had never taken place in Sweden. They considered him to be a tyrant, and just as in 18th century theory, Brutus was entitled to kill Caesar when Caesar's political ambitions became too big for the country, the murder of a tyrant was an acceptable act. They were apprehended rather quickly. Ankarström, who fired the shot, was beheaded, but he was the only one. The other ones were exiled. So it was a rather surprisingly lenient treatment of the members of the plot.
Gustav III died in his bed at the Royal Palace of Stockholm on the 29th of March, 1792. He was succeeded by his son, Gustav Adolf, but the new king came to power at a pivotal time in European history.
Gustav Adolphus IV had a quite hard time when he became of age and started to rule the country by himself. Well, I do have to say that this is the early 1800s. This was during the Napoleon Wars. So it was troubled times in entire Europe. So it was not easy for him to govern the country.
We lost Finland in 1808, not to Napoleon, but to Napoleon's ally Russia. And in spring 1809, when the king still wanted to go on with the war, there was a coup. Some officers went up into the king's quarters here in the palace and simply told him that he was deposed.
Due to his inept leadership during the catastrophic Finnish War, the Riksdag forced Gustav Adolf to abdicate in favor of his uncle in 1809. But Charles XIII was 60 years old with no legitimate heirs. Thus began the search for a new dynasty. Charles first adopted Danish Prince Christian August to be the heir presumptive, but he died just a few months later in May 1810. This led the Swedish government to look towards their great adversary for a future ruler.
One nobleman appealed to Jean-Baptiste Jules Bernadotte, a Frenchman, a great French military officer, to come and be the king. Now, this man was really very linked with Napoleon. Essentially, he had married Napoleon's ex-girlfriend, Desiree Clary. So he was Napoleon's right-hand man. He was very close to Napoleon. Napoleon was always very close to Desiree. In fact, Napoleon's brother married Desiree's sister, so it was all very close.
It was hoped that Bernadotte could bring a new age of prosperity to Sweden after its defeat to Russia in the Finnish War of 1808.
At that point in 1810, it looked like an eventual French hegemony in Europe. Napoleon seemed to be invincible. A good French field marshal might actually be able to get Finland back, Finland that we'd lost only 2 years earlier.
Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte was adopted by King Charles XIII, and the Frenchman became the Crown Prince of Sweden. Before arriving at the Royal Palace of Stockholm in November 1810, a portrait was commissioned.
The portrait we see here was painted by François Gérard, and it's a state portrait of the first Bernadotte, Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte, who, as a king, called himself Karl XIV Johan of Sweden and Norway. He had never been to Sweden. The portrait was painted in Paris before he left for Sweden, the very first time we would set foot on Swedish land.
While heir to the Swedish throne, Bernadotte resided in the Royal Palace of Stockholm and took control of the government. He became a major strategical power in the army of his adopted nation.
Bernadotte was well received when he arrived. He was obviously a powerful man and regarded as a hope for the future. To the big surprise of the Swedes, he sided with Napoleon's adversaries.
Napoleon may have thought that Bernadotte would be his puppet, but that wasn't the case. Bernadotte renounced Catholicism and became completely Swedish, and actually chose what was best for Sweden. And as Napoleon began to fall, he really became one of those who was pushing against him.
So the big plan to defeat Napoleon, it was discussed in a Polish castle where the leaders, the Austrians, the Russians, Bernadotte and the English, and it was decided already in 1812 that Napoleon should be driven to the vicinity of Leipzig, and somewhere around Leipzig should be a decisive battle, and the Battle of Leipzig is the big thing. And that strategy was what Bernadotte proposed to the Allies. It was his plan.
After helping to defeat his old ally, Napoleon, Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte was crowned King Charles XIV, John of Sweden, in 1818. A gallery at the palace is named after the great leader.
Since then, we have not been in war because he made a foundation for Sweden in a way that we have been a neutral country and we had been living in very good ways.
Another thing is, of course, that he was founder of the dynasty, which still is on the Swedish throne. And he's also, in many ways, a kind of legendary person who comes from France and becomes actually a very competent ruler.
King Charles XIV John ruled Sweden for 26 years. His son Oscar I ascended to the throne in 1844. The new king asked Swedish architect Per Axel Nyström to update the Royal Palace of Stockholm. One of his creations, completed in 1850, was the White Sea Ballroom.
We have several explanations why we call it the White Sea. Something obviously is the white marble stucco that are covering these walls. And another reason for the name is that it's sometimes rather cold here in this room. It's like the White Sea. But this was made to be the ballroom. So you should not sit down and be lazy here in this room. You should dance instead.
The ballroom is on the second floor in the northeast corner of the Royal Palace. Nyström knocked down an adjoining wall to create the space.
If you see over there, you can see soldier's head up in the decoration. This room were two rooms. The area up here belonged to the Queen, and it was the Queen's dining room. The other room was a room for her corps de guards. But when this was made into a ballroom in the 1850s, they did not take away the soldier's head. They were gilded instead, so that is quite interesting.
The White Sea Ballroom is still used when Sweden's modern royals are hosting dignitaries. The current King of Sweden, Carl XVI Gustav, has been on the throne since 1973.
The royal family is extremely popular. It's measured every year by some sort of poll. And the confidence in the king and the queen always rates extremely high. So they are personally popular and regarded as great assets to the nation.
The monarchy is in good shape, and the future heir to the throne, Princess Victoria, is a wonderful woman.
The Crown Princess, she got married in 2010, and that was extraordinary. I mean, there were thousands of people outside the palace. I think they counted about 500,000 people in Stockholm that day. That was extraordinary. And then they had a dinner in the whole state, and after that, they were waltzing up in the apartments.
The state apartments where Princess Victoria celebrated her wedding are still used when heads of state from around the world visit the Royal Palace of Stockholm.
State visit nowadays usually lasts 3 days. It could be shorter, it could be longer, but approximately 3 days. And during that stay, this apartment is the home of the visiting president, king, or queen coming here. Quite recently also, the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall stayed. And I also would like to mention that Queen Elizabeth stayed here in 1956 for the first time, and then also back in 1983.
As well as the classic decor on show around the palace, one location exhibits Sweden's modern style. The Jubilee Room was designed for the king in 1998 to celebrate his 25 years on the throne.
When we have heads of states and ambassadors coming to visit the royal family, we also want to show them something which is contemporary. So it was really important for the royal palace to have that kind of story to add on to the actual storyline of the whole palace.
The royal palace, under the stewardship of King Carl XVI Gustav, continues to modernize.
Every Swedish king has to choose a motto by themselves, and our present king, he chose for Sweden with the times, to show that he wanted to be a modern king, he wanted to be contemporary, he wanted to be part of daily life in Sweden.
The king has a great interest in keeping building from an environmental view, so we've had some thoughts of how we can meet that, and in the end we this summer inaugurated a solar panel plant on the roof of the royal palace, and it's about 1,000 square meters of solar panels.
The mix of the new and the old make the Royal Palace of Stockholm a fascinating place. It will host many future royals, yet remains a reminder of Sweden's compelling past.
I think that the palace as the creation of Tessin, the architect, is really the most impressive thing. How this building still manages to dominate central Stockholm, not through loud architecture that yells to everyone, but having a character and a sort of a aesthetic backbone of its own. And that, I think, is impressive.
Through these rooms, you've always had something that we call the tree rings. So you have different added tree rings that show that the actual interiors have evolved through time.
So long was the construction's period that what had originally been a medieval castle, which of course has gone, to the Baroque of the late 17th century, through the Rococo to the neoclassical at the end.
But we also have interior spaces today that are added in a modern flavor. So it gives you sort of like a circular aspect of the palace in a constant evolution through time.
Although it's the official residence of the king, the Royal Palace of Stockholm can still be visited by tourists, and almost 500,000 people per year flock to Sweden to bask in the wonder of one of the most opulent palaces in Europe.
For the king today, it's really important to make people feel welcome to the royal palace. That's also one of the reasons why we keep so many different parts of the palace open to the public. Well, it's really important for Sweden as a whole to show itself as an open country where we can invite people to come.
The palace is still key to the royal family in Sweden. It's something that every Swedish person sees. The royal family have a very important role as constitutional monarchs. They are much loved in Sweden, much supported, much talked about, and the palace really is at the centre of constitutional and political life.
Palaces, the most spectacular and lavish homes on earth. Luxuriously designed for the royals who wanted the biggest and the best. Behind the golden gates of these royal megastructures are incredible stories waiting to be discovered. Infamous monarchs from history, and the artists, designers, and engineers who turned their grand visions into a reality. These are the most opulent, flamboyant, and innovative royal residences around the world. This time, Château de Fontainebleau began life as a medieval castle in the 12th century before being turned into a Renaissance masterpiece in the 1500s. Kings and emperors of France resided at this grand country retreat for nearly 750 years, making Fontainebleau one of the world's greatest palaces. Lying 55 kilometers southeast of Paris, Fontainebleau has stood in the forests of rural France for nearly 1,000 years. In his memoirs, Napoleon Bonaparte called the imposing structure the true home of kings. Today, Château de Fontainebleau is a gigantic structure containing 1,500 rooms. With constant renovations and additions by kings and emperors over 7 centuries, it has changed dramatically through the years.
In French, the word chateau means both castle and palace. And this is not an accident because, of course, royal houses were first in the Middle Ages castles and then later developed into very grand palaces as we know them today. So Fontainebleau starts off as a castle round a courtyard with a keep, and indeed the keep of 1137 still survives. It was Francis I that decided to transform this castle into something which we would describe as a palace by building huge corridors and galleries attached to the original castle, while keeping some of the original buildings.
King Francis I's 16th century reimagining of Fontainebleau retained a section of the medieval castle which still stands today. Vincent Droguet is the Director of Heritage and Collections at the Château.
Alors nous sommes ici dans la plus vieille cour du château, qu'on appelle la cour ovale. La particularité de cette cour, c'est que François Ier y a fait travailler à partir des années 1528-1530, mais qu'il a souhaité conserver les bâtiments médiévaux qui étaient encore en place et qu'il a fait installer ces bâtiments sur les fondations médiévales et qu'il a même conservé à l'extrémité occidentale de cette cour le gros donjon, ce qu'on appelle la grosse vieille tour de Saint-Louis, un bâtiment qui a été conservé jusqu'à nos jours, un donjon avec des murs très épais.
Although much has changed about Fontainebleau over the centuries, the dungeon was kept fully intact by every monarch who resided here. Each of the royal dynasties of France saw it as a symbol of heritage and antiquity. Now housing palace administration on the inside, the robust exterior stonework of the dungeon remains solid, almost a millennium later.
In the Middle Ages, building was done by craftsmen, master craftsmen, who designed and built the building. They were responsible for both. And the patron would come to the master craftsman and describe what they wanted, and then they would work out together what was being built on site, coming back to the site regularly to see whether the progress was what they expected.
Simplement, ce sont certainement des maîtres maçons qui travaillaient pour le roi, qui ont construit le donjon qu'on peut encore voir aujourd'hui, qui est un donjon avec des murs extrêmement épais, construit avec des matériaux pris dans des carrières proches de Fontainebleau.
One of the key materials that's used in this castle is sandstone that was sourced locally from a forest, and also rubble stones, and those have been set together using a mix, like a paste, called mortar.
Louis VII was the first known king to reside at the medieval castle of Fontainebleau in the 12th century. And his successors were still visiting the castle some 300 years later.
Le château a été habité par les rois de France, pas de manière permanente, mais tout de même régulière, pendant toute la période médiévale, pendant tout le Moyen-Âge. Et puis, à partir du début du XVe siècle, le château a été abandonné parce que le roi ne réside plus à Paris.
The castle was vacated by the French monarchy, and it remained empty for 100 years. It was then, in the early 16th century, that King Francis I came to the throne and decided to make Fontainebleau his passion project.
Donc c'est François Ier qui va redécouvrir le site de Fontainebleau, c'est-à-dire la forêt, et redécouvrir au milieu de cette forêt l'existence d'un château qui est à ce moment-là en très mauvais état. Il est inhabitable, les bâtiments sont en grande partie ruinés, et il va décider, à partir de 1527, de reconstruire le château et d'en faire une de ses résidences favorites.
Francis was heavily influenced by the Renaissance movement that had begun in Italy. Ideas about design and architecture had transitioned from the medieval style of construction.
It's the Italian Renaissance that invents the modern idea of the architect. The classical buildings, which were emulating Rome, had to be drawn out in advance. They couldn't be worked out on site. And thus somebody had to do the drawings and hand these to the builders to build.
King Francis employed a master mason named Gilles Le Breton to oversee the build. His construction team helped to turn the medieval castle into a palace fit for a king.
The construction of the new wings of the castle wasn't particularly revolutionary. It was the way it was carried out, the style in which it was carried out, that was so radically different. The stone ashlar that was cut with beautiful fine joints wasn't radically different from the medieval stonework, but it was the creation of classical ornament of capitals and friezes and cornices. And some of these presented technical difficulties. The cornice is a very heavy element, and it's right at the top of the building, and it cantilevers out, it stretches out over the front of the building, so that you have to lift the heaviest stones to the top of the building.
When you've got a structure that's being constantly changed over a period of time, where new things are being added in, old things are being taken away, one of the biggest challenges around that is making sure that we're keeping structural stability. If you imagine the gravity loads are all kind of channeling their way through the structure in a particular path, and then if you're coming in and changing those pathways, it's really important to make sure that the forces find a different way to travel. And often what you do to ensure that is to put some temporary supports in there, and that way you can be sure that the forces do have somewhere safe to dissipate.
The most recognizable thing about the architecture of Francis I, the Renaissance wings, is its classical style. Its use of classical columns taken from the books of Vitruvius, a Roman author, and their later interpretations by Italian writers. The use of these is essential in classical architecture.
In the mid-16th century, King Francis I had decided to update the medieval castle of Fontainebleau. The interiors of Francis's new-look home were designed to showcase the groundbreaking artwork of the Renaissance.
The Italian Renaissance, the movement of art, the growth of art, the idea of almost a sort of a realistic art and the flowering of arts and culture during the 15th century. This began in Italy, and Francis I very much wanted to see it in his own palaces, and Fontainebleau was the place he used. Everything about it was a symbol of beauty and Francis's power, and the way he's doing that is not just through seeming strong and success in war, but also seeming like the great king of art and culture and the Renaissance and the rebirth. And certainly the influence of Fontainebleau on France can't be understated.
Francis invited Italian artists Rosso Fiorentino and Francesco Primaticcio over to France to turn his dream into a reality. They helped decorate a huge new hall for the king, the Gallery of Francis I.
under the reign of Francis I. Francis I wanted all these Italian artists to come at his court. And Rosso, Fiorentino, and Primaticcio came in Fontainebleau, and they really infused French art with what they did and what they saw in Italy. So the School of Fontainebleau is really a school in the proper sense of the term. You have these important Italian masters, and you have a whole squad, a whole team of young French artists that will learn how to do fresco, or how to do a beautiful leg, or a beautiful arm, or very fleshy fruits under the guidance of these masters. And when they will leave the works at Fontainebleau, and when they will work in Paris or elsewhere in France, they will use what they learned. And so that's how all the Fontainebleau style is becoming popular in France, and will infuse really French art of the 16th century.
King Francis's private gallery has 14 different frescoes along the walls, painted by the School of Fontainebleau during the 1530s.
So here you have Danae. Danae embodies the beautiful girl of the Renaissance, doesn't she? With her golden hair, her sophisticated hairdo, her almond-shaped eyes, and her body with the robustness that recalls the art of Giulio Romano in Mantua, and also the gracefulness of the face that recalls the art of Raphael. And really that's the School of Fontainebleau. Danae lies on her very beautiful bed, and you can see this kind of golden shower that is just going down on her. And this golden shower is Jupiter manifesting himself under the appearance of gold, and he will fecundate this way Danae, and this will give birth to Perseus. Around this beautiful fresco, you have these great caryatids carrying baskets of fruits. And look, the opulence and the abundance and the richness of these fruits, with the huge fruits of Italy, very big, very fleshy. This is really a signature of the gallery of Francis I.
As well as being incredibly beautiful, the artwork forms part of the structural design of the gallery.
A fresco is not just a painting on plaster. The plaster and the paint are mixed, which makes it particularly difficult to do, as you have to paint before the plaster dries, and the plaster has to be mixed in such a way that there's time for the painter to finish their work each day, and the painting has to be split into segments to allow this to happen.
The gallery measures 60 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 5 meters high. Before the 18th century renovations at the palace, it had windows on both sides of the room.
The gallery was a particularly impressive space, partly because of its huge length. It's obviously a very large building, far larger than anyone else would have been used to seeing. But it also contained an awful lot of glass, and glass in this period is tremendously expensive. The only way to make windows was to take a sheet of glass and spin it so it spun out like a plate, and then cut rectangles out of this circular disc of glass. So each rectangle was relatively small, and these were then mounted in larger windows. Ordinary people very often didn't have glass at all. So to have a huge gallery with windows down one or even both sides filled with glass, which was so expensive, showed off how rich you were.
Almost hidden away amongst the frescoes in the gallery is a 16th century depiction of Francis I's new Renaissance wing.
Well, this is kind of the first photograph of Fontainebleau. So you can recognize the Porte Dorée, the pond that is just in front of you, and where all the arcades are, it's where we are right now, the gallery. You can see that people are bathing in the pond, and it's a very lovely scene. And the bigger fresco represents Venus in her bath. And it's very important for Fontainebleau because you have to remember that downstairs there used to be a full appartement des bains, 7 rooms dedicated exclusively to bath.
The lavish royal baths that were once plumbed in directly below the gallery have since been removed.
Having a room in your house devoted entirely to bathing was virtually unique. And of course, all of the associated plumbing and everything that was required would have been completely innovative. The same kind of technology that was being employed in Renaissance fountains and elsewhere to create water displays was there to be used in creating Francis I's bathroom. It was the fact that it was being used for a bathroom that was unusual.
The bathrooms were even adorned with artworks of the day, including one of the world's most priceless portraits.
Bath apartment housed the collection of paintings of Francis I, with some paintings not very famous, such as the Mona Lisa, or all the big Raphaels that are in the Louvre. They were all exposed in this appartement des Bains downstairs in the Château de Fontainebleau.
There was art everywhere in the palace, and including the fact that the Mona Lisa was at one point hung in some of the bathrooms, that this great priceless painting, the most priceless painting now in the world, was just stuck in a bathroom because they had so many other great pieces of art that almost the Mona Lisa was just a footnote.
Another grand addition to Fontainebleau was the stunning ballroom. It was still under construction when Francis I died in 1547.
So we are in the Salle de Bal of the Château de Fontainebleau, a space that was conceived under the reign of Francis I, but only accomplished under the reign of its son, King Henry II. All that you can see on the walls or on the ceiling are the work of Italian artists who came to Fontainebleau in the 16th century to work for the kings of France. For example, the frescoes were done by Niccolò dell'Abate upon the drawings of Francesco Primaticcio, one of the most important representatives of what is called the first school of Fontainebleau.
After the death of Rosso Fiorentino in 1540, Francesco Primaticcio had taken sole control of the artistic direction at Fontainebleau. The frescoes in the ballroom are all his creation.
So here you have the Feast of Bacchus. You can recognize Bacchus in the center. He's a bit greenish now, with the cup he's holding in his hand and the grape wreath he has on his head. Then you move to this arcade where you see Apollo playing a kind of lute for the muses on Mount Parnassus. And look how the drapery here overhangs on the architecture, or how the arm of this lovely lady playing the flute is climbing on the arch. So there you see how much in Fontainebleau architecture and painting are fusing with one another, and that's really the school of Fontainebleau. It's because architecture, sculpture, painting are all imagined together by just one mind, and here it was the mind of Primaticcio.
To top it all off, an intricately carved wooden ceiling sits above the 10-meter-high room. This was an amendment by Henry II to the original plan by his father, Francis I. Francis had commissioned an arched ceiling, held up by pillars which were built and still remain in the gallery, despite not being needed. Henry II's new architect changed the plans to include the more fashionable wooden ceiling.
It was conceived by Francis Siebeck de Carpi, an Italian cabinet maker that also worked for the Louvre, for the Château de Beauregard. So it's a wooden ceiling with these kind of coffers with the emblems of Henry II, the crescent, and the cipher of Henry II with the H. And you see all the work of gilding, of working in the wood that is really typical of these ceilings of the Renaissance.
In 1589, the House of Bourbon became the new royal dynasty in France. Henry IV was the first Bourbon ruler and continued the elaborate additions to Fontainebleau that had been started by Francis I over 60 years beforehand. The differences between Henry's and Francis I's palaces can be seen from the oval courtyard.
On reconnaît sur la façade le F de François Ier qui alterne avec la salamandre qui était son emblème particulier. Donc on reconnaît cette période de construction des années 1540 qui est le règne de François Ier. Mais le bâtiment a été prolongé et la cour a été régularisée par Henri IV, qui est un des personnages importants aussi de l'histoire de ce château. Et on voit que sur certains médaillons de cette façade, le F de François Ier est remplacé par le H de Henri IV. On retrouve du côté nord les deux grandes périodes de construction de la cour d'une certaine façon, avec à l'extrémité sur le pavillon des cheminées sur lesquelles on voit le H de Henri IV. Et de ce côté-ci, en revanche, on retrouve le F de François Ier.
The artistic traditions begun in Fontainebleau under Francis are then continued under Henry IV, who elaborates and increases the size of the building. And architects like Andrea de Cerceau, who come in and produce this amazing staircase, this double horseshoe staircase in front of the building.
King Henry IV's renovations at Fontainebleau extended beyond just bricks and mortar. He cultivated the medieval parks surrounding the palace and created 3 gardens within the 130-acre grounds. Today, Arnaud Amelot is in charge of them.
Donc on a d'abord le jardin de Diane où nous nous trouvons actuellement, qui couvre à peu près une surface de 2,5 hectares. Nous avons le jardin anglais qui est à peu près de 11 hectares et le jardin français qui couvre 14 hectares. Et à côté de ça, au-delà du jardin français, ce que nous appelons le parc, qui est un grand espace qui s'organise autour du Grand Canal, qui fait à peu près 83 hectares. Donc vous voyez que c'est assez grand, c'est multiple, très diversifié, avec chaque jardin qui a des caractéristiques propres, qui a une ambiance particulière, des spécificités qui sont tout à fait étonnantes dans l'histoire des jardins.
These gardens really symbolise the belief in French society at the time of the importance of symmetry, of the importance of regularity. That's what they believed, that if you can tame and civilise the garden, then you can tame and civilise everything and you can build an empire. And that's what these gardens are so symbolic of.
The Roman goddess of the hunt, Diana, features heavily in the gardens and the palace itself.
Alors Diane, c'est un personnage mythologique de la mythologie gréco-romaine qui a toute sa place ici et une importance cruciale. Pourquoi ? Parce que finalement, Fontainebleau était un lieu de chasse très apprécié par tous les souverains qui se sont succédés à travers les siècles. Alors là, on voit cette Diane à la biche, qui est donc une sculpture en bronze. Ce n'est pas l'original. L'original a été déposé à l'intérieur de la galerie des Serres, puisqu'en fait c'est une sculpture fragile qui donc a été protégée à l'intérieur parmi d'autres sculptures en bronze qui datent pour beaucoup de la Renaissance.
King Henry also added a number of artificial bodies of water to the gardens, including the carp pond, the cascades, and the 1,200-metre-long Grand Canal. Commissioned in 1610, the canal was one of the first created in France and certainly the biggest at the time. The excavation of the man-made channel called for some engineering expertise.
Et qui plus est, ce grand canal a une disposition très particulière parce qu'il est construit sur la moitié de sa surface en hors-sol. Normalement, un grand canal est simplement creusé, alors que lui, il est à la fois creusé et à la fois construit sur des digues. Et c'est ça aussi qui est l'originalité de ce grand canal, c'est qu'on a fait des travaux de terrassement considérables, on a récupéré, on a refaçonné, on a reprofilé le terrain pour récupérer les terres, les argiles, pour créer l'étanchéité de ce canal et pour construire les digues qui sont tout à fait à l'extrémité est, au bout du grand canal.
The vast canal was fed by water diverted from both the carp pond and the River Seine, 4 kilometers northeast of Fontainebleau. The king and one of his courtiers had a wager on how successful the irrigation would be.
En même temps, il y a une petite anecdote, un pari qui a été pris entre Henri IV et le maréchal de Bassompierre pour savoir quel serait le nombre de jours pour remplir à nouveau le Grand Canal. Le maréchal de Bassompierre disait qu'il se remplirait en 2 jours, alors que le roi Henri IV parlait, lui, d'un temps beaucoup plus long. Et en fait, c'est Henri IV qui avait raison. En réalité, il faut beaucoup de jours pour remplir l'eau avec le Grand Canal, parce que ça représente à peu près 140 000 mètres cubes d'eau. Donc c'est quand même une échelle gigantesque. Donc pour l'anecdote, c'est bien le roi qui avait raison sur son courtisan.
164 years after the death of Henry IV, his 5-time great-grandson, Louis XVI, became King of France in 1774. Louis and his wife, Queen Marie Antoinette, would escape from the Palace of Versailles near Paris to Fontainebleau every autumn, just in time for the hunting season.
Marie-Antoinette aime beaucoup Fontainebleau parce que c'est une résidence au milieu de la nature où elle est sans doute un peu plus libre qu'à Versailles. Et Louis XVI et Marie-Antoinette vont faire des travaux relativement importants à Fontainebleau et plusieurs pièces aujourd'hui présentent un décor qui a été fait pour la reine Marie-Antoinette.
Some of the most opulent rooms at Fontainebleau were decorated specifically for the Queen.
She brought exoticism into Fontainebleau. Marie Antoinette's rooms in Fontainebleau were absolutely amazing. And to Louis and Marie Antoinette, they were just doing everything exactly the same as all the monarchs before had done. You make Fontainebleau into this beautiful palace.
La chambre de la reine a été très largement redécorée pour Marie-Antoinette. Et on a livré un magnifique lit en bois sculpté et doré pour la reine Marie-Antoinette en 1787. Mais le dernier séjour de Louis XVI et Marie-Antoinette à Fontainebleau se situe un an plus tôt. Ce qui fait que cet extraordinaire lit livré pour Marie-Antoinette, elle ne l'a jamais utilisé.
Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette never returned to Fontainebleau after 1786. Their subjects were turning against them.
By this point, with the growth of revolutionary feeling, with the growth of republican feeling, it seems too much when you have a country which is struggling for money to spend all this money on Versailles, to spend all this money on Fontainebleau, for the Queen to build these huge rooms to have fun with all her friends. Well now, what once had seemed like great patronage, like a great symbol, what once had seemed like the king showing his love for France, now seemed like selfishness, now seemed like spending the country's money. And so, although a lot of the focus about excess and extravagance was focused on Versailles, there was also criticism of Marie Antoinette's rooms in Fontainebleau, about how much she'd spent and about how divorced, really, she was from the reality of ordinary French people.
During the French Revolution of 1789 to 1799, a young man from Corsica named Napoleon Bonaparte arrived in Paris to help topple the monarchy. Christophe Bayer has been writing books about one of history's greatest military leaders for over a decade.
Et c'est cet homme, désabusé et libéré de toute allégeance à la dynastie légitime, qui passe avec armes et bagages au service de la Révolution, pousse des bœufs pour aller vers Toulon porter des munitions à l'armée révolutionnaire qui met le siège devant la ville où les royalistes ont pris les armes, protégé par les canons de la flotte anglaise qui, depuis la rade, repousse les assauts des troupes révolutionnaires. Et là, parce qu'il ne perd jamais une minute, il se trouve que, lors d'un déplacement en mer depuis Toulon jusque vers la Corse, il avait quelques heures à perdre. À perdre, que dis-je? Pour rien au monde, Bonaparte eût perdu ne fût-ce qu'une minute. Il fait le tour des murailles, il analyse la disposition des points, il observe les hauteurs et il fait dans sa tête le plan idéal d'un siège. Arrivant plusieurs années plus tard à Toulon, il dit « c'est là qu'il faut mettre le canon ». Le point pris, les canons foudroient la flotte anglaise, les Anglais quittent la rade, abandonnent leurs alliés royalistes, qui sont massacrés. Le jeune Bonaparte, en même temps que les armées révolutionnaires dans Toulon, entre dans l'histoire.
The palace had been ransacked during the Revolution, so before Napoleon crowned himself Emperor of France in December 1804, he began renovating Fontainebleau.
En 1804, pour recevoir le pape qui vient pour son couronnement, Napoléon va décider qu'il faut remeubler le château. Donc on apporte depuis Paris ou depuis les autres résidences énormément de meubles qui sont destinés à remeubler cette résidence. Et petit à petit, le château va être réparé, remeublé, embelli et habité de temps en temps par l'empereur et par sa cour.
Napoleon was a military man who had no desire for wonderful food or beautiful art or beautiful wall hangings or lovely sculptures. He really didn't like them, but he used them as a way of bolstering his power, of intimidating foreign visitors, as a way of intimidating the French, as a way of saying, I am the richest.
Even to this day, the majority of the furniture at Fontainebleau dates back to Napoleon's residence at the palace during the early 19th century.
Et ce mobilier inégalable qui fait que Fontainebleau est le grand conservatoire au monde du style empire, ce mobilier inégalable, vous le voyez ici, dans la salle du trône, la seule subsistante en France et en Europe, du datant de l'Empire. Ce trône se compose d'un fauteuil, d'enseignes sommées d'une aigle romaine, empiétant, enserrant, un foudre. Et le foudre, qu'est-ce que c'est ? C'est l'éclair, fulgur en latin, qui est dardé par Jupiter pour foudroyer ses ennemis et abattre les titans qui oseraient se dresser face à lui.
Despite being a great man of the people, French Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte enjoyed playing the role of king at Fontainebleau.
Napoleon was the revolutionary hero, the Republican hero, the great army hero, and yet, when he became emperor, everything was excess and gold and red and bling. He said, all you have to do to fool people is throw gold dust in their eyes. And Fontainebleau was a way in which he threw gold dust into the eyes of ambassadors, of ministers, of the army.
By 1813, Napoleon had conquered most of Europe, but the Allied coalition of Prussia, Austria, and Russia were fighting back. After defeating Napoleon at the Battle of Leipzig in October 1813, they invaded France and conquered Paris in the spring of 1814. It was the end of the road for the emperor.
Donc, cette abdication, Napoléon va la signer à Fontainebleau dans son appartement le 6 avril 1814, contraint par son entourage, alors que lui n'est pas décidé à céder le pouvoir. Et puis, quelques jours plus tard, le 20 avril, il va partir pour l'île d'Elbe et il va donc traverser la grande cour du château et faire là ses adieux à la garde, qui est véritablement son entourage militaire. Et il va faire à ce moment-là un discours très mémorable auprès de sa garde.
Soldats de ma vieille garde, je vous fais mes adieux. Pendant 20 ans, sur les chemins de l'Europe, je vous ai trouvé répondant à l'honneur et à la gloire. Nous aurions pu poursuivre la lutte, c'eût été la guerre civile. Adieu, je m'en vais pour écrire notre histoire.
It was incredibly emotional because he'd fought tooth and nail to get that throne, and he'd fought tooth and nail to hold on to it. And you see the moment in which he's reduced in Fontainebleau, in which he becomes no longer the emperor, no longer the great military campaigner who no one thought could lose anything. He becomes just a man.
In February 1815, Napoleon escaped his exile on Elba and seized power of France once more. But it was fleeting. He was defeated for a second and final time at the Battle of Waterloo in June 1815.
Il prend les devants, franchit les frontières de l'actuelle Belgique, livre bataille face à un Anglais alcoolique et tenace. Wellington manque de plier, c'est Blücher qui sauve la mise. Napoléon est balayé, il ne repassera jamais à Fontainebleau. Il demande, l'imprudent, l'hospitalité à l'Angleterre. L'Angleterre, en guise d'hospitalité, lui réserve un rocher battu par les vents et les tempêtes au fin fond de l'Atlantique Sud.
While imprisoned on the island of St. Helena, Napoleon still had his favorite residence on his mind.
Et il pense à son cher Fontainebleau, où il passa plus de 170 jours, ce qui est énorme pour quelqu'un qui a couru à travers l'Europe, et il donnera cette merveilleuse définition. Fontainebleau, la maison des siècles, la vraie demeure des rois.
After the defeat of Napoleon, the French monarchy was restored. In 1830, King Louis-Philippe, the fifth cousin of Louis XVI, resided at Fontainebleau. Like so many of his predecessors, the king added a modern innovation to the Renaissance wing of the palace for his sister, Madame Adelaide.
This is the chaise volante of Madame Adelaide, the flying chair. It's the precursor of an elevator. And it was used by Madame Adelaide, the sister of King Louis-Philippe, who lived very often in Fontainebleau. She was living in the petit appartement downstairs, and as she had a very fragile condition, she needed an elevator to come more often to see her brother, who lived upstairs in the castle. So Madame Adelaide, the king's sister, would enter her elevator this way, through this little balustrade. A chair would be placed on this platform, then you would close it like this, and then downstairs, people would use the crank and the wheel to take her downstairs.
We're used to it in modern elevators, an electric motor powering an elevator fast up and down a shaft. This elevator is operated by hand, a servant or servants cranking it. It would have moved very slowly up and down with the accompanying noises and creaks and groans.
So Madame Adelaide was put on her chair upstairs and taken down through, you see these cables, to access her apartments that are at the first level of the castle. And you can see here the wheel with the crank mechanism that was manually activated by two people that were responsible for lifting up and down the princess.
The 19th century elevator used technology that can be linked back to the ancient Mesopotamians.
So at the time, the technology would have been pretty basic. They would have been using a pulley system. Pulley systems have been in existence for thousands of years. In simple form, you've got a wheel, you've got a rope that's wrapped around it, and then you use a winch system to either wrap the rope around the pulley or to unravel it, which then allows the platform itself to move up and down.
Here, it's really the arrival of modernity in a Renaissance world.
So even though it is a very basic, simple form of engineering, for me, it embodies what engineering is about, which is making people's lives easier and better.
In 1848, the French monarchy fell again, with the country electing Napoleon Bonaparte's nephew, Louis Napoleon, as president. By 1852, he had declared himself Emperor Napoleon III and, like his uncle, took ownership of Fontainebleau.
À partir du début de son règne, en 1852, Napoléon III et son épouse, l'impératrice Eugénie, vont venir régulièrement à Fontainebleau et vont y faire des travaux relativement importants. C'est eux notamment qui vont faire construire et aménager un nouveau théâtre dans le château, qui existe toujours, qu'on vient de restaurer, et qui est un théâtre de à peu près 420 places, qui est construit entre 1852 et 1855, et qui a été inauguré en 1857.
The theatre was designed by French architect Hector Lefuel, who converted part of an 18th century wing at Fontainebleau into a private auditorium for the emperor and his entourage.
Effectivement, cette division de la salle de spectacle en plusieurs niveaux, avec le premier niveau qui est le parterre, qui est plutôt réservé aux officiers, donc aux personnes qui portent l'uniforme militaire, puis la loge impériale, la place pour les invités, que l'on retrouve sur une deuxième galerie.
It's a miniature opera house with all the features of a great opera house, but scaled down. It's horseshoe-shaped, which was good for acoustics, but most importantly, good for lines of sight. It was lit by candles. Although it could have been lit by gas at this era, it seems to have been deliberately old-fashioned.
All the audience members, who were guests of the emperor, were seated on a comfortable cushioned chair upholstered in luxurious silk. But even though the entire theatre appears to be garnished with expensive adornments, the stunning architecture is mainly a facade.
Tout cela, une fois que l'ossature est construite, on vient la remplir de plâtre et c'est ensuite directement sur le plâtre que l'on vient appliquer le décor au pochoir ou un décor qui est effectué par moulage. C'est ce que l'on appelle du carton-pierre. Donc c'est une technique qui permet d'imiter la sculpture, mais en même temps d'effectuer des ornements reproductibles à l'infini et qu'ensuite on vient dorer et mettre en place simplement en les clouant. Donc c'est toutes ces techniques qui permettent d'être très très rapide et de, j'allais dire, en mettre quelque part plein la vue, mais avec des moyens très simples.
Despite creating the lavish-looking theatre, the emperor rarely used it.
D'un point de vue personnel, on ne peut pas dire que Napoléon III soit un grand amateur de théâtre. Il n'aime pas l'opéra. L'impératrice n'est pas non plus une grande experte en matière de théâtre. Donc c'est plutôt cette dimension de divertissement de la cour et en même temps de montrer effectivement la majesté, la magnificence du Second Empire.
But the Second Empire only lasted for 18 years. In 1870, Napoleon III was captured during the Franco-Prussian War, and France declared itself a republic once more.
Napoléon III a été le dernier souverain, le dernier empereur à habiter à Fontainebleau. Normalement, après Napoléon III, le château n'accueille plus de personnage qui est au pouvoir.
Château de Fontainebleau has been open to the public as a museum since 1927. Beloved by kings and emperors, 500,000 visitors per year come to explore the 1,500 rooms and immerse themselves in 8 centuries of French history.
Le château de Fontainebleau est une ancienne résidence royale et impériale qui a été habitée par les souverains, par les rois, par les empereurs depuis le Moyen-Âge et qui a conservé de toutes les périodes de son existence des traces dans son architecture, dans ses décors, dans son ameublement. Ce qui fait que le château de Fontainebleau peut être considéré comme une sorte de résumé de l'histoire de France depuis la période médiévale jusqu'au 19e ou au 20e siècle.
Napoleon called Fontainebleau the true home of kings, and I think it is that special. It's beautiful, it's amazing. You see all of French history in one, but you also see the rise and fall of kings, how fragile monarchy can be.
Palaces, the most spectacular and lavish homes on earth. Luxuriously designed for the royals who wanted the biggest and the best. Behind the golden gates of these royal megastructures are incredible stories waiting to be discovered. Infamous monarchs from history and the artists, designers and engineers who turned their grand visions into a reality. These are the most opulent, flamboyant and innovative royal residences around the world. This time, Lakshmi Vilas Palace is the largest private dwelling in India. The Indo-Saracenic designed residence was built for the Maharaja of Baroda in 1890 and remains the home of the royal family to this day. Hidden away in this magnificent structure are groundbreaking technical innovations that make Lakshmi Vilas one of the world's greatest palaces. Located in Vadodara in the western state of Gujarat, India, Lakshmi Vilas is almost 4 times the size of Buckingham Palace, despite the fact it was only built to house a small family. The palace fuses Hindu, Islamic, and British design styles to create a truly breathtaking building. The current Maharaja of Baroda is Samajit Singh Gaikwad, who lives at Lakshmi Vilas with his wife, the Maharani Radhika Raje, and their 2 daughters, Princesses Narayani Raje and Padmaja Raje. Maharaja Samajit Singh grew up at Lakshmi Vilas, which is now part family home and part tourist attraction.
We used to get a lot of people coming in and requesting that they wanted to see the palace. It was my decision in about 95, 96 that I said that we must open the palace up. There are people who actually want to come and see and admire this place. And ever since that, the number of visitors have just increased year on year.
The man who commissioned the 19th century palace was Samajit Singh's great-great-grandfather, the Maharaja Sayajirao Rao III.
So we are at this place where the first stone for this magnificent palace was laid. And this was when Sayajirao Rao himself was about 17 years old. He was born in 1863 and this stone was laid in 1880. And obviously Sayajirao Rao was very young and he had a lot of people advising him when this palace was built. I can imagine they must have conceived and sort of visualized something quite magnificent at that point in time to create this great palace.
I think this was the first porch built, as the foundation stone and the completion stone are both attached to this porch. What we have here is the lion tending to a hare, which symbolizes in our culture the royalty. The lion would be the king, the emperor, and the hare would be the people, the subjects. So he protects them, takes care of them. I think it's a very, very ornate and beautiful porch as an entrance.
As well as being aesthetically pleasing, Lakshmi Vilas was at the forefront of technical innovation in 19th century British-ruled India.
The engineering itself must have been very challenging because every time now we take up jobs to repair and we realize how slow things move and how carefully we've got to do things. So it's just incredible that they could actually put this whole thing together.
Included in the design of the palace was a high-tech innovation that was being developed by American inventor Thomas Edison, 8,500 miles away in New Jersey: electricity.
Edison's company that he set up to try and bring electrification to the cities was set up in about 1882, and at that point there were just a few parts of Manhattan that were being electrified. So the fact that this palace had electrification was really modern, really quite unusual, and would have been quite ahead of its time.
At this time, there was no mains electricity available, so like those other buildings in this period that had electricity, the palace had to have its own generator. Electricity that could then be used for driving all sorts of things, but would have mostly been used for lighting as a safer alternative and a slightly brighter alternative to gas.
The electricity also powered the Maharaja's elevators, an extravagant luxury considering the palace is only 3 stories tall.
By the 1890s, elevator technology was fairly well established, and they were used to create high-rise buildings in America, but they were virtually unknown in private residences, and Lakshmi Villa Palace is one of the first residential buildings in the world to have an elevator.
This is an elevator which was way ahead in time. The elevators are installed over here in the property palace, and it had a wooden cabins. If you see the wooden cabins over here, it had got a very nice veneer and a wooden walls, which was been ventilated with ornate grills, and it was been operated with an electric power at that time, which was very unique in those days.
Elevators were actually something that had been in existence for thousands of years. So when you go back to the Roman civilization, for example, they were using lifting platforms which they manually just pulled ropes around pulleys to bring their gladiators from, for example, the basement of the Colosseum up into the fighting arena. The problem with these sorts of lifting platforms was that if the rope snapped, then the platform would just plummet and usually kill the occupants. I'm guessing that's not something they would have wanted in this very opulent 19th century palace.
Elevator technology had moved on thanks to an invention by American industrialist Elisha Otis.
Elisha Otis was a bit of a mechanical tinkerer type person who was working in a factory in New York around the mid-1800s. And he invented a type of braking system which depended on a special type of spring called the wagon spring, so that if the ropes did snap, the spring would kind of kick into gear and latch itself into toothed or ratcheted rails, and basically created a braking system that would stop the lift from plummeting. And he installed these first lifts in the 1860s and 70s in buildings in Manhattan, and so they were becoming all the rage in the late 19th century.
When it came to the Maharaja Sayajirao choosing an architect for Lakshmi Vilas, he had two people in mind: British architects Major Charles Mant and Robert Fellows Chisholm.
Chisholm had done a lot of projects in Baroda. Mant had hardly done any projects in Baroda. So the obvious choice was Chisholm to begin the project, but Mant was chosen. What little I know about Sayajirao Maharaj, he would have had a say.
At the time, India was still under British rule, but Mant was a chief proponent in a new design style that encapsulated both Western and Eastern cultures: Indo-Saracenic.
The architectural style is really a hybrid. There's arches, there's domes, there's minarets. It's incredibly ornate, it's almost fantastical. It is all types of palaces blended into one.
The idea was to combine the two traditional parts of Indian architecture, the Hindu and the Muslim architecture in India, the Mughal architecture, with a European style, which at the time was considered relatively forward-thinking and modern. Nobody was quite certain in this period what the correct appearance for architecture should be, let alone the correct appearance for imperial India. And the Indo-Saracenic architecture was an attempt to create a style that was appropriate for this new environment.
Construction of the gigantic 500-foot-wide palace began in 1878.
No expense was spared on its construction. The best materials were sought from throughout the world and brought to the site. Everything had to be brought by ship, and thus took months to arrive, which meant that everything had to be planned even more carefully than a normal building project.
And I always wonder, how did they get the logistics in place? And back then, with the kind of roads, the transport, I actually can't still figure out how they managed it. So the whole story of this palace being built, conceptualized, put together, to me is still a mystery, in a sense.
But in 1881, tragedy befell the British architect who had overseen the initial construction and design of Lakshmi Vilas.
Major Charles Mant was a massive perfectionist. He was obsessed. And as the palace progressed, he became very concerned that he got his calculations wrong and the palace would fall.
It is widely believed that Major Charles Mant became so consumed with fear that he took his own life, leaving the Maharaja's dream in tatters. After a year of construction, Lakshmi Vilas Palace remained incomplete. But in 1881, a new architect was hired to finish the grand structure.
Robert Fellows Chisholm was an engineer by training. This was actually normal in India at the time, where most architects had actually first trained as engineers and were qualified in both.
He took over and he said to not have made many changes apart from he introduced iron. Chisholm got in the iron. Before that, the details were all with wood. Wooden beams, wooden joists, everything. And Chisholm convinced the state that iron would be better structurally. In terms of everything. Naturally, right? Strength, maintenance, everything.
12 years after the foundation stone was laid, the Maharaja's new palace was complete.
This palace was built and finished by 1890, and this palace is spreaded in almost 500 acres. It's built by a Dangadra stone, which is a sandstone, which is a breathable stone. It's made with an Agra red and a blue trap from Pune, which is in Maharashtra, western side of part of India. Blue trap is considered very strong. It has got a beautiful density, maximum density among the all stones which are used over here. So they are used in the plinth level and for the foundations over here.
The palace included a clever design trait, a late 19th century version of air conditioning, which was very much needed in the searing heat of an Indian summer.
These pipes, if you see, there are the pipes which were used to cool the fenestration part, and they were been sprinkled by water so that the hot air which passes through would be a little cold and would enter into the palace. So it was basically a local mechanism of a desert coolers. This palace was groundbreaking of the time when it was been built.
The intelligent engineering continues inside the palace. The largest room at Lakshmi Vilas is the Durbar Hall. Located on the ground floor, but rising 3 stories high, it covers 5,000 square feet, a little larger than a basketball court.
It's a magnificent hall. I think it's the most magnificent hall in the palace, but I think one of the most magnificent in India, if not in the world, because of how beautifully different styles and cultures are merged into this. There's Venetian, there's English, the chandeliers are English, the stained glass is Belgian, the motifs are Indian. So they're angels, as you can see, but they're wearing 9-yard saris, so they're completely Indianized angels.
The ornate balconies in the Durbar Hall are made from both sandalwood and rosewood, creating a 2-tone aesthetic.
There's just so many elements if you look, and each one, if you break it down to really looking at each piece, there's so much detailing in it, you know, and so much detailing it makes it Indian, which makes it unique, which makes it completely relevant to the hall that it is in. But when you look at it collectively, it's just so overwhelmingly beautiful.
The original architect of the palace, Major Charles Mant, had designed the hall with a sloping roof. But his successor, Robert Fellows Chisholm, reworked the plan before the Durbar Hall was completed.
For me, as an architect, see, what is interesting about it is the fact that it's a flat roof, and such a huge flat roof, and for which they had to have the roof structure. The roof structure is almost 8-9 feet. You know, you needed that depth of beam to span that larger structure. If you go above the false ceiling, there's almost 8 feet of the structure actually spanning this large big room.
There are primarily girders and the secondary girders also, which take the load of a flat roof. Those girders transfer the load to adjacent walls, which is 54 feet apart, and the length of the Durbar Hall is 98 feet. which was one of the biggest darbar hall in the western and the central part of India at that time, during that time. Now if you see the load of the structure, the slab flat roof structure has been transferred to walls. It has been transferred from the core building arches. These arches are core building arches, which is then again transferred to a column pillars, which are ordinate pillars, and then to a foundation.
The symbolism in the Durbar Hall tells the story of how the Gaikwad dynasty came to rule over the former Indian state of Baroda.
So that is the family monogram, the coat of arms. You see a rider in the center of it on a horse, and the motto says, Jeen Ghar Jeen Takht, which is the saddle is my home, the saddle is my throne, indicating that the Maharaja and the royal family are always ready, prepared to protect the people. And it all begins with being on the saddle as a warrior.
So the Gaikwad dynasty came to be established in about 1730s by Damaji Rao Gaikwad. And it happened that the Gaikwads were part of the generals in the Peshwa's army. The Peshwas were based in Pune. The Marathas and the Peshwas had this great ambition of conquering and advancing the territories. And they came to Gujarat. And what happened was, once the Peshwa died, all the generals then, wherever they were at that point in time, became rulers of those areas, and they created their dynasties there. And that's how the Gaikwads also in this region started their kingdom.
By 1870, the Gaikwad dynasty was in trouble. The Maharaja Khandarao had died without a son, and his unpopular brother Malharao took the throne. Within 4 years, Malharao had been deposed after ruling as a tyrant and spending the family fortune. In 1875, Maharaja Khandarao's widow, Jamnabai, went looking for a potential ruler from outside the royal bloodline. She found the future Maharaja, Sayajirao III.
His is an incredible story. 3 boys came here with their parents, and each of them was asked a question. And Sayajirao, when asked a question as to why was he brought to Baroda, his answer was that he was brought here to rule Baroda, to become a king and rule Baroda. And that's how the story goes. And he was the one who was selected, picked up, and adopted at the age of 13. He was put under a very testing regime in terms of he had to learn English, he had to learn Gujarati, which was the language here. He had to learn so many other things in terms of the etiquette and whatnot. And he had to learn that in a very short span of time and adapt out here. And he achieved so many things in his life. And that's the reason why the city, the state, and people look up to him as a legend.
It's incredible to think that the Maharaja was picked as a young boy and groomed for success and became such a marvelous Maharaja, so far-reaching in his reforms. He was progressive, intelligent, well-traveled, very forward-thinking, much loved by the people, ruled for 63 years. And what's fascinating is that monarchy is based on blood, but this can prove that someone who doesn't have the blood is better than someone who does.
As Maharaja, Sayajirao made many educational and social reforms and founded the Bank of Baroda, which is now one of the biggest banks in India. He was just 17 years old when he decided to build the palace in 1878, but tragedy struck soon after.
His first wife's name was Lakshmi Bai, and she passed away pretty young, leaving a son and 2 daughters. Sayajirao was pretty distraught when that happened, and she was not there when this palace was completed. He obviously, as remembrance for her, he named this as Lakshmi Vilas.
At the rear of Lakshmi Vilas Palace in Gujarat, India, is a very special room that is important to all the Gaikwad Maharajas.
This is the Gadi Hall, and it's called the Gadi Hall because this is the Gadi. Now this Gadi is very sacred to us. That's the reason when we walk in, we remove our shoes and come in here, is for this very reason. So every time somebody is coronated as a king, sits on this Gadi, and he's coronated on this Gadi. And this, of course, is older than the palace because this has come down from dynasties. So all the members who were coronated as kings have been coronated on this very Gadi.
The Gadi literally translates into the throne. So this is the most important symbol of power and authority and the supremacy that Baroda had over other principalities.
After Sayajirao Rao's death in February 1939, he was succeeded by his grandson, Maharaja Pratap Singh Rao, Samajit Singh's grandfather.
This is my grandfather's coronation in 1939. This is when Sayajirao Rao passed away, and Sayajirao Rao was his grandfather. Now, his father passed away young, so he was not alive when Sayajirao Rao passed away and my grandfather was coronated. And he was brought up by Sayajirao Rao. He must have been, I think, about 30 when he was coronated.
Almost 50 years later, in 1988, Samajit Singh's father, Rajit Singh, became Maharaja, taking over from his older brother, Fateh Singh Rao.
My father was a trained artist. He loved his art. He painted a lot. There are a lot of paintings. There are just some paintings which have been selected by my mother. They're all paintings depicting different gods. And there's some paintings of the palace. But there are a whole lot of collection upstairs. There are a whole lot of mediums that he's tried with. There are paintings which he's done of my wife Radhika. There's one in our room. There's one which he's made of my sister. There's one which he's made of my mother.
After the death of his father in 2012, it was Samajit Singh's turn to sit on the sacred Gadi.
It's emotional. Obviously, I missed my dad who had passed away a few months earlier, and the whole attention was on me on that particular day. So it's funny because everybody then starts calling you the Maharaja. But looking back, an important milestone in my life in that sense. And for this Gadi and for the tradition of the house. So it was important that ceremony of this nature did take place.
As well as housing the Maharajas of Baroda, Lakshmi Vilas Palace has had many famous visitors during its 130-year history.
In 1921, we had Prince of Wales, who then went on to become King Edward before he abdicated. He had visited Baroda, and it is said that he was so impressed by the tennis courts, which we still have. They are clay courts, that he squeezed in a game of tennis. I believe he played 4 sets, and he got late returning. So he just dashed up in his tennis gear to meet with Maharani, Rani Jimnabai II.
Another famous face who spent a lot of time at Lakshmi Villas in the late 19th century is Raja Ravi Varma, one of India's most revered painters.
He gave humane faces and forms to mythological figures, which up till now had been really exaggerated. Gods and goddesses would be made purple and blue with very, very, larger-than-life eyes or, fangs. He just made them more humane and relatable.
Varma loved Lakshmi Villas so much that he ended up visiting Maharaja Sayajirao Rao for over a decade.
And he came for the first time to Baroda for the coronation of Sayajirao Maharaj. And it was the start of a lifelong friendship. And he was in Baroda on and off for 14 years. There was a studio built for him. He started making oleographs and prints. And then art really became accessible in India for the first time to the masses. because there was a lot of discrimination that happened. A lot of people were not allowed inside temples. When these pictures came out, when oleographs started being printed by Raja Rai Varma in his own press, they were able to at least purchase a print and put them up in their home and pray to them. So he was a revolutionary artist.
Another art form celebrated at Lakshmi Vilas is the art of combat. The palace armory contains weaponry used in battle and for ceremonial purposes by the Gaikwads throughout the centuries.
There are all the different types of swords used for different purposes, and
We have the Vagnak here, which was famously worn by Shivaji Maharaj.
Shivaji Maharaj was a 17th century Indian warrior who defeated his great enemy, General Afzal Khan, in 1659.
And it was a big victory against him, and he was invited to his tent, and there was an attempt to throttle him.
So Afzal Khan went to sort of hug him this way and pulled out his dagger to hit him in the back. That's when Shivaji realized and just tore open, got in and tore open with these.
So Vagnak literally translated into a lion's nails. That's what it means in Hindi.
Despite the armory, the palace itself was never built as a defensive structure. It has always been a family home. Lakshmi Vilas is split into 3 distinct parts. To the left is the Durbar Hall. The Maharaja's residence, where the family live today, is in the center, and the Zanana, the former women's apartments, are on the right-hand side of the west-facing building. Spread across the 500-foot-wide structure are 15 domes crowning the palace.
One of the features of Indo-Saracenic architecture is the plethora of domes that covers the building. Some of these influenced by Hindu architecture, but mostly by Mughal architecture. But the challenge for the architects was, of course, what to construct the domes out of, and what to use them for, as the dome spaces weren't necessarily terribly functional. Some of them are empty and are just there for decoration. The large dome in the middle, though, provided a useful space for a huge water tank.
The 75,000-litre tank hidden within the dome is still in use today, providing the palace and its magnificent fountains with water.
Yeah, right now we are beneath the central dome, the biggest dome in the palace. Now if you see, it's a square room. So a dome on a square room needs few elements to transfer the load from dome to the walls and to the foundation. So there are squinches and pediments also. The squinches are the area where the dome is placed on a square or a rectangular room, and the corners which are left have been closed by squinches. Arch of the dome is transferred on the squinches and then onto a pediments. Pediments are these 4 corners which are conical in shape. So they transfer the even load of dome onto the walls, and walls transfer to the walls beneath and to the foundation.
Water is actually very deceptively heavy, and so when they were designing these domes, they would have really had to think about how much weight was going to be added, not just from the actual materials of the dome itself, but from these tanks that would sometimes be full of water and then sometimes be a bit empty. So they would have had variable loads to deal with in the design of those domes.
Domes have been around for thousands of years and serve both an aesthetic and a structural purpose.
So the way they work structurally is those are obviously 3D shapes. So if I just take you back into 2 dimensions for a second, back to the arch, the arches work in a very different way than beams do, because when you push down on an arch, what happens is that all the material within that arch is actually in compression, so it's being squashed. And domes work in a very similar way to the arches, except if you imagine spinning that 2D arch all the way around in 3 dimensions, that's when you get a dome. So again, when you push down on a dome, it's all being squashed and it's kind of channeling the forces down into the structure.
The water tank inside the central dome is fed via an electrical pump system by a 15th century underground reservoir. Believed to be built when the Islamic Mughal Empire ruled the area, the stepwell pre-existed the palace. The lattice of decorative stonework surrounding the well stops it from caving in.
These particular ornate beams are acting as a structural member to support the side walls of the stepwell. The stepwell has been almost 70 to 80 feet below, and these walls have been casted from 80 feet below the ground level to withstand the pressure. And if you see, there are some domes also across there. So this domes may be having the center portion has been used as an oculus. Now, oculus is a phenomenon wherein there is a gap, a circular gap in domes, wherein you get blessings of the god, basically. So they might have thought that this oculus might bless the water in the well.
Despite the phenomenal technology surrounding Lakshmi Vilas, it is still, first and foremost, a family home for the Maharaja Samajit Singh.
Of course, before I move in, I must tell you that my ancestors forgot to build a door here, and we still struggle with security and pigeons and what else, a whole lot of issues. But we've let it be. At some point, we will build a door. This is a job that's been left for us.
There's no door from here right up to our room, all the way on the first floor. There are no doors. Open to all.
It's absolutely lovely living in a palace. You get used to the space, you get used to the privacy. Sometimes it's a little frustrating because you want to introduce an element which you like very much, or you've traveled around the world and you've picked up something and you carry it all the way back home and you want to put it on a shelf, and it just doesn't go with the house because the house has such a strong personality that anything you put in there just sticks out like a sore thumb.
The Maharaja and the Maharani were married in Delhi in February 2002. Radhika Raje can still remember the first time they met.
I was working as a journalist with the leading daily in Delhi, and it was an arranged match. Tried to keep it as casual, though of course such meetings can never be entirely casual because we all know why we need to meet. It was nice because I offered to pay and he let me. So I like that because, being a working girl myself, it was important for me to be with someone who understands and appreciates that. It was nice.
After the wedding, Maharani Radhika Raje arrived at Lakshmi Vilas for the very first time.
This is actually one of my most sentimental and favorite areas of the palace because this was my first introduction to my home. I came in here, I was under a heavy veil, of course, and I was very, very shy. And I came in here and all I saw was this profusion of color and sounds and smells because we had family and friends all around here and they were showering us with flower petals, with rose petals. It's overwhelming, and even today the magnificence is such that it's to behold for me, or even today. There are details that I would still see and notice and marvel at. That's the magic of this palace.
There used to be a private zoo on the grounds of Lakshmi Vilas Palace, which has since been swallowed up by part of an 18-hole golf course. Although it has long been closed, Maharaja Samajit Singh Gaikwad remembers visiting the animals as a child.
There was a giraffe, there was a zebra, there were crocodiles. There was a bear that used to sometimes come out. She was a friendly bear, and I think she used to walk across to the palace at times. We as kids, of course, found it fascinating, and we used to, of course, go there every day. For us, this was just wonderland as growing up as kids.
The day-to-day running of the palace has changed a lot since the 1970s. when Maharaja Samajit Singh was a child.
So the palace was never empty. The palace was always busy, and it had a lot of people in it. For instance, I recall while growing up, there were at least 16 chefs in our kitchen at that point doing different things. And there used to be an Indian kitchen and there used to be a continental kitchen. So that's the scale of services that were packed into this palace. For us, coming here in the evening was dinner entertainment, because there used to be one person who used to dance out here for us in the evening. There used to be others who used to tell us stories. There would be a third one who would play pranks with the rest of us. I recall there used to be at least 7, 8 table boys coming in lovely white uniforms and serving us, but each one of them a character. And these are the people who brought so much of life and character to this palace.
Today, the Maharaja's house staff have shrunk from scores to just one. Although many people have come and gone, the dinner plates have remained the same.
We've been eating in these thalis ever since I've been growing up, and these are pretty heavy. These are Indian thalis of completely silver. We've just got spoiled eating in these. We come here every day, and of course it's one of the most important rooms because we get a lovely, delicious food here every day.
Lakshmi Vilas was built in 1890, and Samajit Singh appreciates the history of his palatial home.
It's interesting because this now for 130 years, family has lived in this house. Unlike many other palaces which after 50, 60, 70 years have become hotels or other things. But this palace, I think, I'm sure if you brought back all my ancestors back to life, they all will have a story about this palace.
I think it's just incredibly a privilege to be living here and to be surrounded by this beauty and this nature. And you have the privilege of calling it home. And yet you must see that the legacy carries on, that you're able to maintain and keep this property the way it deserves to carry the story forward. That is a responsibility one feels as a resident of this house.
After growing up here, the Maharaja wants his 2 daughters, Princesses Nari Aniraje and Padmajaraje, to enjoy the vast space in the palace too.
There were scooties around and cycles around to go into veranda. We used to get them on the first floor. We used to get them on the second floor. It was great for a kid. So I sometimes tell my daughters, I said, the television is spoiling you, you know. The television makes you sit inside and you're watching this. I said, we had no television, so there was no way you could sit anywhere, and you had to be out all over. Growing up, I mean, this was one hell of a place.
And the princesses are proof that the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree.
The house is really spacious and we play with the dogs. We also like watch TV and we play a lot of games and do sports here.
For them, it gives them a great sense of identity, and they have a great sense of pride in their family and their home. And they are naturally already exposed to this level of art and culture and history by just living in this monument, which is amazing. Also the space. They love the sense of space. You know, the ceilings, the corridors, the expanse. They don't want to go on a holiday anywhere. They just want to be here with their scooties, with their dogs, and it's the perfect place for them.
I couldn't imagine living anywhere else than here. Me too.
Not many families experience living in such palatial surroundings, and the Maharani Radhika Raje is still blown away by the intricate design touches around her home.
It's like a canvas, and the artist has been given a free hand. It's literally like there has been no budget allotted, there has been no kind of direction given other than just make it beautiful, you know, give it your best, put all your artistic creativity to it. I think that's the feeling I get when I see it, because it's so ornate and so beautiful, and each element is different. So it's really been a creative aspect where everything, you know, it's been something they've tried out. It's been a learning experience for them. They've experimented, they've explored, and I think that's what comes across when you see the palace.
And as well as being dazzling to look at, the design of Lakshmi Vilas is practical too.
If you look at the steps that we have, the height of the steps is just perfect. So even my mother-in-law, 74, she has no problems climbing the stairs because they're planned so beautifully. The edges of the stairway, my daughters have never bumped into anything because they're all rounded. So, there was so much attention to detail in those days. That things were made to last, were made, with a lot of love and attention.
There are even 4 courtyards within the walls of the palace, so the family can enjoy some fresh air without venturing out into the outer grounds.
So a feature of this palace is courtyards. So this is one of the 4 courtyards. The others have palm trees. So this one has the fountain. And the courtyards are meant to keep all the verandas cool in summers. We've noticed in summer that this does make a lot of difference because when there's breeze flowing right through from one side to the other, the corridors get very cool. And the sound of water is so soothing.
I like the courtyard. It's got like fountains coming out of water and it reaches all the way to this height. So when we look down from the terrace, then you can see the water coming up to you.
Lakshmi Vilas Palace and the Gaikwad family remain extremely important to the people of Vadodara. The palace and the dynasty are a symbol of a proud past and a bright future.
There was a time when the palace was known by the family. Now the family is known by the palace. Times have changed. All over the world there are palaces. You have palaces even in Russia, but you don't have the Tsar anymore, Or in China, but you don't have the emperor anymore. So, when you do have a family and a palace and the two are still entwined, I think it's important to keep them together.
An impossible mix of high-tech engineering and stunning culturally fused architecture, Lakshmi Vilas still stands as proudly today as it did in 1890.
Here we are, after several knocks and earthquakes.
And about 130 years later.
I think the structure has seen a lot of other buildings topple under its own weight. So that says a lot about the engineering and quality of the time. It's taken me 17 years and I'm still discovering more aspects and more beauty. And my daughters now have a better eyesight than me and they're all, look at that, Mama, look at that curvature and look at that peacock there. And there is so much to be still discovered because it's so beautifully intertwined.